From a family of fishermen and farmers to the true immortal of water and virtue, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Beast Taming Family. Li Quanqing opened his storage bag and handed the collected spiritual materials for the formation to the old man to check one by one and confirm that they were correct. As a formation master, Li Zong's favorite was these treasures. He was as happy as a child, and all the wrinkles on his face were relaxed. After all, my magic power is insufficient. The next refining still needs you to take the lead. The old man looked at Li Quanqing and paused. But when Elder Quanqing refines, can you let the girl Quanqing also watch and learn? Li Quanqing. Li Quanqing thought for a moment and nodded slightly, which was considered as an agreement. He was still confident in refining the Gishu Divine Thunder formation alone, but the 9-9 Flame Dragon formation was too high, so Li Zong's needed to guide him. Let's set up the Gishu Divine Thunder formation first. There is no rush for the Flame Dragon formation. You can study it slowly, Li Quanqing said. Anyway, he had plenty of time. He wandered around the Sutra Pavilion and came to the area where many spiritual beasts and demon beasts were accorded. He searched for it, but unfortunately he did not find any records about the Jade Scale Beast. This kind of monster is too mysterious, with noble blood. If he hadn't had the golden finger to hint, it would have been difficult to identify it clearly. Li Quanqing took a lot of jade slips for cultivating land monsters, as well as many ancient books that taught monks to help spirit beast cubs break out of their shells. He copied all of them with his family contribution points, which he couldn't spend anyway. After all, Baokingfang was too far away, so he decided to live on the island during this period and return to the cave left by his parents on Kingpin Island. Li Quanqing hadn't been back here for a long time, and this time he didn't alarm anyone either. He took out the jade card of the Supreme Elder and opened the thick array aura. Heavenly Demon Soul Containment Technique. Li Quanqing took out the harvest from the half-demon robbery cultivator, looked at it carefully, and then took out the beast egg of the Jade Scale Beast and held it in front of him. The large earthy yellow egg was as crystal as jade, covered with fine scales and patterns, and felt a little rough to the touch. Under the sunlight, bright yellow clouds bloomed from time to time on the surface of the eggshell, flashing and fading, just like breathing. In order to set up the soul-containing array, in addition to using many precious earth-attributed medicinal materials and mixing spiritual liquids, it also requires the assistance of a lot of medium-grade earth spirit stones. Top-grade earth spirit stones are naturally better, but unfortunately he can't get them at all. This is a bit troublesome. The medium-grade spirit stones in my hand are all attributeless. It seems that I have to go to the clan leader. Li Quanqing touched the Jade Scale Beast. Even through the eggshell, he could still sense the urgency of the little beast to come to the world. Those spirit stones stained with the 5 element are all very rare, and ordinary cultivators can hardly absorb and refine them. It is far less convenient than attributeless spirit stones. The next morning, Li Quanqing quietly set off and walked towards the family forbidden area in the center of Qingyu Island. With his current status, there was naturally no obstacle, and he easily arrived at the Blue Wanyu Pond. Quanqing, you're back. Li Zongao sat cross-legged in front of the Wanyu mirror, his face old and smiling. How do you feel about Jiandan Xiancheng? It's good, but not good enough. After all, it's not our own. Li Quanqing spread his hands and said truthfully, roughly recounting his experience of this trip. It turned out to be the demon hunting hall. A trace of emotion appeared on the old man's face. When the next beast tide breaks out in the outer sea, our Li family will be recruited again. Maybe you can try to join it and try to exchange for a giant spiritual object. That's too far away for me, so I won't consider it for the time being. Li Quanqing shook his head. The demon beast tide in the outer sea occurs once every 60 years. Maybe he will have formed a giant by himself by then. Patriarch, do you have a medium grade spiritual stone with earth attribute? And these spiritual medicines, I also need them. Li Quanqing handed over a jade slip. Li Zongao was in charge of the Changqing Hall and the family treasury. He could be said to be the richest foundation building cultivator in the entire Li family. I can give you 10 earth spirit stones. It will also take time to collect these spiritual medicines. Come back to me in 5 days. Then all the expenses will be deducted from my contribution points, Li Quanqing said. Although he was the supreme elder, he also knew that he needed to abide by the rules. It was not arbitrary. After saying goodbye to the 10,000 fish pond, Li Quanqing returned to the cave and took out the water blue mermaid silk, which was bright and shiny. In addition, there were branches of thunder peach wood, plus many metals and spiritual materials, all of which contained a trace of electric light. Gishu Shenlai Great Array. He took out the array jade slip, and after careful comprehension, he began to prepare to refine a formation flag to try his hand. This process is somewhat similar to refining a weapon, but it requires the additional process of engraving the array pattern, which has many details. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Crackling. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on a cushion, with a dark blue formation flag swaying in front of him. It was only a foot high, and the surface of the flag was engraved with many thunder-like patterns, and flowing with electric light. As the magic power surged, only thunder could be heard, and the formation flag suddenly grew larger, turning into more than 7 feet high, with the flag fluttering. With a crackling sound, the Gishu Divine Thunder burst out from the formation flag. Although there were only 3 or 5, the power was already considerable enough. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. The Gishu Divine Thunder formation had a total of 8 formation flags, plus a formation plate, which could block all directions with thunder. I believe it will only take 2 or 3 months to completely refine it successfully. He put away the formation flag, walked out of the cave, covered his body with clouds and mist, and flew towards Qingyu Island. When passing by Yulangton, there was a lot of noise, and the people below were full of Li clan members. Today was the day when the family competition started. Li Quanqing took a few glances and immediately saw many high-spirited young people, each with a confident look on his face. He did not stay for long, and slowly descended into the 10,000 fish pond. Li Zhangao was still the same, sitting cross-legged and practicing. Here, this is what you want. He handed over a storage bag and suddenly asked, is today the day of the clan competition? Do you want to watch it together? The old man waved his rough palm, and the water in front of him suddenly surged, condensing into a huge water mirror several feet high, showing the scene of all the arenas beside the Jade Dragon Pond. Li Quanqing grabbed the storage bag, but did not refuse. He also sat cross-legged beside, and started to watch. He had never seen 90% of the young clansmen participating in the competition. After all, he stayed in the fish pond all year round and rarely had contact with Qingyu Island. Most of them don't know you. Many of these little guys regard you as a target to catch up with, and even think that one day, they can worship you as their master. Li Zhangao laughed, and his words were meaningful. Li Quanqing felt a little embarrassed and helpless when he heard this. He was only 30 years old, and he didn't even understand his own avenue. If he really wanted to accept disciples, wouldn't it be misleading the young people? Look at this little guy. Although he is only 18 or 19 years old, he admires you very much. The clan leader smiled and spoke. The water mirror suddenly zoomed in and focused on a young man wearing a green Taoist robe. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was full of vigor. The 5th level of key refining. Your cultivation is a bit low. Li Quanqing was just opening his mouth when he suddenly saw the young man standing on the ring. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a flaming wolf spirit beast with flames all over its body from the spirit beast bag. Beast tamer? He was immediately surprised. Didn't the family get a beast tamer inheritance in the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect before? It's just right for these young people to practice. Li Quanqing suddenly seemed to understand. It seems that the family is preparing to change in the direction of beast taming inheritance. Raising spirit beasts is very expensive, but the Li family has various industries to support it, and they raise millions of big bluefish, which can be used as food for spirit beasts. It is indeed very promising. Chapter 177. Jade Scale Beast breaks out of its shell. Li Quanqing scanned the water mirror one by one. About 1/5 of the young clansmen had all contracted their own spirit beasts. The clan was indeed considering transformation. Who is that little guy? He suddenly spoke up. His spiritual sense found a cultivator with the highest cultivation level of key refining level 7 among all the participating clansmen. He was a young man who looked only 20 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were extremely bright. With a wave of his hand, he actually summoned a green water turtle of key refining level 6 from the spirit beast bag. It spewed out water arrows and defeated the enemy. Li Quanqing scanned the area and found that there was only this one person at the key refining level 7. If nothing unexpected happened, he must be the champion of this clan competition. He is the most arrogant little guy, always saying that he wants to catch up with Elder Quanqing and become the greatest weapon refiner in the family. Unfortunately, his talent for weapon refinement is not outstanding. Instead, he is very close to various spirit beasts, so he raises a lot of spirit pets and lives a tight life. Li Quanqing seemed to know everything. Although he stayed in the Wanu pond all day, he often used the water mirror technique and formation to observe these family descendants. Every day, looking at these energetic young people, I feel that my old and decayed heart is beating younger and younger. Li Quanqing was a little helpless, so his name is Li Quanqing. Sincerity can move metal and stone. Li Quanqing smiled slightly and said a name. Sure enough, he is a member of the Jin generation. His cultivation speed is not slow. Could it be a top grade spirit root? Li Quanqing looked at Li Quanqing in the water mirror. This guy has contracted a lot of spirit beasts, and there are several spirit beast bags hanging around his waist. No, among the members of the Jin generation who were born so far, there has not been a top grade spiritual root. He has a middle grade spiritual root of both wood and fire attributes, plus middle grade spiritual roots of water and soil. However, when he was tested for spiritual power, his spiritual light was very high, and his fire spiritual root was close to the top. Li Quanqing was like a treasure. Li Quanqing glanced at the green water turtle coiled under the feet of the young man, and couldn't help laughing. How can a cultivator with fire spiritual roots contract a water attributed spiritual beast? No spiritual stones. The clan leader was straightforward and spread his hands. This child was also tested from the mortals of the Li family. He has no family background. He has come to this point entirely because of his talent and the support of his family. That's rare. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. If the family is ready to transform into a beast-taming family, those spiritual beasts on Yulong Island that have exhausted their potential will have a good place to go. After accompanying the old man for 2 hours, he stood up and said goodbye and left, returning to his cave. The great array of the heavenly demon soul containment. Li Quanqing took out the spiritual medicine from the storage bag and spent several days using the azure fire to refine several bottles of earth yellow spiritual liquid, which was rippling with extremely rich earth essence. He took out a crystal clear jade stone, which was about 10 feet wide, and laid on the ground like a jade bed. Li Quanqing put his fingers together like a knife and began to slowly carve the array pattern on the jade bed. In one go, he finally successfully arranged the great array of the soul containment. Buzz! Exclamation mark. As the soul containment liquid flowed along these lines, the entire array was activated, and the air vibrated as if it had its own life. One after another, pale yellow array patterns shot out and intertwined the void, revealing a lifelike array, gathering the essence of the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Li Quanqing took out a few medium-grade earth spirit stones and installed them in the grooves reserved in advance, and immediately the abundant earth essence rushed out. Under the extraction of the formation, circles of yellowish-brown gas masses were released, condensed but not dispersed, like clouds and mists that turned into Gynoderma lucidum, hanging above the jade bed. Li Quanqing couldn't wait to take out the beast egg of the jade scale beast and place it in it. The next moment, the whole beast egg trembled slightly, devouring the essence of the earth to its heart's content, and exuded a very joyful and urgent emotion. It seems to be successful. Li Quanqing spoke happily, and the skin on his fingertips cracked, and a drop of blood flew out immediately. Under his control, this drop of blood turned into thin silk threads, like a spider web, slowly wrapped around the surface of the beast egg, and penetrated into the inside. This is a kind of blood contract recorded in the Li family's Sutra Pavilion, which can establish a connection with the unborn spirit beast cub. In this way, once the little beast breaks out of the shell and sees him, it will be attached to him like a biological parent. At that time, adding the slave beast seal will naturally ensure that there is no risk. Under the strong suppression of the foundation building realm, the blood thread finally successfully drilled into the eggshell and established a weak blood connection. After that, it only needs to strengthen the blood contract every 10 days to strengthen the bond. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction, took out the mermaid silk, and began to refine the formation flag of the Gishu Divine Thunder formation again. Days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. With the help of Li Zongzhuo, Li Quanqing successfully arranged the Gishu Divine Thunder formation. 8 copper bean puppets were seen waving formation flags, and the silver bean puppets were holding the formation plate. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and a series of water blue electric lights intertwined. In the formation, it was like a world of thunder prison, and the Gishu Divine Thunders wandered like a group of pythons, destroying everything. With the blessing of the formation, Li Quanqing himself used the Gishu Divine Thunder, a top-grade magic method, to achieve the amazing effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Where the array pattern covered, thunder struck like rain, as if a sea of thunder had been condensed, vast and surging. The power of this second-level formation was naturally beyond words. Even Li Kunlun came to observe it curiously, and gained a lot of insights, and even had the idea of refining this formation himself. Li Quanqing happened to have a surplus of materials, so he also refined a few Gishu Thunder flags, and gave them to him to refine and play with. With this experience, Li Quanqing will start to refine the Flame Dragon array next. This formation is as high as the second level upper grade, and it requires the refining of 9981 formation flags. It is extremely complicated and ever-changing. Fortunately, Li Quanqing has only collected 3 foundation building level Flame Dragon skeletons, so he only needs to refine part of the formation. He, Li Zongzhuo and Li Quanyi joined forces, studied hard, and discussed with each other for a long time. Finally, they were more confident, and could start refining the Flame Dragon flag. After all, the materials that were obtained with great effort were too precious. If they failed once, they would all be wasted. On this day, Li Quanqing was sitting cross-legged in the cave, taking out the golden silk and the jasper phoenix wood to refine the embryo of the Flame Dragon banner. With a click, a startling sound suddenly came from the soul formation. He was overjoyed and looked up hurriedly, and saw the khaki clouds rolling, like hundreds of rivers converging into the sea, all along a conspicuous crack into the beast egg. Li Quanqing was very sure that there was absolutely no such crack before. Snap, snap. As the jade scale beast devoured the earth spirit essence in the formation, more and more cracks began to appear on the surface of the eggshell, interweaving one after another. The rich khaki light shot out along those cracks, illuminating the entire room, and the aura seemed extremely heavy. There were even a few earth spirit stones that were directly sucked dry, losing their spirituality, and turning into grey-white empty shells. Just as Li Quanqing was struggling over whether to replace it with another batch of medium-quality spirit stones, the speed of this willful swallowing finally slowed down and finally stopped slowly. Instead, a vigorous and thriving demonic energy was released from the depths of the eggshell, and its vitality was as vigorous as the sea. It is indeed a high-level demon beast, born in the key refining stage. Under Li Quanqing's expectant gaze, the eggshell could no longer support it, and broke into pieces. The fragments fell one after another, and a majestic little beast appeared in the field of vision, covered with scales, just like a cub of a killing beast. The scales on the back of the jade-green beast were light golden, while the round scales on its abdomen were white as jade. Its 4 hooves were spread out in a big letter shape, and there were 2 short blunt horns on its head, which looked very cute. Yo. The jade-green beast opened its cute big eyes, and looked at Li Quanqing, and suddenly let out a roar similar to the cry of a deer, and the light ball on its head flickered. Chapter 178, Flame Dragon Formation. Harvest a jade scale beast in the early stage of key refining, and be rewarded with a top-grade magical instrument, Jade Flame Sand. Cultivation, key refining level 3, 1%. Li Quanqing carefully picked up the little guy and immediately discovered that it was born with the cultivation of key refining level 3, and the demonic energy was surging in its flesh and blood. It was as if it was running in its natural meridians, and it was an instinct that came with its blood. Yo, the jade scale beast cub rubbed his palm. Its two short and thick ears turned around. Its eyes were big and bright, and its voice was very milky. It seemed to be quite friendly, and there was a natural sense of dependence. Li Quanqing smiled slightly, and felt that the touch was smooth and delicate, as if he was holding a ball of warm jade, and it felt quite comfortable. Be good, come and sign a seal. He pinched his palm slightly, extremely skillfully, and condensed a slave beast seal, and the white light on his fingertips bloomed slightly, which seemed very soft. A slave beast seal took shape in an instant, small and exquisite, with white clouds flowing, containing a wisp of his spiritual power, and attached to the scales on the forehead between the two horns of the little beast. Yo, the jade scale beast opened its pale golden pupils, and did not resist at all, letting his slave beast seal pass directly, and drilling into the depths of its true spirit. Hungry. So hungry. In an instant, Li Quanqing sensed the other party's thoughts, and cried for food, which was deafening. Fortunately, Li Quanqing had prepared in the morning. He took out a pile of food and let the little beast cub choose. Because he didn't know the habits of the jade scale beast, he prepared a lot of various foods, and piled them there in different categories. There was bloody monster meat, fresh fish and shrimp from the sea, fragrant spiritual medicine, fragrant beast milk, and colorful brocade eggs. Even considering this name and attribute, he also prepared a small pile of crystal clear jade stones, piled there, and the precious light was dense. Yo. The jade scale beast widened its eyes, broke free from his arms and jumped out. 4 hooves landed on the ground, and staggered towards the food. Li Quanqing only then noticed that there was a long furry tail on the little beast's butt, with the end fluffy into a water drop shaped ball. As the hooves walked, the tail also went up and down, looking quite cute. The jade scale beast first walked to the fish and shrimp, lowered its head, and sniffed with its nose, then licked its baby teeth with its pink tongue, and stuffed it into its mouth and chewed it. After a while, a large pile of sea fish and shrimps were eaten clean, leaving the fish bones in the original place. Just when Li Quanqing thought the little guy had eaten enough, the jade scale beast roared again, and began to eat the monster meat next to it. Perhaps because it was just born, and its teeth were not sharp enough, the little guy swallowed the food whole, and the bulge, when the food passed through the throat, could be clearly seen. Yo. After eating 2 piles of food, it can be clearly seen that the Yulin beast is in a much happier mood. It kicked its 2 hind hooves and its tail flew. It seems that this is the way it expresses its emotions. Next is the spiritual medicine pile, which tastes sweet and juicy. After biting through the epidermis, a plant fragrance fills the room. It seems that it is a little choked by eating. While biting the roots of the spiritual medicine, the Yulin beast buried its face in the bowl and drank milk with a slurp, splashing white liquid. Finally, the Yulin beast came to the front of the jade pile with milk stains on its face. It was also not picky about food, and swallowed it into its stomach with a whine. After all the food was solved, the beast cub burped with satisfaction, and then walked towards the soul formation, as if it regarded it as its own nest. When passing by Li Quanqing, it deliberately walked around him twice, rubbed his jade horn to show its intimacy, and finally lay in the corner and fell asleep. So it's an omnivore. Li Quanqing was a little amused. This diet is really diverse and varied. It seems that it will eat anything. Maybe it even likes to eat soil. He took out the earth spirit stone, and placed it around the little jade unicorn beast. The essence of the earth slowly dissipated, nourishing the body and blood of the beast cub. Until this time, he had time to check the light ball reward. Li Quanqing crushed the light ball, and a green jade gourd suddenly appeared in front of him. The belly of the gourd was surrounded by red flame patterns, and a hot breath came to his face. With the continuous infusion of mana like a trickle, in an instant, the mouth of the gourd trembled slightly, and then hundreds of jasper sands came out in a row. They were shiny and brilliant, and there were flames on the surface, like a group of green fires burning gently. The green flame sands danced lightly, and under the ingenious manipulation of the gourd, they flew around him quickly. They were extremely fast, streaking through the air with green light and shadows, whizzing. The sharp whistling sound was like hundreds of bullets whizzing through the air crazily, with the sharpness of tearing the air. The sound waves spread out in all directions with amazing power. These sandstones are hard in texture. Not only can they penetrate flesh and bones, but the flames burning on them are even more overbearing and can corrode the magic weapon shield and burn a big hole. This magic weapon is not bad. It can be compared with the water dragon pendant, but it's a pity that I can't use it. Li Quanqing shook his head slightly and put the green flame sand into the storage bag. Now that he has a big family and a big business, he can give it as a reward to the deacons or elders under him. However, it is likely to be given to Li Quanmo. After all, he is the only fire spirit root cultivator who is relatively close to him. Although the jade unicorn has broken out of its shell, life must go on. In the following days, Li Quanqing continued to refine the flame dragon flag, weave golden silk, refine the jade phoenix tree, and melt various spiritual objects into the flame array pattern on the flag. However, with the company of the cute little beast, it did not seem so lonely, which made the dragon flame eagle, who had been staying in the spirit beast bag, quite angry. Finally, after 2 months of polishing, Li Quanqing finally refined the first flag of the flame dragon array. Qingaihu Island, Sutra Library. The golden flag fluttered, and the green flag pole was about 10 feet high, with golden and green light shining against each other. The fiery red lines extended from the phoenix wood to the silk, like a burning flame, and a strong breath came to the face. The flag surface fluttered, revealing the pattern on it. In the flames, a red flame dragon bared its teeth and claws, lifelike, and a terrible fierce aura came to the face. Around this flame dragon, there were 8 much smaller dragons circling and dancing, also surrounded by flames, releasing extremely heavy dragon power. Try it. Beside, Li Zongsuo looked at it, with an extremely excited light in his eyes, and a hint of desire in his words. Li Quanqing stood there with the same expression. This could be said to be the result of the hard work of the 3 people with the highest cultivation level in the Li family's formation. Okay. Li Quanqing also couldn't wait to speak. The water and fire in his danshan turned as he wished, and suddenly he shot out an extremely pure fire attribute magic power. Blazing! Exclamation mark. The surface of the golden formation flag was ablaze with flames, as if it was ignited, and flames rose into the sky, and the formation patterns intertwined the void. Roar! Exclamation mark. The range of a single formation flag blocking the void was limited, but on the flag, the 9-headed flame dragon suddenly became vivid, opened its golden pupils, and let out bursts of roaring sounds. The next moment, a large and 8 small flame dragons drilled directly out of the flag, with flames all over their bodies, bright scales, and lifelike. As Li Quanqing waved the formation flag, the largest flame dragon immediately wrapped around his body and meandered around, and the blazing flames illuminated the entire mountaintop. A foundation building period of mana burst out, fierce and hot high temperature burst out, even baked the stones on the ground slowly melted, the air twisted. The remaining 8 dragons also wandered in the void. Their bodies were nearly 10 feet huge. All of them had the strength of the great perfection of key refining, and were very powerful. Merch! Li Quanqing suddenly shouted, waving the big flag. The wind was whistling, and a new change was promoted. Roar! The 9-headed fire dragon roared and suddenly merged into one. The flames shot up into the sky, the red clouds rolled, and in the fierce burning infusion, it turned into a larger fire dragon of 100 feet. The aura of the 100-foot dragon was extremely terrifying. It had 9 heads, and it was breathing out flames in all directions. It raised its head and roared, as if burning everything. This kind of power should have been in the middle stage of foundation building. Li Zongsuo raised his head, and his old eyes reflected the flames in the sky, but became brighter and brighter. Li Quanqing sensed it for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. This was indeed a 9-headed flame dragon in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Why do I feel that this flag is not like a formation, but more like a magic weapon? Li Quanqing spoke softly, his voice was as clear as jade, ding dong, and his temperament was naturally cold. That's right. Most formations are to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and use the spiritual veins of mountains and rivers and the eyes of the ocean, to create a magnificent power. But this 9-9 flame dragon formation is the opposite. It pays more attention to the martial arts of the cultivators themselves, and takes the way of attack. I heard that some ancient cultivators would specially refine this kind of formation flag as their own life magic weapon, and the power would shake the world when they raised their hands. Li Quanqing's eyes moved slightly when he heard it, and then nodded silently. After having the experience of successful refining, Li Quanqing only spent 2 months to successfully refine the remaining 2 flame dragon flags. On the wide sea hundreds of miles away from the Qinghai Islands, he stood on a reef protruding from the sea, ready to test the power. Red dragon puppet, come out. Li Quanqing waved his sleeves, and a red light suddenly emerged, transforming into a red dragon war puppet with a burly and amazing body. 3 large flags rotated endlessly around the red dragon puppet, and the blazing firewind whistled non-stop, with heat waves rolling. But, with the vast manner of the late stage of foundation building fully infused, the 3 formation flags suddenly glowed with red light, and in the blink of an eye, blazing flames emerged one after another. The light was bright, red like fire, dyeing the entire sky into a red cloud, blocking all directions. The sea of fire was blazing, and the formation patterns were intertwined, instantly blocking the sea surface within a radius of 10 miles, forming a flame-free area. This sea area seemed to have become the exclusive territory of fire. The seawater quickly boiled under the scorching flames, and bubbles surged wildly, as if the surging magma in the depths of the volcano was gushing out. Roar! Exclamation mark. In the red clouds, the dragon roared, and the fire condensed, turning into a full 27 fire dragons wreaking havoc. These fire dragons exuded blazing heat all over their bodies, and moved freely in the formation with awe-inspiring majesty. Such amazing power was still somewhat difficult to display even with Li Quanqing's current mana. The red dragon puppet was very easy to control, and the mana in its body was constantly consumed like running water. Yo-yo. The milky Yulin beast crouched beside it, looking at the majestic red dragon puppet, but licked its teeth and secretly swallowed its saliva. At Li Quanqing's signal, the war puppet suddenly launched its strongest power. Blazing. The flames surged again, and the dozens of dragons seemed to be attracted by some mysterious power, and quickly merged into one place, turning into the appearance of 9 fire dragons. Roar! Exclamation mark. The 9-headed fire dragon roared to the sky, and the flames on its body seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Its aura had risen to the peak realm of the late stage of foundation building. Its appearance caused the temperature of this flameless area to rise again, and the space seemed to be slightly distorted by its power. With the help of the formation, I'm afraid it's enough to fight against the cultivators at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Li Quanqing looked at the red dragon puppet driving the 9-headed flame dragon, and was immediately very satisfied. If the 9-9 flame dragon formation was complete, would the flame dragon destroy the world have the possibility of being comparable to the golden core? Chapter 179 Chyanai Spiritual Liquid. Cry. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings, and flew quickly with Li Quanqing in the direction of Beoking Fang City, with flames burning between its feathers. On the broad back of the dragon eagle, the young jade scale beast ran around curiously, poking its head out, looking at the vast ocean below, with curiosity flashing in its eyes. You little guy, aren't you afraid of heights? Li Quanqing laughed, and held the jade scale beast in his arms and rubbed it. It felt very good and warm to the touch. Not long after, a square green spiritual island appeared in the field of vision. It was Beoking Dao, which was still prosperous and bustling. He took out the formation plate, and opened the formation. The dragon flame eagle roared, flapped its wings, and its huge body slowly landed in its own cave. Moo. The water of Beoking Lake surged, and the waves splashed. Beoking jumped out of the water, and his burly body like a small mountain smashed out a huge wave to welcome him. Turbid waves rolled down from the sky, immediately soaking the jade scale beast, causing it to sneeze several times with its mouth open. Beoking, let me feel it, and see how your cultivation is going. Li Quanqing looked at the fish he loved the most in front of him. It had grown so big now, with a body nearly 7 feet long. The blue-green scales were broad and deep, the fins were as big as sails, and the golden scales on its back were rippling, like a golden ship floating on the water. I want to turn into a dragon. Beoking, golden pattern jade carp. After 3 days of separation, I should look at you with new eyes. I'm no longer the same person I used to be. I have already transformed into a completely new realm, and the road to dragon transformation is about to be completed. Cultivation. Key refining level 9, 95%. So powerful. Not bad. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. It was estimated that in another month, this guy would be able to reach the great perfection of key refining and impact the Foundation establishment realm. He touched the storage bag, and the Foundation establishment pill was still lying there quietly, and he had never mentioned it to anyone in the family. The progress of the Kanghae whale was also not lagging behind, and it was already more than 80%. When he reached the great perfection of key refining, he could also refine the beaming true evil. Gugwa. Gugwa. The jade scale beast shook off the water stains on his body, opened his eyes wide, and was running around in the cave curiously. In the corner, a golden stream of light suddenly rushed out, flew over at a very fast speed, and jumped on the back of the jade scale beast, hugging it tightly. It was the precious light golden toad. Yo-yo. The jade scale beast was frightened, and immediately let out bursts of loud cries. Its four hooves kept jumping, trying to throw the spirit toad on its back away. But the precious light toad was so smart that it opened its webbed feet and hugged it tightly, squinting its big gem-like eyes comfortably and opening its mouth to swallow and exhale precious key to practice. This kind of noble blood monster is also a rare treasure in the eyes of the golden toad. Yo-yo. There was no other way. The jade scale beast could only seek the help of its master, trotting all the way over, rubbing against him pitifully. Li Quanqing also felt a little amused when he looked at the strange golden toad on the back of the beast cub. They were all great demons at the 6th level of key refining, and they were bullying a cub that had just been born. He was about to take down the precious light toad when he suddenly saw strands of white air flowing in the copper coin lump on the back of the spirit toad, which was about to condense into a ball of light. So it's preparing to break through the 7th level of key refining. No wonder it's so urgent. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction, took out the flame dragon flag and waved it. Come and suck this. This is strong enough. Gugwa. The precious light toad made an excited frog-like sound, opened its eyes wide, and jumped directly from the back of the jade scale beast, lying on the flagpole without letting go. Strands of golden red precious air flowed and were swallowed up by the golden toad, as if it was swallowing clouds, and spitting out smoke, with an intoxicated expression. Yo. The jade scale beast looked at the little thing and roared angrily. It couldn't help but stamp its four hooves and bared its teeth, wanting to swallow it into its stomach in one gulp. You can't eat this. In order to avoid affecting the breakthrough of the Baoguang toad, Li Quanqing waved his hand helplessly. Tiger cub, come and play with your brother. Ayo how at the spiritual spring in the cave, the golden flame tiger lazily raised his head, shook his furry tail, and walked out reluctantly. The tiger cub shook his shiny golden fur, his two wings trembled, and stepped on four furry big paws, looking around the jade scale beast. It was another ugly thing without wings, and it looked weird. The golden flame tiger lowered its big head, and its huge body cast a shadow, covering the body of the jade scale beast. Instead, the little beast stubbornly raised its head, and looked at it. Ayo how. The golden flame tiger lazily called out, signaling the jade scale beast to follow him, and decided to take his little brother to catch fish for food. It glanced at the slender tail behind the jade scale beast's buttocks, and its eyes lit up. This is a good fishing rod. Go quickly. Without the disturbance of the jade scale beast, the precious light toad could finally break through to its heart's content. The spiritual energy around it gradually gathered, and the air vibrated. It was indeed a demon beast with zero combat power, and even the breakthrough was so calm. The demonic energy of the precious light toad surged, and its body shook violently, and it broke through the bottleneck like a boat with the current. Key refining level 7. Gugwa. Gugwa. The golden toad became more and more comfortable after the breakthrough, lying there comfortably, patting its round belly, and rolling on the big flag. The white airflow finally took shape and condensed into a ball of light. Li Quanqing rubbed his hands, almost impatiently, and grabbed the ball of light in his hands to check it out. Harvest a precious light toad in the late stage of key refining, and reward the foundation building spiritual object golden toad calming incense. Golden toad calming incense, a foundation building spiritual object made from 2nd level toad venom. After being ignited, it has a fragrant smell, which can help cultivators calm their minds and souls, and increase the probability of successfully breaking through the foundation. Li Quanqing was surprised. He didn't expect that a toad that was playing rotten could actually produce a foundation building spiritual object. A spiritual incense that can assist key refining cultivators to break through is really unheard of. It seems that my level is too low. Li Quanqing thought to himself that all the foundation building spiritual objects in this tens of thousands of miles of sea area are naturally grown, and there is no such artificial means. He crushed the ball of light, and it immediately turned into a golden spiritual incense, with ancient runes and red lines like copper coins. Before it was lit, an extremely unique fragrance came to the nose, making people's magic power eager to move, and the speed of flowing in the meridians was much faster. Good stuff. Li Quanqing glanced at Aoking in the pool. When it breaks through, it can also be used. That night, the moon was high in the sky, and the silver light shone on the boundless East China Sea, reflecting the entire Bay of Qingten sparkling. The water waves roared, and Aoking floated to the surface again, leading more than 1,000 green jade carps to worship the moon and practice. Their backs were filled with water, which was a spectacular sight. Yo. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the shore, admiring this quiet scene. The jade unicorn in his arms cried out, and when had he ever seen a school of fish worship the moon and practice? He widened his eyes with curiosity, and his ears swayed back and forth. Beside him, the golden flame tiger leaned against his master, not caring at all. He had seen this kind of scene since he was a child, and he was no longer surprised. The school of fish swallowed the moonlight to practice, and strands of silver light bloomed, illuminating the entire Bay of Qingten Lake so brightly that you could almost see the bright moon shells at the bottom of the lake who were also practicing. Among all the fish, the scene at Aoking was the most amazing. It was seen that its whole body was full of demonic energy, and it turned into a group of demonic clouds with shimmering green light, which attracted the moonlight of the moon and manifested a bright moon floating above its head. Li Quanqing looked at it for a few times, and then he was sure that the other party seemed to be practicing the strange phenomenon of the moon rising on the sea, using the demonic energy as the sea, holding up the moon to practice, and transforming himself into the image of Tian. Jialang. Li Quanqing looked at it for a few times, and a thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps this is Aoking's way to transform into a dragon. Bathed in the moonlight, he was also clear-headed. The moon still rose high in the Niwen Palace, and the Tian soul evolving water has been used continuously. Now, relying on mental power alone, it is closer to the late stage of foundation building than the Danshan magic power. The little man of spiritual consciousness sat cross-legged in the sea of consciousness, but his face was still unclear and his figure was blurred. The Zhenhe bell was hanging above his head, and his hands were empty. The fourth god-destroying wheel slowly took shape. Li Quanqing looked at the water surface, and could already see many green jade carps with light balls on their heads. They were all accumulated during this period of time. Come, let me touch them all. The blue sea magic power bloomed at his fingertips, and he performed the water control technique, which was already superb. I saw ripples spreading in the pool, and one after another of the green jade carp were lifted by the waves, floating in the pool in front of him. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a middle grade magic weapon green carp sword. Harvest a green jade carp with golden patterns in the early stage of key refining, and reward a small spiritual energy ball. Li Quanqing crushed the ball of light, and strands of thin spiritual energy appeared in his meridians, which were easily refined by him, which was better than nothing. Now that his cultivation has been improved, the spiritual energy balls of these green jade carps in the early stage of key refining are not as fast as his own cultivation. Fortunately, a little bit adds up to a lot, and it is still useful. Harvest a green jade carp with golden patterns in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a spiritual energy ball. Li Quanqing touched the green jade carp with golden patterns in front of him, which should be one of Aoking's children. He crushed the ball of light, and the spiritual energy suddenly surged in his body, barely refining it into 1/5 of a drop of liquid mana. He practiced hard for a whole night, and finally succeeded in condensing half a drop of liquid mana, which was the result of several months of accumulation. Take it slow, the foundation is built by grinding. Li Quanqing thought as he looked at the fish belly white in the sky. The demonic energy was surging, and another golden veined green jade carp broke through the middle stage of key refining. Judging from its appearance and blood aura, it is also the offspring of Aoking. Harvest a golden veined green jade carp in the middle stage of key refining, and reward 1 drop of Shyanai spiritual liquid. Shyanai spiritual liquid? A new reward. Li Quanqing was stunned. What surprised him was that the measurement unit of this spiritual liquid was actually calculated by drops. A drop of spiritual liquid. Li Quanqing was a little speechless. Golden finger, you are really getting stingy. Shyanai spiritual liquid, 2nd level spiritual liquid, a byproduct of extracting Shyanai true water. 1 drop can turn into pond water, which can assist water spiritual root foundation cultivators in their practice. Long-term refining has a certain probability of improving water spiritual roots. A treasure that can improve water spiritual roots? Li Quanqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly crushed the ball of light to take out the spiritual liquid, holding it in his hand to examine it carefully. This drop of Shyanai spiritual liquid was sealed in the crystal, as blue as the sea, but the size of a mung bean, and its aura was somewhat similar to the Bahai spiritual liquid. The most important thing is that this drop of spiritual liquid can actually fill a dry pond. Li Quanqing touched the Shyanai spiritual liquid, and suddenly his face changed slightly. He felt that the Bahai magic power in his body was surging wildly, and a desire for refining arose from deep in his body. It seemed that this drop of spiritual liquid had a great temptation for the practitioners of Bahai Tide Rising power. In the next chapter, Aoking builds the foundation and begins to prepare to destroy the Sitter family. Chapter 180 Aoking builds the foundation, green-horned fish dragon. Li Quanqing touched the sealed Shyanai spiritual liquid in his hand and felt an indescribable desire, which came out from his meridians and waves, rolling endlessly. Even his dragon whale power body was operating on its own, and was also stimulated by the breath of Shyanai spiritual liquid, and the dragon whale mark appeared on the surface of his skin. Buzz! Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing touched his forehead, and before he knew it, a water blue mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. This mark was shaped like the word Chuan, but unfortunately only the upper part was left, like 3 twisted waves and water flows. Although it was incomplete, it also had an ancient and vast breath blooming, as if it dominated all the waters in the world. He lowered his head and looked at the mark in the pool, and finally remembered why the word Shyanai was so familiar. When he received the complete practice of the Blue Sea Tide Rising Gong, he touched the Wanyu mirror with his own hands, and the spirit in it also transmitted these 2 words. The true water of Shyanai is closely related to the ancient heritage of my Li family. As Li Quanqing was thinking, the water in front of him was also rolling. Aoking suddenly popped his head out and shouted very urgently. The pair of dead fish eyes stared at the Shyanai spiritual liquid, also revealing the most sincere desire. Do you want to refine it too? Li Quanqing pondered for a moment and decided to give this drop of spiritual liquid to Aoking to use and see the effect. It is better to give it to the spirit beast for a test first. He stretched out his hand and threw the crystal that sealed the spiritual liquid out, and it drew a parabola in the air. Moo! Aoking suddenly roared loudly in excitement, opened his bloody mouth, and directly bit the crystal in his mouth, and swallowed the spiritual liquid in 1 gulp. Crash! The next moment, between Aoking's blue scales, a blue light suddenly bloomed, and strands of it set off huge waves in the entire Aoking lake. Amid the turbulent waves, Aoking's body also rose and fell, and the water blue light surged. Finally, it turned into a cover, wrapping it up inside, and undergoing a deeper transformation. Li Quanqing did not dare to be careless, and his consciousness kept staring at the spiritual cover that sank to the bottom of the water, fearing that Aoking would encounter any accidents. Fortunately, although this guy fell into a deep sleep, his breath was still very stable, and his vitality was extremely strong, just like a pupa looking forward to breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. After 5 days and 5 nights, this motionless big cover finally began to move. Click. I saw waves of demonic energy surging out, like a sapphire-like airflow, breaking through the light cover and rushing out. The water blue spiritual liquid was completely refined, and Aoking's figure was revealed in the rolling demonic energy. Its originally huge body has shrunk a lot, and now it is only 5 feet huge, but it looks more solid and slender, and finally has a bit of the appearance of a dragon python. The fins under its belly became wider and wider, like a green sail spread out like clouds, and its tail fin swayed, as if it was strong enough to ride the wind and waves. Aoking raised his head, the two long whiskers beside his mouth rolled, the scales on his forehead bulged, and he opened his mouth and let out a low and deep cry. Moo. This sound echoed endlessly in the pool, rolling like thunder, red like a bell, deep and powerful. Key refining great perfection. Aoking shook his head and tail, and swam out of the pool, almost impatient. Seeing this, Li Quanqing naturally knew what it was thinking, and without hesitation, he took out the foundation building pill from the storage bag. Fish leaps into a dragon. Aoking, it depends on your luck. The foundation building pill flew in the air, and the fragrance of the pill filled the air. Aoking swallowed it directly into his stomach, and his body sank to the bottom of the water again. Li Quanqing took out the golden-toed calming incense, and held it in his hand, waiting for the most appropriate moment, to light it and help it. A fierce power burst out from the water, and the entire Baokington lake became as smooth as a mirror. The extremely oppressive atmosphere enveloped all the fish schools and they could not help but dive into the mud at the bottom of the lake. Yo-yo. The jade scale beast bared its teeth, and kicked its hind legs there. It was also not used to this oppressive atmosphere. It quietly left with the golden flame tiger, and went into the cave to play. The lake water was surging. The dark green one-shell turtle dragged its huge shell like a mountain, and could not bear the pressure. It came out of the water, and hid on the shore. Moo the Kanghe whale surfaced. At this time, it also felt oppressed in its heart. It hummed uncomfortably, fearing that it would disturb Aoking's breakthrough. Li Quanqing opened the formation blockade and let the Kanghe whale dive into the sea along the waterway, feeling relieved. Finally, in the entire Baokington lake, only Aoking, a demon beast in the late stage of key refining, and more than 1,000 green jade carps were left. Li Quanqing still sat cross-legged there, waiting motionlessly like a statue. Crash. 7 days passed in a flash, and finally, Baokington began to surge again, and new movements began to appear. Wisps of demonic energy bloomed, turning into sticky mist that rose up, and finally condensed into a dark cloud that covered the sky. The whole world became gloomy, and then it began to rain, hitting the surface of the pond and causing ripples. The atmosphere was dull and depressing. This was the rain cloud that gathered from the monsters, and every drop contained pure demonic energy. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, covering the entire Baokington, and bean-sized raindrops fell crackling and covering the 4 directions. The rain was fast and fierce, pouring down, and a heavy water curtain was instantly pulled up between heaven and earth. The heavy rain made a sound, drowning out all the sounds. Li Quanqing still sat cross-legged there, and all the raindrops that fell on him would be automatically bounced away. His eyes were calm, and he could see clearly that there was a huge monster under the water, swimming back and forth restlessly, with shadows everywhere. The bamboo greenback covered with golden scales broke through the water, riding the wind and waves, raising waves and heavy rain. Anyone could sense Aoking's urgency. Silently, Li Quanqing lit the golden-toed calming incense in his hand, and the fragrance instantly spread through the water. The rich sandalwood fragrance made people clear their minds. Moo. Under the water, Aoking suddenly let out a long cry, which shook the 4 directions, as if he had understood a trick, and his huge body slapped the water. Whoosh. In the waves, the demonic spirit bloomed again, and this time it was not raining, but a gust of wind. The wind blew. The wind whistled, and the whole Baokington seemed to be boiling, with rolling waves and turbid waves. The wind was raging on the water, and the dark clouds were pressing heavily on the lake. The waves were raging, and the rain was pouring down. The sky and the earth were dark. The rain poured down, and the huge waves rose from the ground like mountain peaks, and then fell down with a bang, stirring up thousands of layers of water, calling the wind, and calling the rain. The mountains and the seas were surging. The lake water roared deafeningly, but the next moment, it was covered by the roar of a dragon, and the whole Baoking lake seemed to be frozen for a moment. Yin. Taking advantage of the strong wind and the huge waves, Aoking's body flew straight from the bottom of the water to the sky. Snap! Exclamation mark. Its huge body rolled in the air, against the wind and rain, and its fishtail suddenly fell on the dark clouds. The next moment, the rain clouds covering the sky and the earth broke into pieces, revealing a bright moon behind it, with stars shining and hanging high in the sky. Under the blazing moonlight, Aoking's entire body stretched out, like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, and began the evolution of the origin of his bloodline. The demonic energy turned into blue clouds to hold up its body, winding up, graceful like a dragon, and the originally round and blunt fish body finally turned into a slender dragon like a python. Aoking cruised in the moonlight, his waist as thick as a bucket, and 4 fins under his belly stretched out, like a green dragon. Green-horned fish dragon. Moo. It raised its head and roared, and a green jade horn grew on its head, puffing out clouds and mist, looking quite powerful. Aoking circled around the moon for a while, then landed and rubbed Li Quanqing affectionately with his big head, with a little ferocity flashing in his bright beast eyes. A dragon's pressure spread out, accompanied by the might of the foundation building demon, and suddenly the whole fish pond seemed particularly quiet. Li Quanqing smiled slightly, satisfying Aoking's desire to touch him, and reinforced the slave beast seal and blood contract to ensure that he would not rebel. He looked at the surface of the green jade horn, and the white light ball was suspended and flickering, and he couldn't wait to grab it in his hand. Harvest a green-horned fish dragon in the early stage of foundation building, and reward the soul treasure Kingayu Palace. Soul treasure? Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows immediately. The treasure itself is rare enough, not to mention that it is used to protect the soul. Moo the green-horned fish dragon opened its fins excitedly, flying like a dragon under the night sky, riding the clouds and mist. Its posture is graceful and light, its scales are as green as jade, and its back is also covered with golden scales, which can easily stir up a storm. This evolution, Aoking can not only fly in the air, but also awaken the ability to call the wind and rain, and there is a faint thunder between the scales. It can be said that it has completely stimulated the dragon bloodline in its body, and its potential is huge. The bright moon illuminated the clouds, and the drizzle continued. Aokington regained its form of vitality, and the fish swarmed again. The longevity turtle glanced at the fish dragon monster soaring in the sky. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes, and he climbed back into the pool. Li Quanqing was still sitting cross-legged on the shore, crushing the light ball, and manifested a green ancient temple, engraved with a Taiyan divine pattern, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. He touched it with his divine consciousness, and the next moment, the Kingayu temple suddenly turned into a stream of light, and drilled into the Niwen palace and disappeared. The ancient temple quickly enlarged, guarding the entire Niwen palace, as if wearing a layer of armor, giving people a strong sense of security. But! Exclamation mark. The little man of divine consciousness sat cross-legged there, accompanied by a light sound, and a bright moon suddenly rose behind him, with green light blooming, holy and soft, like a circle of divine protection. Li Quanqing felt like he had taken some tonic potion, and his mental strength suddenly increased by a large margin. The sea of consciousness was surging, and the face of the little man suddenly became clear, like a jade statue sitting there, with a sense of sacredness. The little man opened his eyes, and it was the face of Li Quanqing himself, finally completely formed, with the bright moon behind his head rising and falling. He looked around, and actually stood up directly from the sea of spiritual power, and began to walk around. Ding! Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and suddenly the Zenhei bell above his head roared, and the sound wave spread, and turned into the size of a fist, which was held in his hand. 4 god-destroying wheels whistled, and also flew around him, spinning violently, like silver stars, with sharp teeth marks on the edges. What a wonderful feeling! Li Quanqing thought to himself. He couldn't speak at this time, only a wisp of thought surged, which immediately caused waves in the sea of consciousness. He walked in his own Niwen palace, wanting to leave from here, but found that it was impossible to exist independently without the physical body. I heard that, as long as a trace of spirit remains in a Jinden Zenran, he can leave his body, and take over the body of the human race. I'm still far from that. In the outside world, Li Quanqing opened his eyes, and came out of that state. The feeling of the spirit as a body is really mysterious, free and unfettered, as if there is no longer any restraint from the flesh. Fengzu rides the wind, and ascends to heaven. It is unforgettable. There was a humming sound in the storage bag, and suddenly there was a slight vibration, which attracted his attention. Li Quanqing opened the storage bag and immediately saw the 10,000 fish mirror humming softly, and the fish patterns on the surface swam, as if it came alive. The voice of the clan leader slowly came out of it, but with unprecedented solemnity, as if a storm was about to come. All Qingyu Li elders, return to Qingyu Island, as soon as possible to discuss family affairs. Chapter 181 Soul Destroying Ancient Thunder Bead. Li Quanqing looked at the movement from the Wanyu mirror and was puzzled. Big event? What big event could there be in the family? While he was thinking, the Wanyu mirror vibrated again, and this time it was a message from the clan leader. Quanqing, the war is coming. Return to the family quickly. War. Li Quanqing woke up instantly. The only family that could make the clan leader so vigilant was probably the Situ family. Since the news that the head of the Situ family was about to form a golden elixir spread a year ago, the rumors have gradually subsided, and there is a kind of calm before the storm. Now, is the Shuhua sword sect ready to take action? He was thinking a lot, and waved to the sky. Aoking, come down. Moo. The green-horned fish dragon vibrated its fins and let out a roar like a bull's roar. The bamboo green figure glided down, and the green demonic aura lingered all over. I'm going to Qingyu Island. You stay in Bao Kingdom, and take good care of the house. Do you hear me? Li Quanqing said with a serious look. Mueo King rubbed his master's sleeve and nodded hurriedly, indicating that he understood. When the war breaks out, Ao King can be brought to the battlefield as well. After all, he is a great foundation building demon. Li Quanqing thought, this second level demon beast needs to stay in the high level spirit beast bag, and he only has one, which belongs to the dragon flame eagle. This time when he returns to the family, he can just take another one from the treasure house. And Ao King is not low in wisdom. Maybe he can try to teach it to practice the Gishu Divine Thunder? Li Quanqing touched his chin, suppressed his thoughts, and summoned the dragon eagle. Cry. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings and flew high, with flames lingering around its wings. In a blink of an eye, it carried Li Quanqing, and disappeared into the sky. Ao King took a look, and was immediately a little envious. It also wanted to get close to its master Mu. The fish dragon hovered above the pool, making a majestic roar, and began to summon its own fish and grandchildren, all of whom practiced honestly. Qingyu Islands. The dragon flame eagle flew between the clouds, and the sky was clear, as if it was within reach. Li Quanqing sent out a ray of his spiritual sense, and the island protection formation covering the entire clanland was activated, allowing them to successfully enter the sky above the archipelago. Hey, there are guests. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows slightly. His spiritual sense is now powerful, comparable to the late stage of foundation building. Therefore, he vaguely sensed that there were 3 deep auras of late stage foundation building in the 10,000 fish pond. Well, there is also a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, with a blazing aura, and emitting waves of unstable fluctuations. It should be Li Kunli. He built his foundation earlier than Li Quanqing, but broke through the middle stage slower. He just broke through in the past few months. After arriving at the family's forbidden area, Li Quanqing put away the dragon flame eagle, chose to fly at a low altitude, and turned into a beam of light, and landed outside the 10,000 fish pond. In addition to the 3 clan leaders, there was also a sheik, an unrestrained middle-aged cultivator with a sword box on his back. He was the elder of the sword sect, Duandangayang. Behind Duandangayang, Li Quanqing stood proudly. He had already reached the great perfection of key refining, and his aura was sharp, on the verge of a breakthrough. Dao Iao Duan. Li Quanqing bowed his hands. Seeing this elder of the sword sect, he immediately knew that his guess was almost right. The Sitter family was really going to be in trouble. Hello, Dao Iao Quanqing. It's been a long time since we last met. Dao Iao is still as elegant as ever. Duandangayang laughed. His attitude was as friendly as ever, making people feel like spring breeze. Old friend Duan, let's go into the hall and have a chat. The old patriarch said with a smile, and welcomed several people into the back hall of the family meeting hall on the shore. After they sat down, a maid served them spiritual tea. There are too many secrets in the 10,000 fish pond. There is a large formation to protect the clan, so it is naturally impossible for outsiders to see it. Li Quanqing sat in his seat, with white mist rising in front of him, and the fragrance of tea curling, and he looked like he was listening quietly. My fellow Taoists, I have always been straightforward, so I will keep it short this time. Duandangayang played with the teacup and swept his eyes over everyone present. After several years of secret investigation and evidence collection, my sword sect has already found out that the Sitter family colluded with the demon clan and betrayed the human cultivators. They should be exterminated. The air was silent for a moment. The 4 foundation building cultivators of the Li family had expected this, and they looked at each other without saying a word. The sect has summoned us, and our Qingyu Li clan will obey. Li Zhangayao said slowly. Our Li clan is willing to send 3 great foundation building monks to fight against the traitors of the human race with the sword sect. Too few. Too few. Duandangayang shook his head. There are 2 places in this war. Although the Situ clan has moved to Whale Emperor Island, there are also foundation building monks stationed in the Taoan Islands to guard them, so we need to attack them at the same time. The sect means that the 4 foundation building monks of your Li family should all go out, plus 160 late stage key refining monks, of which no less than 10 should be key refining great perfection monks. Hearing this, the 4 people were shocked. This can be said to be all the senior leaders of the Qingyu Li clan. Impossible. Li Kunli has always had a bad temper, and his eyes widened directly. How can we fight hard without anyone to protect our clansmen behind us? Even when the beast tide broke out, each clan would leave a great foundation building monk to look after the house. Duandangayang sighed slightly. This is the sect's intention. I can't do anything about it. This time, all the foundation building families and forces must come out in full force. No remnant of the Sitter family can be let go. Besides, the nobles still have a clan protecting spirit beast, which is enough to protect the Qingyu Islands. Li Kunli's towering figure snorted, and just as he was about to say something, the old patriarch suddenly raised his hand to stop him. So, what can we get after the war? Li Zhangayao asked. If you want the Li family to go all out, you have to pay enough. A foundation building pill, plus the 3rd level spirit vein on Whale Emperor Island. Duandangayang smiled slightly, as if he had it all planned out. Li Kunlin's eyes flickered slightly. Whose foundation building pill belongs to? Didn't the nobles have a foundation building pill robbed by the Sitter family? The sect is willing to compensate Li Yumio himself. After asking for his opinion, he voluntarily gave it to Quanqing to take. Duandangayang pushed Li Quanqing out and looked at the old patriarch. In addition, the sect also promised that any foundation building cultivator who died on the battlefield would be given the corresponding foundation building pill as compensation. When Quanqing builds his foundation, the Li family will have 5 great cultivators, which is the first among many families. Naturally, no one will object to occupying that 3rd level spiritual vein. As soon as the foundation building pill was thrown out, everyone was silent. Even though Li Kunli was a little moved and wanted to say something, he was also slowly pulled back by Li Kunlin. Li Quanqing was still calm. He now has 2 foundation building spirit pets, a silver armored puppet, and a red dragon puppet in the late stage of foundation building. Even if Li Quanqing really succeeded in building his foundation, it would be difficult to shake the interests of their faction, not to mention that he was a family cultivator. Li Zhangayao looked at his great-grandson and naturally agreed to this plan without any hesitation. The same was true for Li Quanqing and the other 2. That was a 3rd level spiritual vein, the foundation of the Gengjin family. Who wouldn't be tempted? Great, great. Duandangayang laughed when he saw this. I'm an old man with a fragile body and can't stand any big winds and waves. Let's go to Taoan Islands with Elder Quanqing. Li Zhangayao said, fearing that something might go wrong with his own Gengjin seeds, and took the initiative to choose the safer Taoan Island. When the Sitter family moved, everyone saw it with their own eyes, and saw the head of the Sitter family personally leading the black turtle to the Jinghuang Island spiritual vein. Taoan Island has weak defenses, so it is naturally safer. Grandpa. Li Quanqing suddenly spoke, somewhat dissatisfied. My grandson will also go to the battlefield to fight and earn contribution points for the sect. His meaning was very clear. He wanted Li Zhangayao to accompany him to Jinghuang Island, where there were more enemies. The old patriarch hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, and finally chose Jinghuang Island. Li Quanqing didn't care, and teamed up with Li Kunlun to go to the battlefield of Taiyuan Island. Duandangyang looked at the old patriarch and his apprentice, his eyes flickered, and finally he didn't say much. After making a decision, the next step was to summon the elders of the family. For the principle of confidentiality, the old patriarch did not reveal the name of the Sitter family. He just said that the war was coming, and these family elders were not allowed to leave Qingyu Island again. However, many people were smart and naturally guessed a little. Quanqing, what are we doing this time? Li Quanmo was in the 9th level of key refining, and was about to be perfect. He was already an elder of the family. At this time, he came over with a question in his words. You should all follow me. No need to say more. I will ensure the safety of our family. Li Quanqing gave a look, and didn't say much. He was the supreme elder, so he could leave the island at will. After exchanging a high-level spirit beast bag from the family treasury with contribution points, he left. Baokington. Aoking had just entered the water not long ago, and was summoned out by his master again, feeling very excited. You have to accompany me this time too. You are not allowed to play around. Do you hear me? Li Quanqing held the spirit beast bag, pretending to be an adult with a serious expression. Moo. Aoking nodded repeatedly, and he had long been able to understand human words. It seemed to remember something, and suddenly went deep into the fish pond, then broke through the water surface, and rolled out a bunch of crab monsters. These spirit crabs look similar to copper armored crabs, but the crab legs are silver white, and they are the offspring of silver armored crabs. Snap. Snap. The silver clawed crabs waved their large claws, and silver patterns flashed on their bronze shells, baring their teeth and claws, looking fierce. Are they all mature? Not bad. Li Quanqing looked at the balls of light, and was immediately very satisfied. When Aoking broke through the foundation building, the demonic energy dissipated, and also benefited many spirit beasts in the fish pond. He put the balls of light into his bag one by one, and words flashed in front of his eyes. Harvest a silver clawed crab in the early stage of key refining, and reward 5 high quality silver armor talismans. Harvest a silver clawed crab in the early stage of key refining, and reward 4 top grade Vajra talismans. Harvest a silver clawed crab in the early stage of key refining, and reward 2 top grade Gengjin Sword talismans. Li Quanqing crushed all the light balls in the storage bag, but he didn't expect that they were all gold attributed spiritual talismans, piled up in a thick pile. The silver armor talisman can be transformed into a layer of silver armor defense, which can withstand the spell attacks of the late stage of key refining, which is equivalent to a one-time defensive spiritual armor. The Vajra talisman can summon the guardian Vajra of the 7th level of key refining, and the top grade Gengjin Sword talisman can summon a Gengjin Sword energy of the great perfection of key refining. These are all very powerful talismans. Li Quanqing himself naturally can't use them, but he can let Li Quanmo give them to his deacons. In addition to the protection of the copper bean puppet, he himself feels full of security. Li Quanqing did not stop, and rushed to Yulong Island, and also found 2 spiritual beasts that broke through the realm, and opened a light ball reward. Harvest a mid-stage key refining Fuji Mu Yun, and reward the low-grade spiritual weapon King Mupo. This little vinewood ape, which was opened by Yuan Daozhen, has now broken through to the middle stage. It is wearing vine armor, and its fur is shining with golden light, which is particularly majestic. The King Mu bow is a small emerald green bow. After the mana is infused into it, it can shoot wooden arrows to explode, and it can also summon thick vines to attack the enemy. It is a standard low-grade spiritual weapon, and there is no surprise. Harvest a late stage key refining Thunderhorn Python, and reward a 2nd level soul destroying ancient thunder bead. Soul destroying ancient thunder bead, a one-time use spiritual weapon, which can burst out the thunder power equivalent to the great perfection of the foundation building realm, destroying the world, and killing all living things. Under the thunder peach tree, Li Quanqing touched the queen of the thunderhorn python with bright scales and hissing snake tongue, and was immediately surprised that there was such a spiritual weapon. The light ball shattered, and he held the purple-red ancient thunder bead. It was a small projectile, but it contained extremely terrifying power. It can be called a foundation building killer weapon, and its power is extremely restrained. Did they know I was about to go to the battlefield and play a life-saving trump card for me? Li Quanqing held the soul-destroying ancient lightning bead in his hand and couldn't help but look strange. He carefully took out a jade box and placed the purple lightning bead engraved with red spells inside it. He sealed it with layers of seals and placed it in a storage bag. This is a terrifying power comparable to that of a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Although it looks very stable, what if it suddenly explodes? It's better to be cautious. Chapter 182 Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. Li Quanqing touched the other Thunderhorn pythons, but unfortunately they were not very competitive and were still some distance away from breaking through the late stage of key refining. They could only wait for the future. Li Quanqing collected the Thunder Pearl and flew back to Baokington again, preparing to put Aoking into the Spirit Beast bag and take him back to Qinghai Island. A melodious long moan suddenly came from the sea near Baokingfang, shaking the seawater and resounding far away. A huge black shadow swam slowly under the sea, and the waves surged, revealing the blue back skin, as wide as an island. It was the Qinghai whale that was driven out of the house. I almost forgot about you, big guy. Li Quanqing patted his head and remembered it at this time. The Qinghai whale is now even bigger than before, more than 40 meters long, with an amazing size and an amazing appetite. It surfaced, and a column of water gushed out of the blowhole on its back, splashing water, and it seemed very free and easy. Obviously, such a huge creature should live in the boundless sea, not in a fish pond. Be good, wait for me to come back, and I'll let you swim in the sea to your heart's content. Then we'll go to the third level sea area. Li Quanqing comforted the big whale. Now that Baokingfang has lost him, it's safer to stay in the pond and be protected by the island protection formation. Fortunately, the Qinghai whale has always been docile. Although reluctant, it still swam back to the fish pond along the waterway. As compensation, Li Quanqing took out the beaming Zensha and gave it to the spirit whale to slowly refine. Now that Aoking has successfully established his foundation, this foundation building spiritual object is naturally useless, so it's just right for it to use. The Qinghai whale was naturally very happy to get the spiritual object. The previous slight unhappiness disappeared immediately, and it sank to the bottom of the pond and slowly refined. Aoking, Dragon Eagle, let's go. Li Quanqing spoke, waved his sleeves, and prepared to take the two foundation building monsters to see the world. Moo. Aoking twisted his body excitedly and came to him on his own initiative, like a big green python with wide fins, asking his master to ride on the dragon. Li Quanqing refused. Others didn't know about the existence of the green-horned fish dragon. This was a trump card, so he had to hide it. Cry. Seeing this, the dragon flame eagle next to him immediately gloated over the misfortune, shouting loudly, flapping his wings constantly, and his eyes were full of ridicule. Aoking was immediately angry. He had long disliked this stinking firebird. Now that he was also a foundation building demon, he opened his mouth and spit out water arrows all over the sky. The dragon flame eagle was also not afraid at all. It stretched its neck and cried loudly, and the dragon flames around it were blazing and bright, and it was incompatible with this dead fish. The flames and water columns collided, and the demonic energy surged, which was quite lively for a while. Li Quanqing spent a lot of effort to separate the two beasts again, helpless and distressed. Aoking is indeed the king of scrolls. Seeing that his own magic could not defeat the enemy, he immediately sent out a thought through the slave beast seal, wanting to learn powerful spiritual arts to bully the dragon eagle. Li Quanqing naturally agreed, took out the jade slip containing the Gishu divine thunder, and gave it to it. Whether it can comprehend it depends on fate. After getting the beloved knowledge, Aoking immediately cried with joy, and took the initiative to choose to get into the spirit beast bag, to comprehend the spiritual arts. This kind of internal scroll engraved into the bones immediately stunned the dragon flame eagle, and felt a strong sense of crisis. Let's go, I will teach you the fire dragon technique later. Li Quanqing patted the hard feathers of the dragon eagle, and the latter immediately let out a satisfied cry, and flew into the sky. In the Qinghai Islands, 2 second level spirit boats were ready to go, standing in the sea, as huge as a hill. Although there were not many Li family cultivators who set out this time, they were all elite, and the worst had the cultivation level of the 6th level of key refining. It can be said that the foundation was fully revealed. Li Quanqing landed on the deck on the Dragon Flame Eagle and saw many familiar figures, which was a bit unexpected. "Why are you here too?" He looked at Li Quanqing, who was wearing a dashing black robe, and frowned slightly. "Does my aunt know about this? The family has called me, so I naturally have no choice but to do it." Li Quanqing spoke with a firm look in his eyes, and his whole body was full of mana. He also had the 8th level of key refining. This guy was already talented. Li Quanqing gave him a Tonghua pill to break through the late stage of key refining. Now he is also a deacon of the family. "Protect yourself and take your life as the most important." Li Quanqing said no more, took out the top grade mana green flame sand from the jade scale beast, and took out a copper bean puppet and handed it to him. Li Quanqing hesitated for a moment, but finally took it and whispered, "Thank you, brother. And you, why are you here? To join in the fun. How old is your son?" Li Quanqing turned his head and looked at Li Quanfu on the other side, feeling helpless. "As for the family's conscription, don't worry, brother. I know what's going on. I'll stay on the spirit ship and never rush to the battlefield." Li Quanfu chuckled, and a simple smile appeared on his round face. The Shuhua sword sect has a number requirement for this expedition. There must be no less than 160 people in the late stage of key refining. It can only be said that no one can escape. "Brother, do you think our Jingui has spiritual roots?" Li Quanfu suddenly spoke, leaning on the side of the boat and looking at the shore. "I saw a young woman and old man Li Quanqing standing there, holding a chubby little baby in their arms, about 2 years old. This white porcelain baby with full of spirit is his son Li Jingui. The name is a bit vulgar, but it was given by the old man himself, and he would not change it no matter what. It just forms the word rich with his father. Dad. When Li Jingui saw his father looking at him, he immediately puffed up his cheeks and spoke in a baby voice, looking very cute. It's hard to tell from such a young child. Let's wait until he's 6 years old," Li Quanqing said. Even if the divine sense scanned it, it was still difficult to detect. His bones hadn't grown yet. Li Quanfu was immediately upset and disappointed when he heard this. He hoped that his son was not an ordinary person. "Quanqing, we have arranged all our people." Li Quanmo also came at this time. He was in power. His expressionless and paralyzed face looked quite majestic. He looked at Li Quanzu and Li Quanfu and whispered, "I know they don't have much combat experience. I will arrange for them to stay on the ship and don't have to fight." Li Quanqing nodded imperceptibly, took out the copper bean puppet and the talismans, and handed them to him. "There are also these 2 formations, the Senlo Thunder Prison Formation and the Green Water Sword Formation. They are quite powerful. Let the tribesmen practice them as well." Li Quanqing took out a bunch of formation flags. Now that he had 2 second-level formations, he naturally looked down on them. He took out the green wood bow again. "Take this too. Wood makes fire, and it's just right for your spiritual roots." "Is this a low-grade spiritual weapon?" Li Quanmo's eyes widened slightly, and he immediately felt that it was too precious, and he refused repeatedly. "Just take it. War is dangerous. Even if it can improve combat effectiveness by half a point, it's good." Li Quanqing opened his mouth and stuffed it directly into his hand. Now, there are only 2 people in the family with the name Quan who are expected to build a foundation. The clan leader specifically told him to treat them with special favor. The name Jin generation has not grown up yet. Li Quanqing was born immortal, the oldest, and he is the only one in the late stage of key refining. This time, he was not recruited and was left as the seed of the family. "Quanqing, are you ready? It's time to set off." Li Kunlun stepped on the lightning and descended from the sky. With him, there was also the elder Du and Angyang of the sword sect. "Ready, you can set off." Li Quanqing looked sideways and didn't expect Du and Angyang to choose Taoan Island as the battlefield. "Woo woo!" Exclamation mark. The low horn sounded, and 2 large spiritual boats slowly set sail, each heading in a different direction, leaving a large white wave behind. Behind him, the Li family's water curtain lotus formation was completely open to protect the family. A green dragon was vaguely seen circling and dancing in the direction of Yulongton, shocking the four directions. Li Quanqing retracted his gaze, walked into his luxurious room on the top floor, and slowly closed his eyes to rest. The Taoan Islands are quite far away from Qinghai Island, and there are also the Xiaoyao Islands of the Yun family in the middle. The sword sect agreed to gather at Xiaoyao Island. After sailing for most of the day, it was near dusk and finally arrived at the Xiaoyao Sea. The clouds were brilliant and the setting sun was like blood. Li Quanqing walked out of the room and looked at the sea. He immediately saw two other large spiritual boats coming from different directions. They were cultivators from the Z family and the Wang family. They were also recruited. For the sake of confidentiality, the key refining family under their command was unaware of it. It seems that the Yun family has also sent out all its elite this time. Li Kunlun walked over and looked at the huge mountain moving cloud boat between the clouds. This third level spiritual boat also roared at this time. The formation was activated. Layers of clouds and gas escaped, and spiritual light escaped, and it was in a state of combat. That's natural. Didn't Elder Duan say that the Whale Emperor sect's spiritual vein belongs to our Li family, and the Taoan Islands belong to the Yun family, so they will naturally pay more attention. Li Quanqing spoke. The Sita family has not yet been destroyed, but many of its territories have already been divided up. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two of them looked slightly solemn, and suddenly saw the clouds rolling, and a huge monster came out, and the shadow covered the sea below. The Yun family's spiritual boat was huge, but in front of this warship, it was still smaller, just like the difference between an ordinary person and a strong man in armor. It's the Gengjin warship of the Shuhua sword sect. Li Kunlun spoke in a deep voice. With just a slight perception, he sensed the breath of more than 20 foundation building cultivators, which was terrifying. This warship is 9 stories high and bigger than a mountain. It is covered with cold metal, and has 7 huge sails spread out, densely covered with ancient and powerful spiritual patterns. In terms of this kind of golden elixir foundation, the Li family is obviously still a little lacking. It looks a little strange. Li Kunlun stared at the warship and suddenly muttered to himself. Li Quanqing was about to ask, but Li Kunlun continued, "Look, the old man carrying the sword is the leader of the sword sect. It stands to reason that he should go to Whale King Island. Why is he with us?" The two looked at the fully armed sword sect monks and suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Did the Sita family really give up the solid nest that they had run for thousands of years and move the whole family to the third level spiritual vein? Or, repairing the plank road in the open, crossing Qinkang in secret? Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air. It was too late to say anything at this time. Fortunately, he was strong and confident, and he was not afraid, even if something unexpected happened. "Let's go." The elder of the sword sect spoke. His voice was magnificent, resounding through the heavens and earth, and it was enough to be a foundation building great perfection. The warships roared and collectively headed towards Taoan Island. All the cultivators were silent, and the atmosphere was oppressive and dead. After all, they were about to face the remnants of the Gengjin clan, the Situ family, which was known as the undefeated first. The fleet sailed for a night and finally successfully arrived at the Taoan Sea. The seawater rustled and showed a deep dark blue, which was much darker than the seawater of the Qinghai Islands. In front of them, a magnificent island appeared in front of them, which was caged by a huge formation, like a tortoise shell turned upside down, and the rays of light were flowing endlessly. "What are you doing, fellow Taoists? You are mobilizing so many troops, which makes me very scared." A group of Sita family cultivators drove their magic weapons and confronted the warships of the sword sect across the formation, with tension on their faces. The leader was a beautiful woman with exquisite appearance, wearing a phoenix hairpin and colorful clothes. Her name was Situde. She was also in the late stage of foundation building. She was calm and composed. "Where is your family leader Sita Quanqing? Let him come out to see me." The sword sect's leader's voice shook the sky, his eyes staring at him. "Your Sita family colluded with the demon clan and betrayed the sect. The evidence is conclusive. You should be executed. Master, please be careful when speaking. You must know that my Sita family now has a genius with earth spirit roots who has joined the Yuanying sect and has a chance to achieve the golden core. Situde's expression became completely cold. What's more, my family leader is now practicing in seclusion in the 3rd level spirit vein, and is not on the island. Which girl, you still want to deceive me? Your Situ family really put on a big show. Li Quanqing, why are you still hiding? Come out and see me. The sword sect's leader shouted loudly, rolling like thunder, echoing endlessly over the entire Taoan island, deafening. The Situ family really didn't move. I'm afraid that the Whale Emperor Island is just a cover. Li Quanqing's face suddenly became ugly, and Li Quanqing also felt a little tricky. Duandangyang next to him was calm, and seemed to have expected it. Don't worry, fellow Taoists, although the Whale Emperor Island is just a show, it also involves several foundation building cultivators of the Situ family. There is nothing to be afraid of here on Taoan Island. As soon as the voice fell, a thunderous explosion was heard, rolling and roaring. Suddenly, there were astonishing dark clouds gathering above Taoan Island, and electric snakes were moving, tearing the sky apart. The essence of heaven and earth stirred the sky, gathering from all directions, setting off a series of spiritual tides, with an astonishing momentum. It's the golden elixir thunder tribulation. There are foundation building cultivators trying to break through. Li Quanqing suddenly remembered something, and his face changed drastically. He saw a vast breath rising to the sky in the center of Taoan Island, stirring up the wind and clouds. The Shuhua sword sect really planted a lot of insiders in the Situ family, and even calculated the day of the golden elixir breakthrough. The sword sect leader looked at the majestic power, and was not surprised but delighted. He couldn't help but smile. Attack. Destroy the Situ family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Black Turtle crosses the tribulation. Boom! Exclamation mark. With a loud noise, the Shuhua sword sect's 3rd level warship suddenly shone brightly. Infinite array patterns were intertwined and swept, releasing a series of colorful spiritual energy light balls that mashed out with great power. The Li family's 2nd level spiritual boat was the same. The array patterns engraved on the surface of the hull flashed with rosy clouds, and released a thick energy light column like a cannon. The magic power was swaying like rain, and it fell on the Situ family's island protection array in a mess, and immediately caused a chaotic spiritual energy fluctuation on the surface of the spiritual cover. The spiritual light ripple spread, accompanied by a low roar, and the array covering the entire Taoan Islands finally appeared completely in front of everyone. The sky was full of starlight, brilliant like golden light rain, condensing into a huge black turtle roaring with high spirits, and the aura was as heavy as a mountain. The 3rd level star black turtle array. The turtle spirit roared. Its body was as big as a mountain, swallowing and spitting out starlight and earth energy, protecting all the islands. On the surface of the huge tortoise shell, stars condensed one by one, turning into a complex and ancient star map, successfully resisting many attacks and being indestructible. Come again. The sword sect's leader remained calm, and ordered all the spirit boats to activate the formation to attack. For a moment, the spiritual light pillars in the sky bloomed like fireworks, colorful and setting off waves of mana. After several consecutive indiscriminate attacks, these were all white spirit stones scattered out, which made people feel particularly distressed. Finally, the Situ family's island protection formation could not hold on. The starlight tortoise spirit roared, and the formation patterns flickered and flickered. Daoyao, are you really going too far? With a long sigh, the head of the Situ family, Li Quanqing, finally appeared, holding the formation plate in his hand, and a layer of starlight draped over his body, like a brilliant armor. You are not in seclusion. The sword sect's leader sneered, looking at the gloomy golden elixir calamity cloud on the island. His eyes suddenly became more eager. Li Quanqing also understood at this moment. He looked towards the center of Taoan Island, and saw that in the rolling tide of spiritual energy, it was finally no longer concealed, and a majestic demonic energy rose into the sky. It turned out that the one who broke through the golden elixir was not the head of the Situ family as rumored, but the spiritual beast that protected the island, the Taoan black turtle. 3rd level demon pill. Li Quanqing and Li Kunlun looked at each other and saw the expressions in each other's eyes. Shuhe Sword Sect has been planning for a long time. It turned out that it was for this third level demon pill to create a giant and cultivator and continue the sect's inheritance for hundreds of years. After all, the disciples of Shuhe Sword Sect in recent generations were too bad. Several golden elixir seeds were lost in succession, and it was difficult to break through the bottleneck of the golden elixir and die. They could only resort to this last resort, using the third level water attributed demon pill to create a fake Dan cultivator who also had the lifespan and combat power of the early golden elixir. The Sword Sect is attacking our Sita family like this. Has it forgotten the Star Alliance from 1,000 years ago? Aren't they afraid of being held accountable by the Yuanying sect? The Sita family's inheritance is good at formations, and Sita Quanqing is a third level formation master. He held the formation plate in his hand, manipulated the formation patterns with both hands, and the spiritual energy flowed. With the power of the formation that blocked the void, the entire starry black turtle formation was stabilized again. Sita Quanqing's beard and hair fluttered, and he glared angrily. He ordered someone to take out an ancient contract jade book, which was shining with starlight, and had an extremely ancient and long-lasting aura. This is a contract document issued by the Star Sect. Both parties to the contract are protected by the Yuanying sect, and those who violate it will naturally receive the punishment they deserve. Thousands of years ago, the Gengjin clan leader of the Sita family was from the Star Sect. Before he passed away, he took great pains to sign this contract jade book with the Shuhe Sword Sect. This is how the Sita family became arrogant and domineering, and acted with full confidence. The leader of the Sword Clan looked at the Star Covenant, his eyes unchanged, and he just said coldly, the Sita family colluded with a big monster and betrayed the human race. The evidence is conclusive. Naturally, everyone can kill them. Even the Yuanying's engine has nothing to say. Absurd. Slander. Ridiculous. Sita Quanqing was so angry that his chest heaved and his face turned pale. Although their family is arrogant, they are not stupid. They have never done such a thing of colluding with the enemy and treason. Li Quanqing looked at this scene and was also a little hesitant in his heart. Was the power behind the seizure of the Li family's foundation building pill really the work of the Sita family? And in the previous Beast-Tide battle, the formation arranged by the Shuhe Sword clan in the ruins of the Whale Emperor clan was easily broken by the Monster clan. Could it be a self-directed drama? The backstage is deep and difficult to investigate. There is no point in saying more. You thieves, for the sake of this Teo and Black Turtle breaking through the third level, have already betrayed your own clan and compromised with many big monsters in the outer sea to seek breakthrough resources. Do you really think we don't know? The so-called Sita family is just a group of puppet minions controlled by the Teo and Turtle monster. The Sword Sect leader's eyes were cold, and he said righteously, please help, kill the monster turtle, and return a bright and clear world to all the Taoists of the Sita family. Please help. The Sword Sect monks on the entire third level warship shouted loudly, with a fierce momentum, and the sound shook the sky. Li Quanqing also lowered his head slightly, and dared to peek only with the corner of his eyes. No one expected that Shuhe Zenran, who had a short lifespan, would actually come to the battlefield to fight in person. The extremely old Shuhe Zenran walked out of the warship, and the 5 element of sword energy flowed behind him, faintly turning into a circle of 5 colored light shining. I will only kill the leader of the evil, and will not implicate others. If you, the Sita family cultivators, know what's good for you, take the initiative to kill the Black Turtle evil monster and offer the demon pill. I can leave the Sita family a way out. Master Shuhe looked up, as if he saw the huge monster brewing a breakthrough under the calamity cloud. You want us to take the initiative to kill the turtle ancestor? Dream on. Sita Quanqing tried his best to operate the starlight formation, his eyes solemn. Master, do you really want to fight to the death with my Sita family? How can you break the net with a small fish that can be easily killed? Master Shuhe couldn't help laughing. He is not an ordinary Gengjin master. He has already broken through the middle stage for more than 100 years, and has even refined his life magic weapon, the 5 element sword, with amazing combat power. Originally, he was unwilling to fall out with the Sita family, and set his target on the two Gengjin monsters in the Beast-Tide. However, whether it is the Golden Crown Thunderpeng or the Earth Flame Dragon, they are extremely noble beings. They successfully escaped from the encirclement of him and the Moon Shattering sect, and their whereabouts are unknown. In desperation, they could only choose this water-attributed Taoan black turtle as their target. In order for the turtle monster to successfully break through the 3rd level, their Shuhua sword sect has invested a lot of money. Not only did they secretly transport various resources, but they also gave all the 3rd level spiritual veins to the Sita family. This is how the current situation came about. Situ Changqing's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke in a deep voice. Our clan has a genius cultivator with earth spirit roots. He has been worshipped in the Yuanying sect for decades. He has already built his foundation, and has a chance to achieve the golden elixir. Isn't the real person afraid of the danger of the sect's destruction in the future? Shuhua Zenran frowned. What sect is it? Why have I never heard of it? Situ Changqing was silent for a moment, and then he uttered a name. Blood Sea Sect. I thought it was some Yuanying mountain sect, but it turned out to be a demonic Ivildoa. It's ridiculous. Shuhua Zenran sneered repeatedly, and was relieved instantly. Although the relationship between the righteous and the evil has eased now, the Xingqian sect is a well-known righteous sect, and it is also at odds with the demon sect. Situ Changqing also sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that this Xianjiao clan member had an extremely rare blood spirit root, he would have to join the Xingqian sect anyway. What a pity, what a pity. Boom. Above Taoan Island, dark clouds rolled, and a thunderbolt suddenly struck down, penetrating through layers of formations, and the thunder was blazing. The huge body of Taoan black turtle finally appeared, and the demonic energy around it was condensed like substance, like rolling demonic clouds scattered around. Looking up at the sky, with eyes full of desire, it roared and took the initiative to fly towards the thunderbolt, not afraid of the thunderbolt power at all. The body was bathed in thunderbolts, and blood was faintly flowing. Everyone knew that this was the last moment of the breakthrough. Once the 9 thunderbolts are passed, the golden elixir will be successful, and the road to heaven will be reached. The depression in Situ Changqing's eyes was instantly loosened. As long as the turtle ancestor breaks through the golden elixir, they can turn defeat into victory. But this is also the most dangerous moment. The thunderbolt destroys the void, and will also affect the entire island protection formation. Prepare to attack, intercept all the foundation building cultivators of the Sita family, and don't let any of them go. Duan Dangyang suddenly spoke, looking confident. Li Quanqing immediately looked sideways, and was about to ask something, when he heard a series of explosions. Deep in the earth veins of the Taoan Islands, beads that were hidden deep suddenly exploded, shaking the turbine air of the spiritual veins, like an earth dragon turning over, causing the entire island to be torn apart. The movement was so loud that it even overwhelmed the sound of thunder tribulation. Earth-shaking beads. When were they buried? Seeing that the entire formation was almost destroyed, Situ Changqing was so angry that his eyes turned red and his eyes were about to burst. Shuhua Zenran smiled slightly, without saying a word, but took out a 3rd level formation breaking talisman and gently dropped it. Although the Sita family only pretended to move back then, the movement was quite large after all. Many foundation building cultivators left Taoan Island, which gave the sword sect a gap to plant secret agents. Otherwise, how could they know everything about the Sita family? The 3rd level formation breaking talisman fell, and it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. There was only a click. The Sita family's island protection formation could no longer be maintained, and it fell apart, revealing the ruined Taoan Islands below. All clansmen, go to meet the enemy and delay time for turtle ancestor. Situ Changqing shouted angrily, like a madman, and took the initiative to put on a layer of star armor, rushing towards Gengjin Zenran with the idea of death. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zenran Shuhua looked indifferent and glanced at the Taoan black turtle that had not yet successfully broken through. He was not in a hurry to kill the monster and take the elixir. For a time, the cultivators of the entire Sita family swarmed out, either to kill the enemy or to escape, and the sky and the plain were full of magic lights. 2 Taoist friends, please. Duan Dangyang's eyes fell on the 2 people from the Li family. He naturally knew that this battlefield was the most dangerous. So when the uninformed disciple Li Quanqing took the initiative to propose to go to the battlefield of Whale Emperor Island. He did not refuse, just to protect the safety of his disciple. Quanqing, who do you want to kill? Li Quanqing asked, leaving the decision to him. Li Quanqing looked around and saw that there were quite a few foundation building cultivators rushing out from Taoan Island, as many as 6. However, the number of the sword sect was 3 or 4 times this, so the danger was not high. I want to kill that Taoan black turtle. Li Quanqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw the second foundation building turtle monster of the Sitter family, which also roared and flew out. It can be said that this is the 7th foundation building combat force. Such a high quality monster's flesh and blood, made into bait, is enough for the beasts in the fish pond to eat for a long time. One foundation building monster doesn't need our 3 great cultivators. Duandangayang spoke in a deep voice, his eyes quickly scanning the battlefield. I saw that the Shuhua sword sect had intercepted 3 foundation building cultivators of the Sitter family, and the rest seemed to be ready to be handed over to the major foundation building families under its command. Then I'll go by myself. Li Quanqing spoke, and without waiting for the 2 to refuse, he took out the Gishu Divine Thunder formation and flew out, with thunder winding around his body. Li Quanqing had no choice but to join forces with Duandangayang and target another late-stage foundation building cultivator from the Sitter family. In fact, there was another foundation building cultivator from the Yun family, who was eyeing this black turtle, also coveting the precious flesh and blood of the great monster. This is my prey. Li Quanqing laughed, took out the top-grade spiritual weapon Fu Heian, and directly smashed the foundation building cultivator out. Boom. Then he waved his sleeves, and 8 copper bean puppets flew out, infused with mana, waving formation flags, covering several miles. I saw a series of water blue Gishu Divine Thunders interweaving, and the formation patterns blocked the 4 directions, surrounding him and the Taoan black turtle. It formed a thunderous area that was difficult for outsiders to spy on. Chapter 184, Zuanwu Beast. Thunder flashed all around, and in a blink of an eye, Li Quanqing and the foundation building monster were trapped inside. Lightning intertwined, blocking all divine senses from spying. Ah! Taoan black turtle roared, carrying a black turtle shell as big as a hill on its back, staring at him coldly, with murderous intent in its eyes. The strength of this monster is not weak, it is enough to be in the middle stage of foundation building, and the monster has thick skin and flesh, so anyone will find it very difficult to face it. This is exactly the result Li Quanqing wanted. With the formation to block the void, he can naturally fish in the water on the battlefield. As for fighting for the Shuhua sword sect, he is not so stupid. The black turtle monster roared, opened his mouth and spit out a black bead. The waves roared, and the power was not bad. A monster that can use spiritual tools. Li Quanqing couldn't help but be a little surprised. He rubbed his hands together and immediately released a stream of Gishu Divine Thunder. Boom. Under the blessing of the formation, these water blue thunderbolts were extremely powerful, as thick as a bucket, and they rained down one after another, directly splitting the black water beads away. The Taoan black turtle changed color slightly, and the surface of the black turtle shell was filled with spiritual patterns, summoning a layer of water waves to protect it inside. Ao King, come out to fight. Li Quanqing took off the storage bag on his waist, and with the roar of the monster beast, he released the green-horned fish dragon and the dragon flame eagle together. The spirit pets took action, and they had enough food and clothing. Li Quanqing bathed in thunder, and watched the 2 beasts besieging the black turtle monster leisurely. For a while, the demonic energy here was surging. He was not idle either, quietly manipulating the formation to retreat to the rear, and resolutely leaving the core of the battlefield. From time to time, when he encountered those key refining monks of the Sitter family falling into the formation, a divine thunder would fall directly, turning people into ashes. Golden Bill. Li Quanqing stood at the edge of the formation, looking at the sky above Taoan Island in the distance. Surrounded by endless thunder, Taoan Turtle Ancestor stood there, his huge body cutting through the void, his body stained with blood. It had already withstood 8 heavenly thunders, and it seemed that it could not hold on any longer. It opened its mouth and spat out a demon pill, swallowing and exhaling the essence of the sky to support itself. Boom! Exclamation mark. The deafening roar of thunder sounded, and the thunder clouds in the sky rolled violently, and finally condensed into the last heavenly tribulation lightning, which came down with a bang. Taiwan Turtle Ancestor had the demon pill on his head, and he soared into the sky again, going against the lightning. The demon energy surged, and swept through the void. The lines on the tortoise shell seemed to come alive, raising waves and tides. Finally, it succeeded, survived this golden pill thunder tribulation, and advanced to the third level great demon. The surrounding seas rolled and boiled. The tribulation clouds dissipated, revealing the brilliant sunlight behind it, shining on the scarred demon pill, and the golden light was shining. The Taiwan black turtle swallowed up all the energy in the sky, and a majestic aura was reviving. The dark demonic energy rose to the sky, dyeing the sky, set up the formation. The leader of the sword sect was well prepared. In an instant, 10 foundation builders flew out, waving their flags. With a hum, the formation patterns intertwined the void, and the 5 colors of the glow flowed. In the blink of an eye, a large net was formed, cutting off the connection between the big demon and the demon pill. Shu Hua's Enran also did not hold back. The 5 element of sword energy burst out from behind him, turning into a sword that directly split Sita Quanqing in half. Then he held the formation plate, and took the initiative, to drill into the 5-color formation, flying towards the 3rd level demon pill, determined to get it. The Taiwan black turtle roared, but did not choose to escape, but took the initiative, to fly towards his own demon pill, fighting for his life. It was full of demonic energy, and a true aura of the 3rd level demon king was reviving. The 4 claws were like pillars supporting the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, and the sea roared. Unfortunately, the fate of a demon king who lost his demon pill was already determined. With the help of the formation, Shu Hua's Enran used his life magic weapon, the 5-element sword, to imprison the Taiwan black turtle in the formation and finally killed it with one sword. The Taiwan turtle ancestor let out a last unwilling roar, and his body fell into the boundless sea, and the blood stained the sky. All the surviving Sita family monks saw this scene, and their faces were as hen, and they no longer had any hope. In the Gishu Divine Thunder formation, the Taiwan black turtle, which was beaten by the group, also felt something in his heart, and let out a sad and angry roar, and tears of blood seemed to drip from the corners of his eyes. Li Quanqing retracted his gaze, and was about to tell Ao King and the others, to kill the big turtle and end the war, as soon as possible. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong with the Taiwan black turtle. It seemed to sense some blood breath, and roared repeatedly, and broke out madly in a certain direction. Li Quanqing's eyes showed some doubts. He slightly released the restrictions and immediately saw that the foundation building black turtle wanted to fly towards the southeast sea. What is there? He opened his multi-treasure spiritual pupils and immediately saw a dazzling treasure light rising into the sky in the southeast direction, vaguely turning into the shape of a tortoise and snake entwined. This method of looking at the key is extremely special. Shu Hua's Enran was immersed in the joy of the demon pill and the corpse of the 3rd level demon, and no one noticed it for a while. The tortoise and snake were entwined with precious key, and the color was dark black. It seemed to have its own life, and kept moving towards the sea, trying to leave the direction of the battlefield. If the foundation building black turtle had not moved, Li Quanqing would really have found it difficult to notice the movement in this direction. The backup plan left by the Sita family? Li Quanqing was a little moved. The color of this treasure light was so bright that it was even more brilliant than that 3rd level demon pill, which showed its huge value. He did not rush for a moment, but quietly manipulated the Gishu Shenlong formation, and flew in the opposite direction, away from a sufficient distance. Then, he summoned the silver bean puppet, released the foundation building aura, and faked the illusion that he was still fighting the Taiwan black turtle. With everything ready, he was finally completely relieved and decided to go and find out. Crash. The white snowdust heavenly clothes flew, and Li Quanqing took the initiative to drill into the spiritual realm of the snowdust mountain, to isolate all the auras. Then the heavenly clothes treasure quickly shrank, not much bigger than the tip of a finger, and was bitten in the mouth of the red dragon puppet. The red dragon puppet shook its head and tail, and turned into the size of a loach, quietly left the formation, drilled into the sea, quickly bypassed the battlefield, and swam towards the southeast. The battle puppet swam very deep, and its aura was extremely restrained, so it did not attract anyone's attention. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged at the foot of the snow mountain, and with the help of the puppet's perspective, he finally saw the true face of the turtle snake treasure. It was a dark black turtle egg, held in the arms of a group of key refining monks from the Sitter family. They looked very young, and seemed to be the core members of the family. Their strength was not that strong, but they were always surrounded by dangers, and they successfully broke through the blockade, and escaped from the battlefield. This turtle egg. Li Quanqing's pupils shrank slightly. He actually sensed a breath of Tao and turtle ancestor from this ordinary looking turtle egg. There was even an extremely hidden divine consciousness that came out of the egg and carefully spied on all directions. It was the existence of this divine consciousness that protected this group of Sitter family members and successfully left the battlefield safely. Because the foundation building monks of Shuhua Sword Sect were obsessed with the joy of victory and harvest, the monks of other families were also paddling, resulting in this group of Sitter family monks not being noticed. If it weren't for Li Quanqing's coincidence, they would really have escaped. This is the third level monster, Tao and turtle ancestor. Li Quanqing was shocked, looking at the black turtle egg, and instantly had his own guess. In fact, he was not wrong. Tao and turtle ancestor realized that it might be difficult to escape today when he was crossing the tribulation, so he prepared to escape. It concealed its presence and took the initiative to activate its bloodline with Thunder Tribulation, absorbing a large amount of essence from the demon pill, and successfully transformed into a black tortoise beast egg. As for the demon pill obtained by Shuhua Sword Sect, it was just a fake product, and its essence was seriously lost. If a cultivator achieved the fake pill realm with this demon pill, it would be a real pitfall, and it would definitely be an inferior golden pill that was neither good nor bad. The red dragon puppet swam slowly in the deep water, but even so, it still attracted the other party's vigilant attention. I saw that this group of Sitter family cultivators suddenly became alert after being away from the battlefield for more than 10 miles, and kept scanning the 4 directions, as if they had noticed the prying eyes. Especially the leading cultivator, holding the turtle egg in his arms, seemed to be communicating with the turtle ancestor inside. Li Quanqing knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Who knew what kind of moth would appear? Although he had some ideas about this turtle egg, he was more afraid. After all, it was something left by a 3rd level monster. As for hatching the turtle egg, he would do it if he had a hole in his brain, and he had no confidence in taming a golden elixir monster. Therefore, the best way is to kill all these guys, including Tao and turtle ancestor. What you can get depends on fate. Even if you really don't get any spoils in the end, it can be regarded as eliminating a potential enemy for the Li family. Li Quanqing did it as soon as he thought of it. He carefully took out the ancient soul-destroying thunder bead, manipulated the red dragon puppet to spit it out at the enemy, and then plunged into the deepest part of the ocean without looking back. Boom! Exclamation mark. On the surface of the purple thunder bead, dark red runes bloomed, and in just a moment, a terrifying electric light that destroyed everything bloomed. Countless purple red thunders burst out, with the thunder bead as a core, and a thunder field was formed in an instant, and the dazzling light covered the area for several miles. The terrifying aura rose to the sky, and those monks of the Sitter family had no time to react, and were annihilated by the thunders, turning into dust and dissipating in the world. In the turtle egg of the Zuanwu beast, the turtle ancestor roared unwillingly, but unfortunately he still resisted stubbornly, and could not withstand the violent power of thunder. The dazzling lightning burst out, and the dark jade-colored eggshell exploded inch by inch in the sea of thunder, revealing the young black turtle inside, with eyes full of unwillingness and helplessness. It had just escaped from the hands of the giant and monk, and awakened the Zuanwu bloodline, with an endless bright future, even enough to lead the Sitter family to rise again. But in a flash, all of this disappeared, and its ambitions and grand plans all disappeared with its life. Unwilling! Exclamation mark. With a hysterical roar, the thunder field gradually dispersed, and all traces of life were worn out, and there was no life. Crackling. Li Quanqing seized the opportunity and drove the red dragon puppet directly into the thunder. Everything must be fast. The movement here will definitely attract the attention of Shuhua Zenran. He must find out if there are any treasures left, and then leave quickly. The purple-red thunder roared and raged. In the core, even the air was annihilated, turning into a void filled with lightning. Fortunately, the body of the red dragon puppet was strong enough, and the peak period of the power of the soul-destroying ancient thunder pearl had passed, and it successfully broke into the core of the thunder sea. There were exactly 3 treasures that came into view, floating in the thunder, especially bright. A demon pill, a blood-stained turtle shell, and a storage bracelet entangled with spiritual patterns, and protected by a ball of light. A baby turtle that has not yet broken out of its shell can actually breed a demon pill. What potential is this? I'm afraid that the golden pill is just the starting point. Li Quanqing was amazed, and felt fortunate at this time. Fortunately, he did not confront the turtle ancestor head-on, but attack secretly. Maybe there is really a possibility of a capsize in the ditch. Ah. The red dragon puppet roared, opened its mouth, and swallowed the 3 treasures into the snowdust heavenly clothes, and dared not stay any longer, and dived into the sea again and disappeared. Li Quanqing left for only a cup of tea, and Shu Hua's Enran came with the sword light, looking carefully at the lightning that had not yet dissipated. The power of the foundation building great perfection realm. No, it is even stronger. From the looks of it, it should be some kind of talisman. Is there another force intervening? Who died? Shu Hua's Enran's consciousness swept across the battlefield inch by inch, but unfortunately there was nothing to be found. The violent power of thunder not only destroyed all traces, but also wiped out all the remaining breath. He had no idea that there was a cautious Gaudeo fisherman who tucked away the greatest fortune of the Sitter family here. In the end, Shu Hua's Enran left without gaining anything, and buried this matter in his heart. Now the most important thing is the continuation of the sect. Li Quanqing deliberately took a big detour and then quietly returned to the battlefield. It was not until he got back into the Gishu Divine Thunder formation that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Black tortoise shell. The shell of a strange beast stained with the blood of the black tortoise true spirit can be refined into a top grade material for the natal magic weapon. It can be continuously enhanced as the cultivator's cultivation level increases, and has unlimited possibilities. Li Quanqing grabbed the shell with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. He only now knew that the turtle ancestor had awakened the blood of the true spirit in his body. The longevity turtle is blessed. He took out the jade bottle and carefully put the blood stained on the turtle shell into it. He collected more than half of the bottle, and there was actually a fragrance. As for the natal magic weapon, he had no idea yet. He would just leave this turtle shell alone, so that the longevity turtle could rub it from time to time. Black tortoise demon pill. The demon pill born with the blood has an unparalleled attraction to turtle monsters, and can be refined by the longevity turtle as a foundation building spiritual object. Li Quanqing played with the demon pill in his hand. The pure demon energy contained in it was only at the foundation building level. Unfortunately, it could not be used to create a fake pill cultivator. This time, the biggest gainer was not him, but the silly guy Wanshao turtle. Li Quanqing shook his head and prepared to put the demon pill into the storage bag. At the moment, when his mind was most relaxed, a broken soul suddenly turned into a stream of light and drilled out of the demon pill, rushing into his Niwen palace at lightning speed. Boom! Exclamation mark. Destroy my body. Cut off my path. I hate you so much. Use yourself to compensate me. Li Quanqing felt a splitting headache. His head hurt, as if it was about to explode, and an inexplicable great terror descended on his body. In the Niwen Palace, the sea of spirit was surging, and the hideous face of Teo and Turtle Ancestor could be seen. His eyes were red, and hatred was overwhelming. Buzz! Exclamation mark. Fortunately, the Blue Moon Palace appeared in time, and the moon of the moon hung high in the sky, like a circle of divine rings emitting a green light, imprisoning the residual soul of the turtle ancestor. The ancient palace shone with light, like a cage, and caught the turtle in the jar. The terrifying expression of the Teo and turtle ancestor froze on his face, and an unprecedented sense of failure surged in his heart, and he was completely desperate. 3 defeats in one day. Old turtle, you still want to take over my body? Didn't expect it. Li Quanqing patted his chest with lingering fear. If he hadn't obtained this ancient Blue Moon Palace before, it is possible that he could be taken over today. However, he thought about it and felt that this possibility was not very high. With the golden finger protecting the true spirit, it is probably difficult for the true immortal to take over the body. God-destroying wheel, go. The little man of the divine consciousness held the Zen bell in his hand, and the 4 god-destroying wheels around him rotated at high speed, quickly cutting and erasing the incomplete soul of the turtle ancestor. Although the turtle ancestor was the reincarnation of a 3rd level great demon, his consciousness was condensed and hard, but after faking his death and annihilating the thunder tribulation, he was already at the end of his strength. Under the guard of the Blue Moon Palace, he could not move at all, and could only watch his true spirit being eroded bit by bit. In the end, he was successfully killed, his soul consciousness was wiped out, and he was removed from the world, deader than dead. Under the purification of the Blue Moon, the remaining spiritual fragments of the turtle ancestor were refined one by one, slowly nourishing Li Quanqing's sea of consciousness. These fragments also contained a lot of incomplete memories. Li Quanqing was like an outsider, briefly peeking into the long and distant life of Tao and turtle ancestor. There is a member of the Sitter family who has joined the Blood Sea sect. He has a blood spirit root of the earth grade. This is a disaster. When my Li family's foundation building pill was lost, it turned out that it had nothing to do with the Situ family. The source of their foundation building pills was bought from the Blood Sea sect. Although the turtle ancestor had the idea of connecting with the demon clan, he was ultimately unable to overcome the family friendship. The entire Sitter family did not betray. Li Quanqing's eyes were dim. At this time, he finally sorted out all the clues and understood the cause and effect. It turned out that the mastermind behind all this was the Shuhua Sword sect, who was directing and acting on his own, wanting to put the blame on the Situ family. In the end, he found an excuse to exterminate the clan and plot the 3rd level demon pill to benefit his own sect. As for the possible revenge and disasters in the future, if there was no golden pill after the death of Shuhua Zenran, the entire sword sect would be destroyed. So what about the future? Li Quanqing exhaled a foul breath, thinking that Shuhua Zenran was really cunning and sinister. Fortunately, this old guy is finally going to die, and this is the Li family's chance. Li Quanqing touched the Qianqun bracelet again. It contained the capital for the Sitter family to make a comeback, but unfortunately there was a mark left, which needed to be slowly erased. Thunder flashed in the formation, and the Tao and Black Turtle in the foundation building realm roared. It was seriously injured, but it still relied on its tortoise shell and tenacious vitality to survive. Ao King roared, feeling that he had disappointed his master. The same was true for the dragon flame eagle next to him, which kept swallowing and spitting out the dragon flame true fire, but unfortunately it still couldn't do anything with the tortoise shell. Li Quanqing was too lazy to pretend anymore, so he took out the Fu-Hei seal and smashed the big monster to death. The tortoise shell was cracked, and blood flowed like a waterfall. After dealing with it like this, he put away all the monsters and puppets, and then opened the formation directly, revealing himself on the battlefield. Quanqing, I'm so glad you're okay. Purple lightning flashed, and a figure flew over at high speed on a flying sword. It was Li Kunlun, who had just returned from killing the enemy. He was relieved to see that Li Quanqing was unharmed. Chapter 185 Qianqun Bracelet. In the face of Li Kunlun's concern, Li Quanqing nodded, indicating that he was not injured. He showed the huge body of the Tao and Black Turtle behind him, which was covered in blood and could not fit in the storage bag. The two called many Li family monks and carried the body of the 2nd level Black Turtle to their own spiritual boat. Now that the battlefield has been settled and the smoke is everywhere, the destruction of the entire Sitter family has become a foregone conclusion. The surviving members of the Sitter family can be said to be ashamed, and some even committed suicide on the spot, destroying the storage bags they carried with them to prevent the family treasures from falling into the hands of outsiders. There are also some members of the Sitter family who try to beg for mercy and survive, but the attitude of the sword sect and the 4 major families is very firm, and the genocide is very thorough. As for the genius of the earth spirit root in the Blood Sea sect, the Shuhua sword sect is not very afraid of it. They also have the support of the Star sect and belong to the righteous forces. The Sitter family colluded with the demon clan, and the sword sect occupied the righteousness, and no one could say anything. Li Quanqing returned to his own spiritual boat. Li Quanfu and his men were all safe. With the advantage of the location, the Li family did not suffer too many casualties. Some greedy and reckless members took the initiative to fight into the depths of Taoan Island. Although it was dangerous, they also gained a lot. The Situ family is finished. Li Quanqing also stood on the deck, looking at the burning Taoan Islands, feeling quite emotional. The 1,000-year-old family, known as the First Family, was completely burned down and disappeared in just one night. Perhaps some members of the Situ family escaped, but they could not cause any waves. They could only hide their identities and look forward to making a comeback. If you can't make a golden elixir, you will end up being an ant. Li Quanqing sighed, retracted his gaze, and returned to his room. He took out the Qianqun bracelet that he obtained with the black tortoise shell, and his magic power slowly penetrated into the bracelet and began to refine the imprint contained in it. It must be said that the Shuhua sword sect is much more stingy than expected. The size of the third level monster was so big that all the foundation building families did not even get a piece of monster meat. Each family had to hand in 30% of the treasures they had robbed. After the destruction of the Situ family, the style of the sword sect cultivators seemed to be more and more overbearing. Fortunately, the Jinghuang Island spiritual vein promised to the Li family was not invalidated. With the third level spiritual vein as a reward, it was a sure win. Woohoo! Exclamation mark. The second level spiritual boat hunt, the formation lit up and slowly started to start. The several families were satisfied and began to embark on the journey back home. Only the Yun family of Zioyao Island was left to clean up the battlefield. They were promised to occupy the Taoan Island spiritual vein, and each of them was overjoyed. Li Quanqing was not disturbed by the outside world and was wholeheartedly refining the Qianqun bracelet. Finally, before arriving at Baoqingfang City, he refined and expelled the brand contained in it. Snap! With a crisp sound, the surface of the Qianqun bracelet suddenly bloomed with an amazing and dazzling blue luster, and then it was all restrained and turned into an ordinary bracelet again. Li Quanqing put his own magic power imprint on it and probed into it with his spiritual sense. He immediately saw a vast and amazing storage space, which was hundreds of feet in radius. The first thing he saw was 6 piles of spiritual stones like small mountains, each with 10,000 pieces, an astonishing number. In addition, there were more than 300 medium-grade spiritual stones, and the total value was nearly 100,000. Many magic tools and elixirs used by key refining cultivators were also piled there. The number was extremely large, and they were all calculated in piles. It was obvious that they were left for the cultivation of the family. As for the second level spiritual tools, they were not seen. They should have been divided up by the Situ family's foundation building. After all, even the dead Taoan black turtle had a black water bead spiritual tool. Is this kinks in poison pill? Li Quanqing swept his spiritual sense and immediately found 2 jade bottles from the high level elixirs with paper labels on them. This second level elixir can assist foundation building cultivators to break through, and even for the bottleneck of the late foundation building, it can also play a significant role. Golden Danganfa, Chiansu Yun Shuju. Li Quanqing suddenly took out a jade slip, put it on his forehead, and pondered it carefully, with a little joy in his heart. This is the inherited Gangfa of the Situ family, from the key refining chapter to the golden Dan chapter, all of which are very detailed, and even various secret words are recorded. But after careful contemplation, he actually felt that it was not as profound and mysterious as the blue sea tide rising gong inherited by his own family, and it could only be regarded as an ordinary golden Dan Gangfa. I can give it to the family, along with those large quantities of magic tools and elixirs. Anyway, they are of no use to me. Li Quanqing put down the Qianqun bracelet. Compared with the harvests like the black tortoise shell and the Jingsu Yaoden, these things can only be said to be average. On the contrary, the Qianqun bracelet itself has no greater effect on him. Although there are extremely many kinds of space storage magic tools in the East China Sea's Yuxin world, such a huge space is still extremely precious and belongs to the heritage of the Golden Dan family. The Li family's large spiritual boat sailed for a day. When night fell and the stars rose, they finally saw the familiar sea area. Baoqingfang City. Li Quanqing said goodbye to Li Quanqing. Through the Wanyu mirror, they learned that the battle on Whale Emperor Island had also ended, and there were no casualties among the two clan leaders. Moo. He opened his storage bag, and Aoking couldn't wait to get out, roaring to the sky, and seemed very happy to go out for a fight. The Dragon Flame Eagle was much calmer. He had seen many big scenes, and had rich combat experience. With a plop, the green-horned fish dragon dived into the pool, splashing water all over the sky, like a real dragon playing in the water. Several clan members moved the body of the Taoan black turtle to the cave, and collected the blood, to be refined as bait. 10,000 longevity turtle, come here. Li Quanqing pointed with his fingertips, and a ray of blue sea magic power surged, which was harder than a magic weapon, and it fished the 10,000 longevity turtle up like a fishhook. Raw the turtle called lazily, looking a little reluctant. Suddenly, its little eyes widened and looked at the black tortoise essence blood that Li Quanqing took out, with shock and desire in its eyes. Raw. Driven by instinct, even the longevity turtle was no longer reserved. It moved its 4 large claws, and rubbed against Li Quanqing's robe, with a look of flattery. I'll refine a drop for you first. Li Quanqing used his magic power to scatter the blood essence, and turned it into a blood mist that enveloped the longevity turtle, and penetrated into its flesh and blood along the gap between its shell and scales. The effect of the blood essence was amazing. The longevity turtle was full of demonic energy, and its cultivation level directly broke through to the 6th level of key refining. It cried excitedly, with an upbeat look and high spirits. Li Quanqing took out the demon pill again and carefully explored it with his spiritual sense. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he stuffed it into the gap between the scales under the longevity turtle's neck. With the turtle's current cultivation level, it was difficult to refine this demon pill. It could only slowly absorb the pill energy to practice. I believe it will soon break through to the late stage of key refining. At this time, Li Quanqing couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, Taoan turtle ancestor came to him in time to seize his body. If he keeps hiding in the demon pill, he might just take over the body of the longevity turtle, which would be a big bit. Li Quanqing rubbed the turtle's head with his palm, took out the black tortoise shell, and played with it in his hand. The tortoise shell is blue-black in color, looks crystal clear, and has all kinds of ancient patterns growing naturally, just like a work of art. Just holding it gently in his hand, it keeps gathering the essence from all directions, rolling in, and the sound of waves comes from the depths of the tortoise shell. What kind of magic weapon can this be refined into? A tortoise shell, a shield, or a bowl? Li Quanqing turned the tortoise shell upside down, and it really looked like a big bowl. The bottom was as black as ink, but the upper edge was as blue and deep as the vast ocean. Although he was a weapon refiner, he had no idea at this time, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Li Quanqing touched the longevity turtle, got up and walked into the depths of the cave, cut off a piece of 2nd level monster meat, and cut it into meat particles the size of a fingernail with sword energy. It's time to eat. He walked on the pond water. The water under his feet surged, and automatically condensed into a lotus flower, holding up his figure. Huolala. As Li Quanqing threw out a handful of meat particles, the bloody smell spread in the water, and immediately attracted many jade carps to fight for it, and thousands of scales surged. After all, this is the flesh and blood of a foundation building monster. Before feeding, it is necessary to refine the majestic monster power in it with magic power, so that it can be absorbed and digested by the fish cubs. While feeding the fish, Li Quanqing harvested the jade carps with light balls on their heads, and his spiritual consciousness swept through them, without missing any. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a medium-grade magic weapon, the jade carp sword. Harvest a jade carp with gold patterns in the early stage of key refining, and reward a small spiritual energy ball. Harvest a jade carp with gold patterns in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a spiritual energy ball. Another 7 or 8 spiritual energy balls condensed, and he crushed them, and refined them in an instant. With a ding-dong sound, a drop of blue liquid mana was bred and dripped into the danshan. 160 drops of mana. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. This cultivation speed was already quite fast. Other foundation building cultivators who took drugs every day were not as fast as him. Oh woo. On the shore, the golden flame tiger ran over with its claws spread out, its fur surging like fire, and kept swallowing saliva as it looked at the boiling water. It was not known whether it was greedy for the monster meat or the fragrant jade carp. Li Quanqing smiled slightly, and after feeding, he picked up a few big bluefish and threw them in front of the tiger cub. Fierce. The golden flame tiger swallowed and spit out flames, and soon the grilled fish was ready. The cooking skills were very skilled. Yo-yo. The precious light toad lying between the two corners of the forehead of the jade unicorn beast also came over at this time. He smelled the aroma of the grilled fish with his nose, and his background eyes widened. It couldn't wait to bite the fish meat, not afraid of the heat at all, chewed the bones into pieces, and felt a fragrant aroma coming to its face, not to mention how delicious it was. The taste was fresh and juicy, and even the fish scales were crispy, which was very refreshing to eat. Jinyan took a bite, and also bit it in his mouth, but unfortunately he was a little tired of it. His furry tail swayed back and forth, and his eyes stared at the green jade carp in the fish pond. When this batch is ripe, I will feed you too. Li Quanqing smiled, and touched the tiger's head. The green jade carp itself is a spiritual food. The effect of long-term consumption is comparable to taking elixirs for cultivation. He took out the flesh and blood of Teo and black turtle, and fed it to the two spiritual beasts. Unfortunately, no matter how Jinyan swallowed and spit flames, the meat was still raw, and could not be cooked at all. In the end, Li Quanqing used the sky blue fire to complete the roasted black turtle meat. The meat was woody and hard, and very chewy. Humans are not used to it, but Jinyan and others eat it with relish. The jade scale beast ate one piece at a time, and its mouth was constantly breathing out hot air. It was unknown how its small body could eat so much, and even the spirit tiger could not compete with it. Yo-yo. After eating and drinking enough, the jade scale beast let out a satisfied roar, and its two front hooves stepped on the ground, and a patch of earthy yellow light emerged. Whoosh, whoosh. The earth rolled, and suddenly 7 or 8 yellow-brown ground spikes emerged, breaking out of the ground like stalagmites, with great power. The golden flame tiger next to it was shocked. Innate magic? Li Quanqing was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Chapter 186 Golden Scale Sky Dragon Slash. Yo-yo. The jade scale beast roared continuously, and bursts of earthy yellow light emerged from its scales, as heavy as the earth. As its hooves lifted and fell, dozens of ground spikes kept coming out of the soil, quickly condensing into stones, and the top was harder than refined iron. For a key refining monster, this was undoubtedly an extremely powerful method, enough to easily rip open the enemy's belly, making it impossible to defend against. It's a combination of the ground spike technique and the mud to stone technique. Li Quanqing touched the delicate and blunt jade horn of the jade-scaled beast, took out a magic weapon, the stone spirit seal, and gave it to the little beast as a reward. This magic weapon has two functions, turning stone into mud, and turning mud into stone. It is a very practical magic weapon, which is very compatible with the jade-scaled beast's innate magic. Li Quanqing often uses it to transform the terrain of the fish pond in Bayokington. The jade-scaled beast got the stone spirit seal, and immediately used its demonic energy to manipulate it, constantly summoning ground spikes, and smashing them into gravel with its horns, having a lot of fun. Li Quanqing was immediately satisfied when he saw that all the spirit beasts in the cave were fed. He took out a piece of monster meat, and flew to Yulong Island. The distance of dozens of miles of sea was passed in the blink of an eye. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and a small spiritual energy group as a reward. In the 10,000 mu fish pond of Yulong Island, more than 300 green jade carps were also raised, crying for food. In addition to the boiling and rolling fish, the green water pythons also hissed, and even took the initiative to grab food, holding the bait in their mouths, and swallowing it into their stomachs. Moo. On the shore, the branches and leaves of the mountain forest swayed, and the white jade holy elephant walked out slowly, with its long nose curled up, picking the tender leaves on the top of the big tree and chewing them. After Li Quanqing fed the fish, he immediately roasted the black tortoise meat with the sky blue fire. A smell of meat filled the air and headed towards the island, treating everyone equally. The white jade holy elephant walked around him, sniffed the aroma of barbecue, and didn't care at all, and ran away with its long nose dragging. Li Quanqing was somewhat helpless. This spiritual elephant only ate vegetarian food. Without the nourishment of monster meat, its cultivation level was improving very slowly, but there was nothing he could do. Or meow. The snow leopard ran over with its big paws buried, rubbed him with its furry ears, and transmitted a thought through the slave seal. Want to go back to the snow mountain to play? Satisfy you. Li Quanqing fed it a piece of barbecue, then opened the snowdust heavenly clothes, threw the leopard into the spirit realm of the snowdust mountain, and returned to his happy hometown. Chiji. The lush forest shook again, and a group of rattonwood monkeys ran over with their hands and feet, holding various wooden spears and stone knives in their hands, guarding the fish dragon island with due diligence. Although these monkeys did not have high potential, Li Quanqing still rewarded them with second level monster meat to eat. After all, he was also cultivating his own medicine garden with all his heart, although he had never refined elixirs. Swish. The mud was surging, and a bulge suddenly rose on the beach. Then the sand and gravel fell off, and a golden scale pangolin emerged from it, looking at the barbecue with an eager expression. It sharpened its sharp claws, and couldn't help swallowing saliva. Crystal saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth. Looking greedy, Li Quanqing's eyes lit up, and he actually saw a ball of light flashing on the pangolin's head. He immediately waved his hand, using the barbecue in his hand as a temptation to attract the golden scale pangolin to crawl in front of him step by step, and then grabbed it in his arms. Harvest a golden scale pangolin in the late stage of key refining, and reward the top grade spiritual weapon golden scale sky dragon / refining technique. Li Quanqing touched the ball of light, and didn't expect it to be a long lost weapon refining experience reward. Although the Li family uses the refining technique as the pillar of the family industry, the highest level can only refine the green jade armor of the spiritual weapon level, and it is not too proficient. After all, there are so many foundation building cultivators, the market is too small, and there is only one second level spiritual beast, the green horned fish dragon, and the raw materials are seriously insufficient. I didn't expect that I could actually obtain the inheritance of a second class top grade weapon refiner today. Li Quanqing crushed the ball of light, and it immediately turned into a golden jade slip, with countless tiny scales on the surface, outlining the shape of a dragon. Golden scale dragon / This is an extremely special flying sword spiritual weapon, which needs to be forged with scales containing the energy of a dragon. The flying sword is magnificent and powerful, and the sword energy is vigorous, enough to slash a dragon with a sword. The green horned fish dragon seems to shed its scales, right? Li Quanqing touched his chin and thought. Like Aoking, every time his body becomes bigger, it will undergo metamorphosis, shedding scales from his body, and then growing larger and thicker green fish scales. The thunderhorn pythons are very homely, and live on the top of the purple thunder peak. They didn't smell the aroma of barbecue, so Li Quanqing ran over to take a look at them. Unfortunately, except for the queen of the thunderhorn python, the other thunder pythons are still hovering at the 6th level of key refining, and no breakthrough has been made. Cry. On the top of the red dragon mountain, the dragon flame eagle flapped its wings and whistled, hovering in the sky of the artificial volcano, finally bathing in the magma, and pecking at the phoenix seeds produced on the red flame phoenix tree. It would come back here to sleep almost every few days. The phoenix tree was stained with the dragon spirit of the dragon eagle and gradually changed. The surface of the fruit produced had some scale-like patterns. Li Quanqing came to the foot of the mountain. The magma rolled down and condensed into a fiery red magma lake here, which was composed of the purest fire spirit liquid. Gurgle gurgle. The pungent smell of sulfur filled the tip of the nose. Occasionally, bubbles would explode in the magma, and the Yangon fish living in it could be vaguely seen. These red fish were slender and beautiful, like red jade carvings, like elves in the fire, living in the magma. Waves of demonic energy mixed with hot spiritual energy gushed out and rushed towards him, making the heat unbearable. Li Quanqing also took out the black turtle meat and cut it into fingernail-sized pieces to feed them. The Yangon fish were not very close to him, and they had never eaten such fresh flesh and blood. They used their mouths to dig for a long time before swallowing it into their stomachs. When they got used to the smell of flesh and blood, they immediately swam to the shore expectantly, slapping the magma with their fins, and began to beg for food. Li Quanqing was not stingy and took out a lot of monster meat and elixirs to feed them. These Yangan fish were all at the second and third levels of key refining and were very close to breaking through. The blood of the golden flame tiger was not strong, and whether it could eventually build a foundation still depended on whether the rewards of these Yangan fish were powerful. If a foundation building spiritual object with fire attributes could be opened, there would be a slight possibility. In comparison, the dragon flame eagle broke through the middle stage of the foundation building faster. It happened that this time he harvested a lot of elixirs from the sitter family, including the Gengjin breaking barrier pill that assisted the foundation building cultivators to break through, which was just right to feed one to the dragon flame eagle. My heart is on fire. Dragon flame eagle, oh blazing dragon flame, devour the boiling magma to your heart's content, rise in the flames, be reborn in the ashes, the blue dragon is nothing but my food. Cultivation, initial stage of foundation building, 61%. Li Quanqing touched the iron hard head of the dragon flame eagle. He didn't expect this guy to hold a grudge so much, since he wanted to roast Aoking into a dragon skewer. He planned to wait until the dragon eagle's cultivation reached 99% of the initial stage of foundation building, and then feed it a Gengjin poison pill to assist in the breakthrough. The next one to build the foundation should be the Kanghe whale. Li Quanqing calculated in his heart. The blood of the Kanghe whale was not strong to begin with, but fortunately, it later swallowed the flesh and blood of the whale king, refined its essence and blood, and improved its potential. Now, with the North Sea true evil tempering its demon body, it is also very likely to break through the foundation building period. It just so happens that the family has obtained the third level spiritual vein on Whale Emperor Island. When the time comes, the fish pond can be moved there. The abundant spiritual energy will also be more beneficial to the growth and cultivation of spiritual beasts. Li Quanqing stayed in Baoking Fang City for 2 days. After the clan leader and others returned, he returned to Qingyu Island. The Taoan battle was a great victory, and the same was true for Whale Emperor Island. The formation defense was easily broken. The only disappointing thing was that the sitter family seemed to have anticipated it. All the foundation building people originally stationed on Whale Emperor Island ran away in advance, leaving only an empty shell. This is obviously a hidden danger. If the Taoan turtle ancestor really escaped and returned to the golden elixir monster, the sitter family would really have the possibility of rising again. But now, we can only hope that the Earth Spirit Root clan member can fight for some spirit. The sitter family was destroyed, and the Qingyu Li family stood on the side of the Shuhua sword sect, which can naturally be said to be a great victory. With the third level spiritual vein in hand, the Li family naturally prepared for relocation. Unlike the Situ family, who were half-hearted, the Li family was ready to move the entire family, including the island protection formation, to completely occupy the remains of the Whale Emperor sect. This was undoubtedly a big project that would take nearly several years. After the war, the Jianzhang also kept its promise to give the foundation building pill to Li Quanqing for refining, and returned directly to the sect to announce his retreat. Li Quanqing was very open-minded about this. Even if Li Quanqing wanted to return to the family and fight for power, he couldn't snatch it from them. According to the rules of the Li family, only practitioners of the Blue Sea Tide Rising Art were qualified to become the patriarch of the family, refine the Blue Tide Pearl, and hold the highest power. Therefore, Li Quanqing was not in a hurry at all, and just waited to inherit the legacy of the old patriarch. Although he was not very interested in the position of the Li family patriarch, in order to spy on the secrets of the inherited treasure Blue Tide Pearl, he didn't mind being the patriarch for a while. Spring went to winter, time slowly flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. The Qingyu Li clan has already moved most of its members to Whale King Island, and the Baoking market has become much more deserted, with fewer people coming. The longevity turtle has finally broken through the last step, and reached the late stage of key refining. Harvest a longevity turtle in the late stage of key refining, and be rewarded with the method of refining the natal magic weapon Hanhei Bowl. Right square bracket. Chapter 187, Vast Sea Bowl. My natal magic weapon, the Vast Sea Bowl. Li Quanqing touched the ball of light on the forehead of the longevity turtle, and crushed it quietly. Suddenly, a scripture on refining magic weapons flooded into his mind. Magic weapons are exclusive to Giant and Zenran. They are far more powerful than ordinary spiritual tools used by foundation building cultivators. However, many ancient and powerful skills have chapters on refining natal magic weapons, which are nourished with blood essence. This allows some foundation building cultivators to have their natal magic weapons in advance, which are much more powerful than ordinary spiritual tools, and can be called invincible. Even with the help of magic weapons, they can perform some sharp magical powers and be invincible. The vast sea bowl is undoubtedly this kind of blood refined magic weapon, and it is also an extremely rare cave heaven magic weapon that can hold a vast sea world. Although its offensive power is mediocre, it has many wonderful uses. It can not only suppress the enemy, but also engrave array patterns inside the vast sea bowl to outline a peerless killing array. However, the effect that Li Quanqing is most looking forward to is to raise fish, which can be used as a portable fish pond. I already have the main material of the Hanhei bowl, and I can use the black tortoise shell. This is a 3rd level tortoise shell, and can grow infinitely. In addition, the most important thing is that I still lack a spiritual material with space attributes. Li Quanqing took out the tortoise shell and kept rubbing it in his hands, and his heart was lost in thought. If you want to open up a cave heaven magic weapon, materials such as Texu stone, Kangling crystal, Kyank and jade are indispensable, which can open up space between Zuni. He can only search slowly. Fortunately, he had accepted the inheritance of a 2nd level upper grade refining weapon before, and he had a lot of confidence in refining the Hanhei bowl. Almost all the life magic weapons will reduce the difficulty of refining, and the requirements for refining materials will be increased accordingly, which can be regarded as both advantages and disadvantages. Ao the longevity tortoise raised its big head, interrupted its master's thinking, opened its mouth wide, as if asking for a reward, and its expression was full of expectation. Li Quanqing found it funny, but he satisfied its request. He took out a black tortoise essence blood, refined it, and fed it to the turtle. The pure blood mixed with the surging demonic energy rushed in the body, and the longevity turtle was immediately satisfied. It is now more than 3 feet tall, with a huge body, and the dark green turtle shell is deep and thick in the sun. Many water-like lines have grown on its back shell, and even scales have begun to grow on its tail. It looks very ancient, as if a wild beast has reappeared in the world. Moo. There were bursts of dragon roars above Bao Kington. Clouds gathered, the sea breeze whistled, and a crackling rain was set off. It turned out that Ao King was using his magical powers again. The climate in the East China Sea is warm and pleasant, and it is like spring all year round. When a rain falls, people feel a little moisture blowing on their faces, which is a bit cool. Ao King, this guy, has a constitution that is more like the cold of the Taiyan, but he is a good seedling suitable for farming. Li Quanqing was thinking in his heart when the one-eye mirror in the storage bag suddenly vibrated, and the voice of the old patriarch came out, calling him back to the Qinghai Islands. It should be time to move the clan protection formation. Li Quanqing stroked the storage bag and had some guesses. He looked at Bao Qingfang in the distance. The market that was once very lively now seemed very deserted, and the flow of people dropped sharply, just like an old man in his twilight years, losing his form of vitality. Now the power of the entire family is moving towards the purple blood sea. After all, it is a 3rd level spiritual vein, which is enough to support the entire family to move forward. More than 1,000 Li clan members have already gone to Whale King Island to take over the market and repair the buildings. Now it is the turn of the large group to migrate. Ao King, let's go and find a new home for everyone. Li Quanqing smiled slightly, stepped on the void, and sat cross-legged between the two horns on the top of the green-horned fish dragon head, ready to let the patriarch and others meet this guy. Cry. Beside him, the dragon flame eagle also flapped its wings and flew, following closely. This time, the migration of the clan protection formation was extremely cautious, and all the foundation building combat forces were deployed. Li Quanqing took out the formation plate, sealed off the entire Bao Kingdom, and then flew towards the clan on the green scalefish dragon. Unlike the heat of riding the dragon flame eagle, Ao King was a dragon after all, so flying in the clouds was instinctive. It was very easy to fly, with a kind of winding and elegant beauty. A dragon and an eagle shuttled between the clouds, and the blue and red colors complemented each other, just like the red sun and the sea of fire chasing the blue clouds and the bright moon, which was very beautiful. Not long after, they arrived at the Green Jade Islands, but saw Li Quanqing already standing in the void waiting. "Is this your golden pattern green jade carp?" Li Quanqing was surprised when he saw the green horned fish dragon. How did it succeed in building the foundation? In just these few months, it was lucky enough to succeed in breaking through, which is considered to be another great help for the family. Li Quanqing smiled slightly, appearing very modest. "You kid, could it be that you have some kind of innate holy body that can cultivate spirit beasts?" Li Quanqing looked at him strangely. "You know, after thousands of years of accumulation, the Li family has only cultivated a green horned fish dragon in the middle stage of foundation building." When Li Quanqing heard this, a guess that he had long ago emerged in his mind. "You know, energy is conserved, and the light ball reward cannot be conjured out of thin air. It must also be drawing energy from somewhere." He guessed that it was his powerful golden finger that extracted many root bone impurities in the spirit beast's body, turning waste into treasure, and creating various light ball rewards. After all, every time the yellow ball appeared, it was first formed by the white airflow that emerged from various parts of the monster's body. Therefore, the more light balls the spirit beast opened, the stronger the light ball reward, which means that the more impurities and waste are consumed in the body. The root bones are getting stronger and stronger, and the potential is getting greater and greater. It just fits the way of being good like water and creating nature. Good for all things, rather than blindly demanding, making progress together, and following the way of nature. Of course, this is just Li Quanqing's own guess. He is not sure whether it is true or not. Maybe his own golden finger is strong enough to conjure treasures out of thin air. "Let's go. Follow me to the family's forbidden area," Li Quanqing said with a smile, and took the initiative to fly forward, and landed on the reef in the 10,000 fish pond. The old patriarch and Li Quanqing have already arrived, sitting cross-legged in front of the 10,000 fish mirror, with green dragons entwined around them. It is the formation spirit King Pan, another foundation building monster. Li Quanqing also looked at King, and said with a little surprise, "The spirit master will be very happy when he sees it." The spirit master he mentioned is a green horned fish dragon that guards the family. With 2 foundation building spirit beasts guarding us, our trip can be much easier. At least it is safe, and we don't have to worry too much, Li Quanqing said with a smile. He has been in Yulongtan for many years, and knows the habits of the green horned fish dragon best. At this time, a few baby fist-sized baits were taken out, and a sour and fishy aroma filled the air, which immediately attracted King's fish eyes to widen, and crystal saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. "Quanqing, you watch first. Quanqing and I will move the entire 10,000 fish pond, and move the family's island protection formation. The 4 of us are just right to be divided into 2 groups, taking turns to migrate. Although the speed may be a little slower, it is safer." The old patriarch slowly spoke and shot out the betrayal pearl, with octagonal rays hanging down, suspended above the 10,000 fish mirror covered with copper rust. Li Quanqing's eyes flashed with a strange color. After inheriting the Hanhei bowl, he saw this family inherited betrayal pearl again, and he actually felt that it had some of the aura of his own life magic weapon. "Get up." Li Quanqing and Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on both sides of the bronze mirror, and a vast magic power surged out and merged into the mirror surface, and their robes fluttered endlessly. Huolala. The waves in the Wanau pond surged, and the hundreds of acres of pond began to shrink slowly, and finally turned into a few dozen feet in radius. The water in the pond was rippling, and blue like the sea. But the array patterns in the void were intertwined, densely packed, and exuded an extremely ancient and mysterious aura, which was dazzling. The array patterns bloomed, and finally turned into a green lotus, wrapping the entire Wanau pond, and floating between the sky. The Kingpin array spirit let out a loud dragon roar, turned into a huge 100 feet, and took the initiative to hold up the lotus and the pond with its back, and slowly flew towards the periphery of the island. Below, dozens of family elders silently watched them leave. It was difficult to leave their hometown, and the continuous green mountains and ancestral tombs in the forbidden area were also difficult to move. They will stay here forever until they die, and their bones will also be buried in these green mountains. The two clan leaders manipulated the Wanyu mirror to move the water curtain lotus array, while Li Quanqing and the other two were responsible for guarding the four directions and guarding against the enemy's invasion. In the distant jade dragon pond, the green-horned fish dragon soared into the sky, echoing each other with a loud roar, and would protect the Qingyu Islands during this period. Moo. Ao King also looked up to the sky and roared. His dragon scales opened and rang, and his fins glowed with rosy clouds, as if greeting his father-in-law. It's a pity that Lingzhen is also a male, otherwise he could have bred a pure dragon egg descendant. Li Quanqing looked at it for a few times and said so, with a sense of regret in his words. Li Quanqing thought for a moment, and it was really the truth, and he couldn't help but feel sorry in his heart. The four people and two beasts slowly flew over the entire Qingyu Islands. Bursts of foundation building aura burst out, magic power and demonic energy intertwined and stirred, and even the void was slightly stagnant. Li Quanqing looked at the entire island, and then he noticed that the Changqing Palace and the refining hall had already been moved, leaving only empty buildings standing there, which made people sigh. Fortunately, this is a good thing, and the family is about to open a new chapter. Woo woo. In the sea area outside the Qingyu Islands, 2 second-level ships roared, and they were full of Li family members, all with anticipation in their eyes. Let's go. Li Quanqing gave the order, and the ships roared, escorting the four of them, and the Wanyu pond towards the direction of the purple blood sea. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of streamers flew, all of them were family elders at the 8th or 9th level of key refining, driving the spirit boat and cloud boat to protect them. The elder of the Jing Pavilion, Li Zongzhuo, was also among them. He was the family formation master, and he had to pay attention to the changes in the water curtain lotus formation at all times. Fortunately, the quasi 3rd level formation was not as fragile as they imagined. After flying 2,000 miles, it was Li Quanqing's turn. Sitting cross-legged in front of the Wanyu mirror, he placed his palms on the mirror surface and infused his own mana. Only then could Li Quanqing feel how great the pressure of the relocation formation was. The 10,000 fish mirror was humming, constantly drawing a large amount of his blue sea mana to suppress the 10,000 fish pond and the clan protection formation. After all, Li Quanqing had a thunder spirit root, so he could only be a supplement. He still had to rely on the practitioners of the blue sea tide rising technique. The old clan leader saw his difficulty and immediately pointed his finger. The blue tide pearl dropped a rosy glow, shining in all directions. Li Quanqing only felt his body warm up, and immediately a vast amount of mana surged from the top of his head, like a revelation. The mana surged, and roared in the meridians. After running a large and small cycle, it directly broke through the bottleneck in the dark. Is this the feeling of the late stage of foundation building? Li Quanqing blew his robes, and suddenly felt relaxed. He manipulated the 10,000 fish mirror with ease. Finally, the sun rose in the east and set in the west. After a day and a night, they finally crossed the 8,000-mile sea. The familiar purple-red sea water rippled, sparkling, and various corals and seaweeds grew, which seemed vibrant compared to the Qingyu Sea. In other words, starting from this year, this sea area will also be called Qingyu Sea Area, and will be assigned to the Li family. Even Whale Emperor Island will be renamed Qingyu Island, and Whale Emperor Market will be renamed Qingyu Market, so that everything will be branded by the Li family. As for the Whale Emperor sect, as time goes by, it will eventually disappear. The fleet shuttled through the Red Sea water, riding the wind and waves, and finally saw a familiar scene after 1,000 miles. Everyone felt relieved. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows and suddenly saw many familiar lotus flowers around Whale Emperor Island. These magical instruments made of plants are in bud, standing in the sea, cutting the sea into fish ponds one after another. The familiar feeling of fishing and farming suddenly came to the face. At the entrance of the Whale Emperor sect ruins, corals are in pieces, and 2 statues of sea whales slowly stand up. The altar swallows and spits out light, turning into a pillar of light that reaches the sky, revealing the portal. The Whale Emperor sect should change its name. Li Zongzhuo spoke with a gloomy look in his eyes. Even though he had lived for more than 200 years, he was still full of emotion. Let's call it Qingyu Dongshan. Everyone had already made up their minds, and they all nodded and agreed to the name. Now that they were here, they were completely safe. The 4 great foundation building monks worked together to activate the 10,000 fish mirror, carrying the lotus pond array into the light column. After the light faded, a long forgotten ancient breath came to their faces, and the spiritual energy was abundant and amazing. But at the same time, this ancient cave ruins was also radiating a new vitality. On the vast land, the previous ruins had all disappeared, replaced by one fish pond after another. The blue waves were rippling, and more than 100 lakes reflected each other, creating a vibrant scene. The excavated soil and bricks were also piled up in 4 directions to form 4 continuous mountain ranges, with the Quanqing Hall, the Sutra Pavilion, the Refining Hall and the Jade Dragon Pond standing respectively. All structures are exactly the same as those of the Qinghai Islands. Qinghai Cave Heaven is too closed. We can't let all the clansmen race fish and practice here day and night. It's easy to be caught in a trap. Li Quanqing spoke, seeing the hidden dangers. After all, the entire cave heaven has only one entrance and exit. I have already made a plan. Half of the area of the Whale King Island outside is for the clansmen to live in, and the other half is used to build a market for independent cultivators and small families to live in. In addition, we need a great foundation building cultivator to stay in the Qinghai market all year round, so that if there is an enemy attack, we can quickly notify Qinghai Cave Heaven. Li Quanqing spoke slowly, obviously having already made a plan. Qinghai market is right outside the cave heaven, which can be said to be right at the doorstep. The advantage is that it is much more convenient and easy to manage, but there are also disadvantages. It is easy for people with ulterior motives to spy on the Li family. However, the Li family now has 7 foundation building warriors, which is not much worse than the original Situ family, and they are not afraid. They flew to the center of Qinghai Cave Heaven and saw that a large pit of hundreds of acres had been dug out, and the soil turned out was still very new. Full. Li Quanqing shouted, and the fish pond expanded and fell, eventually filling the pit tightly. Yin. The kingpin array spirit groaned, as if it had come to life, with bright scales and a huge body flying around the void, wandering around the entire cave. Now that it has taken root in the 3rd level spiritual vein, the power of this water curtain lotus array has finally been fully stimulated. I saw a series of green array patterns climbing up to the border above the cave, like an infinite number of green lotuses growing, and finally quietly disappearing into the invisible. What a mysterious creation. Li Quanqing looked above his head. The entire Qinghai Cave Heaven was also illuminated by the outside world's Taiyin sun, between the void and the sky. This method of opening up, only the Yuanying's engine has enough strength to open up a blessed land and spiritual realm. The Qinghai Cave Heaven is so large that it can accommodate a secret realm of an entire mountain range, which can only be formed by natural growth. The most important formation has been moved, and the migration of the entire Li family has almost come to an end. Everything is on track and thriving. Li Quanqing also returned to Bao Qingfang market alone, preparing to migrate Qanghai whale, Wanshao turtle and others, as well as the spiritual beasts and fish schools on Yulong Island to Qinghai Cave Heaven. With the 2nd level spiritual veins of Bao Qingfang to support him, Ao King and Longan Eagle's daily practice has reached the limit, not to mention the Qanghai whale that is about to break through. He just returned to the cave, and when he scanned with his spiritual sense, he immediately found an unexpected surprise. The Yulin beast cried and trotted all the way over. It had already broken through the middle stage of key refining, and the light ball on its head was shining endlessly. Harvest a Yulin beast in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a Qianqing jade. Li Quanqing touched the little beast's head, and suddenly he felt joy and excitement. It turned out to be Qianqing jade. This kind of precious jade contains a lot of spatial power, which can be used to refine cave magic weapons. It is one of the main materials missing for refining the Hanhei bowl. The natal magic weapon can be used. Chapter 188, Building a Cave Heaven. Li Quanqing crushed the ball of light and grabbed the Qianqing jade in his hand. It was a jade stone with 2 colors of black and yellow interwoven, slightly larger than the palm. A mysterious breath bloomed from the Qianqing jade, affecting the surrounding void, and even the air was slightly distorted, which was very strange. Now that the tortoise shell and the spiritual material containing the power of the void are available, the Hanhei bowl is naturally easy to obtain. After pacifying the Yulin beast, Li Quanqing rested for a few days, adjusted his breathing and meditated, and decided to refine this life-saving magic weapon. He sat cross-legged in the refining room of Baoking Fang City, opened his mouth and spit out a sky blue flame, which wrapped the tortoise shell. Blazing. The flame burned fiercely, roasting the black tortoise shell, burning away the demonic energy and impurities in it, and the blue-black tortoise shell became more and more crystal clear, round and smooth. With a click, the thick tortoise plate below broke away, and countless patterns grew on the surface, which became more beautiful under the burning of the flame. In Li Quanqing's imagination, this tortoise shell also has its own role. It can be used as the foundation of the sea fairy island in the vast sea bowl, to raise those land spirit beasts. Refine. Li Quanqing formed a seal with both hands, and the sea of fire faded instantly, revealing a slightly reddish tortoise shell. The skin on his fingertips cracked, and drops of red blood came out, shining like blood diamonds, emitting strong blood. Shishi. The blood was imprinted on the surface of the tortoise shell, and a sizzling sound suddenly appeared. One after another, blood-colored lines grew quietly, accompanied by magic power, to lay down their own breath and imprint. After polishing, the black tortoise shell finally became the shape of a large bowl, blue on the top and black on the bottom, with ancient lines like water waves intertwined, flashing star-like light. With a click, the shrunken tortoise shell was also placed in the tortoise shell, and the light below intertwined, extending into a foundation-like shape. When the bowl is filled with seawater later, it can be transformed into a floating continent that can carry the earth and mountains. Li Quanqing took out the Qianqing jade and held it in his hand. He melted many auxiliary spiritual materials one by one and turned them into liquid and engraved them on the precious jade. In this process, the black and yellow lights inside the Qianqing jade quickly intertwined, and the rays of light flickered. Finally, it turned into a color of black on the top and black on the bottom, reflecting the Qianqing. Melt. Li Quanqing looked solemn, and the true fire of his life burned in his palm, gradually turning the Qianqing jade into a ball of semi-solidified liquid, as if nurturing a cave world. The next moment, the Qianqing jade suddenly fell into the bowl amid the interweaving of the black and yellow colors, accompanied by a sound like the creation of the world, and exploded. The jade liquid was translucent, as if a thin film was stained on the inside of the bowl. The Qianqing and Kunqi were agitated, the void was vibrating, and a space was slowly opened up. Li Quanqing lowered his head, and his spiritual consciousness probed into it, only to feel that the space in the Hanhei bowl was rapidly expanding. 10 acres, 100 acres, or 1,000 acres, 10,000 acres. Finally, a 30,000 mu void world was opened up inside the Hanhei bowl, which was vast and amazing, and seemed quite empty. But, layer after layer of patterns intertwined, turning into a formation to cover the mouth of the bowl. If you want to fly out from the bottom of the bowl, you need to cross a distance of 1,000 feet in the air, which is also amazing. Hanhei bowl, done. Li Quanqing blew a breath, and the fire dissipated, leaving only a deep blue-black bowl standing in the palm of his hand, round and smooth, exuding a heavy aura. Although it was just a bowl, it seemed to have a weight of 10,000 jins, pressing his arm slightly down. From now on, this will be Aoking's new home. Li Quanqing smiled, and felt that this magic weapon was easy to operate, like an extension of his limbs. Very easy. Try the power. He came to the edge of Baoking Pond and cast a spell, and the Hanhei bowl suddenly swelled in the wind, and turned into the size of a water tank. Huolala. Waves rose in the water, and then streams of water shot up into the sky, like a water spout, and all of them drilled into the bowl. With the nourishment of seawater, the Hanhei bowl was truly worthy of its name. The blue-black luster on the surface became more and more crystal clear and shiny, with a jade-like gloss. Half an hour later, the bottom of the Hanhei bowl was covered with a shallow layer of seawater, and the entire Baokington had dropped a lot. There's not enough water here, let's go to Yulangbo. Li Quanqing made a decision. The spiritual energy contained in ordinary seawater is not enough, only those located on the spiritual veins will do. Moo. Aoking shook his head, and wagged his tail, curiously looking at the giant bowl, carrying him and flying towards Yulang Island, shuttling between the clouds. After arriving at Yulong Island and opening the formation, Li Quanqing used his magic power to move and fully exert the power of the Hanhei Bowl. I saw waterfalls hanging upside down in the sky, being swallowed by the mouth of the bowl, making a rumbling sound. The 30,000 mu of water in the Hanhei Bowl was surging, causing waves and storms. There were also many water plants and mud that were rolled up, and the water was extremely turbid for a while. Li Quanqing deliberately manipulated the magic weapon and did not let the big black fish and shrimps fall in. He had opened a fish tank in his previous life and knew that he needed to improve the water quality and shape the terrain before he could put the fish in to adapt to the environment. Soon, Li Quanqing discovered a new problem. After all, there was no spiritual vein in the Hanhei Bowl. Although the seawater contained a lot of spiritual energy, it would always be gradually consumed and eventually become a pool of stagnant water. Fortunately, Li Quanqing had come up with a solution long ago. While absorbing seawater, he also swallowed the seabed silt near Yulong Island and formed a layer of seabed more than 300 meters thick at the bottom of the Hanhei Bowl. At the same time, Li Quanqing waved his sleeves, and low-grade spiritual stones flew out and were buried deep in the seabed, just like artificially creating a spiritual vein. Is this considered remaking the world? An idea emerged in Li Quanqing's mind. Fortunately, he had obtained the accumulation of the Sitter family before, otherwise the storage bag would not be able to hold on at this time. After throwing more than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones into it, he finally achieved the desired result. The abundant spiritual energy permeated the water surface in the Hanhei Bowl, and the mist was thick. The Hanhei Bowl was suspended, and the blue sea water at the bottom was as smooth as a mirror. The tortoise shell was suspended above the sea surface, like an island. From now on, this will be the new Yulong Bowl. Li Quanqing was satisfied and looked at the peaks on the island again and released Aoking and Long Yan Duo. Get up. One man and two beasts joined forces to pull up the mountain and move Ziloi Peak, Qingfeng Mountain, Kizu Mountain, Chilong Mountain and the Hulington at the foot of the mountain into the Hanhei Bowl. A small Yulong Island was created. It's a pity that the magic power is not enough, otherwise the entire spiritual vein would be moved inside. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and the Hanhei Bowl shrank continuously and was finally held in his palm. Looking closely, I saw the vast sea surging in the bowl, white mist curling, an island standing in the deep sea, and several mountains standing in a row. Although it still looks a bit bare, it is full of spiritual energy and has already taken shape as a rudimentary world of cave heaven. As the cultivation level increases, this simple world in the bowl will become more and more perfect. Li Quanqing was quite satisfied. With the bowl in hand, he could start the migration of fish and spiritual beasts. I'm stuck. It took me several hours to finish one chapter. The writing is not very smooth. Chapter 189, Vast Sea Cave Heaven. Mu above the Baoking Pond, the Hanhei Bowl was suspended there, turning into the size of a lotus pond, covering the sky above. Aoking's huge dragon body was winding and circling, constantly manipulating streams of water to fly up, spiraling up, and finally falling into the mouth of the bowl. In these water spouts, the green jade carp had no power to resist and were carried into the Hanhei Bowl by the water. In addition, there were large groups of large black fish and shrimps, which served as food for the spirit beasts, so that they would not starve to death in the bowl. I saw that above the Yulong Bowl in the bowl, streams of water were falling, and hundreds of green jade carp fell into the water, swallowing up the abundant spiritual energy. Aoking waved his fins, and the water rolled up, also lifting the longevity turtle like a small mountain, and throwing it into it. Ao the longevity turtle fell heavily on the sea, and immediately raised its neck, and roared in dissatisfaction towards the sky above its head. Then, it slowly began to paddle, and once again went deep into the sea to lie flat, absorbing the power of the Zuanwu demon pill to practice. Mu looking at Aoking, who was eager to try, the Kanghei whale took the initiative to lift his fins, broke through the waves, and went towards the mouth of the bowl. The spirit whale jumped, and the entire Bay of Kington water exploded, and the sky was full of waves. After entering the mouth of the bowl, the Kanghei whale's body continued to shrink, and finally splashed a wave in the Hanhei Bowl, dived into the water and disappeared. This guy's body has become a lot bigger again. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged there. The Kanghae whale has now refined most of the beaming true evil, and its two fins are as huge as blue clouds. The deep and powerful breath has reached the peak of key refining, and vaguely touched the bottleneck of foundation building. King screamed, and drove the copper-armored crabs, silver-clawed crabs, and the newly cultivated bright moon crabs, to move into the bowl, and the water in King 10 was completely emptied. This new sea world in the bowl was named Hanhei Dongshan by Li Quanqing, hoping that one day it would grow to a height comparable to the Dongshan world. After successfully completing the task, King immediately stuck out his big bamboo green head and rubbed in front of Li Quanqing. His eyes were big and bright, and his dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind. "Good job, keep it up." Li Quanqing touched the dragon's head, took out a few second-level elixirs and fish bait made of monster meat to feed it, and scratched the reverse scale growing under its jaw. Under the touch of his master, King immediately squinted his eyes comfortably, and the scales on his body opened and closed in an orderly manner, making a crisp and pleasant clanging sound, as if he was forging iron. Cry. The dragon flame eagle not far away saw this, and was not to be outdone. It swept the cave with sharp eyes, and flapped its wings, stirring up a gust of wind. The golden flame tiger stood behind the spiritual eagle, its golden hair dancing in the wind, like a burning flame, very honest. In addition to it, there were also the jade scale beast and the treasure light toad, all of which lined up honestly, and jumped into the bowl one by one. For a moment, the entire King pond and the cave became deserted, lifeless, and a little lonely. Just like the entire King market, it was gradually declining, and the sun was setting in the west. "It's time to go." Li Quanqing waved his sleeves and stretched out his hand. He immediately saw the Hanhei bowl spinning, and the glow of the clouds flashed and fell in front of the boy. Using King as a means of transportation, they went to Yulongbo again, preparing to put the spirit beasts here into the brand new bowl of fairy islands. After half a month of day and night terrain transformation, Li Quanqing has successfully reinforced the new Yulong Island in the Hanhei bowl. Several high mountains rose and fell, rising into the clouds of spiritual energy. The entire island occupied about a quarter of the sea surface. The 300 green jade carps in the fish dragon water pond, the family of beautifully scaled green water pythons, and the rattonwood apes climbing rocks in the mountains and forests. There was also the steward, the cloud-stepping snow leopard, the leisurely white jade holy elephant, the free-spirited king-feng crane, the thunder-horned python surrounded by lightning, the naughty and cute golden-scaled pangolin, and the group of free-range 5-colored chickens. The Yangon fish had moved to the Hanhei cave heaven in the bowl earlier with the fire spirit pond, and was not greatly affected. Chiji. Several rattonwood apes came over the mountain, with vines interwoven into baskets on their bodies, filled with spiritual medicines cultivated earlier. Dung. The ape king came with the thunder peach tree. His steps were heavy, and behind him followed a group of thunder-horned pythons, spitting out snake tongues constantly. "Hey, there's actually a mature snake cub." Li Quanqing's eyes lit up, and he looked at one of the pythons. It was particularly fat and huge, and followed his queen closely, looking very high-ranking. Harvest a late-stage key refining thunderhorn python, and reward a second-level soul-destroying ancient thunder pearl. Another soul-destroying thunder pearl. Li Quanqing put the ball of light into the Kyankan bracelet. This kind of treasure is actually quite good. It is very powerful when used, and it suits his taste. The Fujimu Ape King walked into the Hanhei cave heaven, and saw his new home, Yulong Island, because it had just been built. Except for a few peaks, the rest of the land seemed a bit barren, and the white jade holy elephant even let out a dissatisfied elephant cry. Could it be that it was going to starve? Li Quanqing had a plan in the morning, commanding the Fujimu ape group, constantly going in and out, and transplanting the big trees on the island to the cave. In addition to the thunder peach tree, there are dozens of peach trees planted by the monkeys themselves with peach pits, green bamboo spirit rice all over the mountains, and several kingfeng tea trees with lush branches and leaves. The tea tree seeds that kingfeng had planted in the past, after their own wild growth, finally grew into tea trees nearly 2 meters tall, with a fresh plant fragrance. After a busy day and night, the Yulong Island in the Hanhei cave heaven was finally covered with lush green again. This is good. Planting more trees can prevent soil erosion and make the entire island more stable. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. The bottom of the Yulong Island is still the tortoise shell. The thick mountains and soil on it were moved in later and refined with magic power. Finally, the Yulong Island that had accompanied him for more than 10 years was also emptied. Not only were there a fewer mountains on the island, but even the lush forests seemed sparse. It looked very desolate and barren. I hope the next owner of the Yulong Island will not dislike it. Li Quanqing threw the hanhei bowl and flew into it, his body shrinking continuously. This feeling was quite wonderful, as if everything in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. The sound of waves was roaring, and clouds and mist were lingering in front of him. Li Quanqing walked in the air and landed on the brand new Yulong Island, looking at the 4 peaks towering, each with a spiritual beast suppressing it to survive. The Purple Thunder Peak, where the pythons were entrenched, the Qingfeng Mountain where the cranes lived, the Kisu Mountain where the monkeys farmed, and the Chilong Mountain, where the dragon flame eagle and the Yangon fish were stationed. There is still one missing. Li Quanqing touched the snow-colored robe on his body. He was also going to refine this Zuchen Mountain spirit realm into the Hanhei Bowl. In this way, when the Hanhei Cave Heaven expands further in the future, it will become 5 islands, each occupying one side and cultivating different kinds of beasts. Of course, this goal is still very far away from him. As for the Zuchen heavenly clothes on his body, he was not sure that he could integrate its space into the Hanhei Bowl. His cultivation was insufficient, and his refining level was also insufficient. Chiji. Li Quanqing walked up to Kisu Mountain. Due to the care of the monkeys, this place can be said to be the most lively place among all the mountains. The ancient forest is lush, and the medicinal fields are in patches. From time to time, you can see Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng grass, which are full of vitality. The air is even filled with the aroma of monkey wine. I'll give you a good thing, Li Quanqing said, taking out the reward spirit spring stone that he had opened before and placing it on the top of the mountain. Trickle. The spiritual energy gathered, and streams of milky white spring water flowed out from the pores of the stone, gradually filling the jade pit that had been dug in advance. Chiji. The Fujimu Ape King observed for a while, and suddenly shouted, transmitting a lot of information through the slave beast seal to express his own ideas. You want to use this spiritual spring as a core, to dig out ditches, to irrigate the spiritual medicinal fields of the entire Kisu Mountain? Li Quanqing looked at this spiritual ape in the late stage of key refining in surprise. He didn't expect the other party to be so wise. It seems that the spiritual farmer inheritance he found before was not wasted. Then I'll find you another helper. Li Quanqing summoned the jade scale beast. This little guy was wandering in the mountains and forests, and he loved the vibrant environment here. The jade scale beast mastered the magic of turning fossils into mud, and with the help of the stone spirit seal, it was easy enough to dig out the ditch. Anyway, it was idle anyway. So, confusedly, the jade-scaled beast was surrounded by the rattan and wood apes, and had a new friend. Even the golden flame tiger and the cloud-stepping snow leopard came to join in the fun. The soil layer surged, and the golden-scaled pangolin poked its head out, also looking at this side eagerly, wanting to integrate into the herd, but unfortunately it was too lonely and timid, so it could only adapt slowly. Only the white jade elephant was still slow, and swallowed the tender leaves in the woods. It had a really big appetite and almost ate non-stop. Li Quanqing took out the red dragon puppet again, placed it in the spiritual spring to soak, and dug out the top grade thunder spirit stone. Thanks to the gift from the old Dian of the Sitter family, he now has a sufficient reserve of medium grade spirit stones, so there is no need to waste this top grade spirit stone for the time being. Li Quanqing came to the east side of the island, and the purple air came from the east, so the purple thunder peak stood here. Hiss. The thunderhorn pythons coiled up intimately. Now their bodies were as thick as buckets, and they looked very majestic, no longer as cute and beautiful as they were in the past. Li Quanqing looked at the silver white thunder peach tree, and buried the thunder spirit stone deep in the soil. In an instant, the earth's energy gathered, and the magnetic field was agitated. It was about to turn into a rolling dark cloud, gathering thunder from all directions. Unfortunately, this is the world in the bowl, and all space is controlled by Li Quanqing. With a thought, he immediately broke up the convergence of the heaven and earth. Under the effect of the magnetic field, the entire island has undergone new changes. with the Thunder Spirit Stone as a core. More than 100,000 spiritual stones buried deep in the island, and the seabed resonated like the finishing touch. A winding and undulating spiritual vein was formed, and it began to inhale and exhale the spiritual energy emitted from the air and sea water, allowing it to circulate back and forth. Li Quanqing's mind sank into the magic weapon, constantly manipulating the formations in various places, making some subtle adjustments. The spiritual energy in the entire Hanhei bowl can be almost evenly distributed in every inch of the sea area, and can be recycled. It feels as if the entire Hanhei cave heaven has come alive, from a pool of stagnant water to a small secret realm with self-circulating spiritual energy. It really has some of the foundation and prototype of the cave world. In this way, it can barely be self-sufficient, and there is no need to invest large quantities of spiritual stones and bury them in the underground seabed. It's barely okay. It has reached the level of a first-level top-grade spiritual vein. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. After all, 100,000 spiritual stones were thrown in, and the effect was very strong. But it's a pity that it's not as fast as plundering directly if you cultivate it slowly by yourself. When Li Quanqing breaks through the Gengjin, he can directly extract several second-level spiritual veins on the island to create a spiritual island and a spiritual mountain. That will be the fastest. Otherwise, if you only use spiritual stones to pile up, it will take a long time to pile up a third-level spiritual vein. The price is so huge that Yuan Ying's engine will feel distressed for a while. Li Quanqing came out of the cave, held the spirit bowl in his hand, and flew towards the Jade Islands with the green-horned fish dragon. Soon, the island was in sight, and it had become much quieter. He arrived at the Jade Dragon Pond, and saw that Li Quanqing was already waiting, and there was a larger green-horned fish dragon next to him, who was the spiritual master who protected the clan. The world where Li Quanqing was located was almost penetrated by the cultivators before, and gradually fell into decline, so the space was weak, the void was active, it was easier to open up the secret realm, and various storage magic weapons were rampant. The Hanhei Cave Heaven is currently just a prototype, which can be regarded as a secret realm space. It cannot be called a real cave paradise. It is equivalent to a super large storage magic weapon, and has great potential. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Gift from the Whale King. Moo. Ao King greeted the guardian spirit beasts. Two blue dragons circled in the air, one large and one small, which was quite interesting. Let's start preparing to relocate the fish in Yulangton. Li Quanqing looked at the Hanhei bowl in his hand and said. Li Quanqing looked at the dark blue and deep water. The relocation of Yulangton was also a headache for the clan leader. Not only did a second-level spirit beast live here, but there were also more than 10,000 green jade carps, which was 10 times more than the number in Beokington. The family originally planned to use 2 large building ships and spirit boats to transport these green jade carps to Qinghai Cave Heaven. But since Li Quanqing refined the Hanhei bowl, there was naturally a new choice. First, set up the formation and isolate a sea area to prevent the green jade carps you raise from being confused with the descendants of Lingzhen. Li Quanqing said. Strictly speaking, the green jade carps in Yulangton belonged to the family's assets and could not be mistaken. The two flew into the vast sea cave and saw Li Quanqing's sleeves fluttering, taking out lotus seeds from his storage bag and scattering them. The surface of these lotus seeds was covered with array patterns. After contacting the sea water, they quickly grew and sprouted, and grew into array bases that looked like spiritual lotuses, flashing with misty light. What a familiar feeling. Li Quanqing landed and stepped on a lotus platform. Under the water surface around him, large black fish swam endlessly, as if he had returned to the fish pond in Area C. The past was vivid in his mind. Li Quanqing's magic power was surging, and thousands of lotus platforms bloomed with rosy clouds, turning into an array of interweaving arrays. All the green jade carp belonging to Li Quanqing were blocked in a sea area, making it difficult for them to enter and exit freely to avoid mixing. When this matter is completed, these lotus array platforms will be given to you. It is just right to divide the sea area here into fish ponds, which will appear more regular. Li Quanqing smiled and looked at the 30,000 acre vast sea cave, and couldn't help but marvel at what a spiritual weapon it was. Li Quanqing did not say that this was his own magic weapon, and use the name of a spiritual weapon to fool people. Anyway, no one asked to investigate further. They flew out of the cave again, and landed in the Jade Dragon Pond. The clan guardian spirit had been waiting for a long time. Moo, the green-horned fish dragon raised its head and made a melodious low hum. Suddenly, the void shook, and the water surface was shaken by the sound waves and ripples bloomed. The pond water was gurgling, and thousands of green jade carps swam slowly, coming one after another. They were very disciplined and lined up in an orderly manner. There were even gold-patterned green jade carps among them. The rippling fish scales were like dots of gilded blooming, which was very beautiful. Li Quanqing suddenly raised his eyebrows and found that these green jade carps did not come empty-handed. On the top of each carp's head, there was a huge and white shell. With the huge size of the green jade carp, these shells were small than 3 feet in radius, and the large ones were like wellheads, comparable in size to millstones. Crunch. A green jade carp stopped in front of him, its demonic energy infused, and its shell slowly opened, revealing what was inside. It was actually filled with mud from the bottom of the pond. The mud was blue-black in color, shiny and glossy, emitting bursts of cold air, and one could see the shiny spiritual stone fragments mixed in it. The green spiritual mud had accumulated for thousands of years, and the Jade Dragon Pond happened to be located at the second level upper grade spiritual vein. The abundant spiritual energy and nutrients contained in it were amazing. Li Quanqing was a little confused. It's like a ticket for you to transport the fish. Li Quanqing smiled and said, and the green-horned fish dragon next to him also made bursts of course, and sent out a thought, which meant the ticket. Li Quanqing saw this, and was a little amused. However, he did not refuse, and opened the Hanhei bowl, allowing the 2 foundation building monsters to cast a water spout, pouring the pond water, the fish and the shells into the magic weapon. Huolala. On the Kizu Mountain, Jinyanu looked up and saw the sky cracked again, with streams of water falling like a rolling river. When the green jade carps fell into the sea, they would automatically open their shells and pour the green spiritual mud filled in them into the water, which would naturally settle down. After more than 10,000 spiritual fish poured in, the spiritual energy contained in the entire Hanhei cave heaven increased instead of decreasing, and gradually reached the level of the second level lower grade spiritual vein. After all, the green mud with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire Yulangtan was dug away, and its value was no less than tens of thousands of lower grade spiritual stones. The remaining green spiritual mud would also be salvaged and excavated by the Li clan members, and finally brought to the newly opened Yulangtan in the Qingyu cave heaven and the family in a storage bag. It's time to go. Li Quanqing looked at the empty pond, and for a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Moo, the 2 green-horned fish dragons roared in unison, and the void array pattern bloomed like water waves. The thick fog that enveloped the entire Yulangtan finally dissipated today. After 1,000 years, it reappeared in the human world. Moo, the clan guardian spirit lord, hovered in the void, looking at the emerald sea water below, with a trace of sadness in his pupils. It has lived here for hundreds of years, witnessed the growth of several generations of the Li family, and protected the clan. Today, it will also leave. Li Quanqing silently took out the bait to feed it, soothing the spirit lord's emotions, and swallowed it sadly. He often comes here to raise it, and when the clan guardian spirit beast breaks through the late stage of foundation building, he believes that there will be extra surprises. They left the Qingyu Islands, and flew towards the direction of the Purple Blood Sea. The journey was safe and smooth. Now the Shuhua Sword sect is busy cultivating new giant and Zenran. The foundation building is a first-class boss, enough to dominate the nearby 20,000-mile sea area. By the way, how is Li Quanqing's breakthrough? Li Quanqing suddenly remembered this matter. I heard from the clan leader that he has successfully broken through. After all, he consumed a foundation building pill and used a foundation building spiritual object. Li Quanqing said, but now that the sword sect is under martial law, Quanqing's foundation building ceremony may be postponed. It should be held together with a new golden pill ceremony. Li Quanqing nodded. with the 3rd level demon pill in hand. If the Shuhua sword sect still cannot cultivate a golden pill true person, it would be a shame to the ancestors, who have passed down for thousands of years. The 8,000 miles of sea whistled by, and the Kingayu market was already in sight. Because of the Li family's entry, there were fewer independent cultivators along the way, and the number of natural enemies decreased. Instead, the number of demon beasts on those islands increased. At that time, they would have to be cleared and hunted one by one, and then the islands in the entire Kingayu Sea would be opened to allow those small families and forces to migrate here. They can collect rent and protection fees. Li Quanqing and the others walked into the Kingayu cave heaven, and the pure spiritual energy rushed to their faces. It was indeed a 3rd level spiritual vein, which made people feel ecstatic. Moo. Cry. Ao King and Long Yandio circled in the cave, sensing the vast spiritual energy, and were all excited. They would be able to live here for a long time in the future. Li Quanqing smiled, and took them to the shore of the new Yulangtan Lake. His new cave was located here, with the best fish pond in the entire Li family. He came to the depths of Yulangtan Lake, took out the Hanhei bowl under the watchful eyes of the clan guardian spirit, and released more than 10,000 Kingayu carp, just like dumplings. This new Yulangtan Lake is 3 or 4 times wider than the one on Kingayu Island. Not only is the place larger, but the spiritual energy is even more abundant. Therefore, the Kingayu carp adapted quickly. Li Quanqing took out the spirit beasts that belonged to him from the Hanhei bowl, wanting them to enjoy the abundant 3rd level spirit veins. Unexpectedly, as soon as Kanghei whale appeared in the cave, it immediately looked up at the void, as if it had discovered something. It let out a melodious and ethereal wail cry from its mouth, which echoed faintly in the cave, as if commemorating the ancestors who had passed away. Moo. No one expected that in the next second. A whale's cry also sounded out of thin air in the void, echoing in all directions, and it was even more heavy and majestic. It seemed to have traveled through time and space, carrying the endless vicissitudes of the years. The Kanghei whale was suddenly delighted, and its cry became more rapid and high-pitched, and its blood and ki surged out, and the demonic aura was filled, as if it was summoning something. Countless blue light spots emerged from the Kingayu cave, or the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect, and turned into a long river of starlight. The river runs through the sky, surging like the sea, and the rays of light fall, and finally condenses into a giant beast that can't see the end, which looks a little familiar. It is the Kanghei Whale Emperor. This is not the resurrection of the Whale Emperor, nor is it any residual idea, but the breath left behind that year, which has not dissipated for thousands of years. Moo. The sea whale kept calling out to the royal ancestor with a pious look, and finally all the light spots appeared in the sky, and entered its body. It can be said that this was the last gift from the Sea Whale King. With the stimulation and assistance of this nascent soul aura, the sea whale finally made up for the last shortcoming, stretched its body to its heart's content, and launched a fierce attack towards the bottleneck of foundation building. Chapter 191, The Sea Whale King's Power. Moo. Above Yulangtan, the Kanghei whale rode the wind and waves, its two wide fins like clouds hanging from the sky, slowly refining the last gift from the Whale King. Waves of azure rays of light surged, demonic energy surged, and surged in all directions, refining the rich spiritual essence between heaven and earth. Constantly attacking the bottleneck of foundation building, Li Quanqing took out the golden toad calming incense and lit it. The last time Ao King broke through, only 1/3 was consumed, and now there is still a large part. The rich fragrance turned into a wisp of mist and drifted away, and the green smoke curled up and reached the void, condensing without dispersing, which could stimulate living beings to breed foundation building consciousness. Although the Kanghei whale did not have strong potential, it had refined the essence of the Whale King earlier, and with the help of the North Sea True Evil, it now made up for the last shortcoming. Breaking through was relatively easy, and it looked smooth sailing. The old patriarch and the others naturally discovered the movement here, and their consciousness swept over, amazed and puzzled. This is already the third foundation building monster beast. Could it be that Li Quanqing is really some kind of innate beast controlling holy body? The breakthrough of the Kanghei whale lasted for several hours. Finally, accompanied by an ethereal and melodious whale cry, the fish fins waved and flew into the sky. A heavy rain fell, and bean-sized water drops crackled, mixed with wisps of monster spirits and spiritual essences falling into the pond. It attracted many green jade carps to fight for it. Li Quanqing looked up and saw that the Kanghe whale had successfully broken through. The white air on its body gathered and finally condensed into a ball of light at its head. He extinguished the tranquilizing incense in his hand. Now there was only the last third left, and he could light it once more to help the creatures break through the foundation building. Cry. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings and sang, as if celebrating for its little friend. The green-horned fish dragon did the same, circling in the sky, making the spiritual rain heavier and heavier. The sea whale stretched out its body and walked slowly in the void. Its fins spread out like cloud sails, flying in the sky, casting a huge shadow. The spirit whale has a gentle personality and seems to like the feeling of soaring in the sky. It makes bursts of cheerful chirps and finally slowly falls down. The huge body breaks through the water surface and dives back into the pool, raising layers of waves. Li Quanqing stretched out his palm and gently touched the ball of light. Suddenly, several lines of text appeared in front of him. Harvest a sea whale king in the early stage of foundation building, and reward the golden elixir technique. Sea whale king technique. Sea whale king technique. Incomplete. The whale king sect's body cultivation technique, which can cultivate the sea whale king body, can condense a body refining golden elixir, and possess the magical power Sky Sea. The complete text directly reaches the nascent soul realm. Li Quanqing was a little surprised. He never thought that the lost inheritance of the Whale King sect was actually found by him. Quanqing, congratulations. Li Kunlun came in the air, looked at the huge Kanghe whale, and congratulated sincerely. After all, this was also an improvement in the strength of the entire Li family. Li Quanqing dealt with it with a smile. After raising more than 1,000 green jade carps in the Hanhei bowl in the fish pond, he sat cross-legged on the embankment, built on the shore. He deliberately set up a spirit gathering array here. Not far away was his own cave, where he could burn incense, boil tea, enjoy the scenery and practice. He crushed the ball of light in the storage bag, and it was shining, revealing a sea blue statue, which was carved in the shape of the Kanghe Whale King. On the surface of the carving, countless fonts and runes gathered and turned into an ancient scripture, reaching the realm of Gengjin Sword. Li Quanqing held the statue in his hand and touched it with his spiritual consciousness. Suddenly, the runes seemed to come alive and flickered non-stop. His whole mind seemed to sink into the statue, and he saw thousands of whales in the sea raising huge waves in the sea, and finally riding the wind and disappearing into the sky, leaving only the vast sea. A unique breath escaped from the statue, and the whale's roar echoed, and Li Quanqing's dragon whale body was involuntarily stimulated. 6 dragon whale marks appeared, located on the chest, back, body and limbs, looking up to the sky and roaring, and the body was lifelike. The dragon whale body was originally derived from the Kanghe Whale King Gong, so it was naturally no difficulty to practice it. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the embankment, slowly comprehending the scriptures, especially the most important giant in chapter 4 foundation building. Although only the Gengjin Gong was completed, the inheritance of the early Gengjin Gong method still seemed extremely profound, containing many truths, and reading it was mysterious and infinite. After all, according to the annotations of the Golden Finger, this scripture is actually an ancient scripture at the level of Yuanying, with an extraordinary origin. The golden elixir of body refining. Li Quanqing opened his eyes and slowly exhaled the turbid air in his chest, his eyes flickering slightly. He had long asked the old patriarch whether the blue sea tide rising technique had a golden elixir chapter, but the answer he got was no. The scripture inherited by the family only reached the great perfection of foundation building. But Li Zhongyao was not sure whether he could break through the golden elixir with this technique, so he just took out the blue tide bead and said that there might be a glimmer of hope in this family inheritance treasure. Unfortunately, over the years, almost no Li family foundation building cultivator has succeeded in comprehending it. Finding a golden elixir technique is a guarantee. A big stone fell from Li Quanqing's heart. Although there is only the initial chapter of the golden elixir, it doesn't matter. Kanghe Whale can break through further, and there will definitely be surprises. What's more, in the future Shuhua Sword sect will only have one fake elixir cultivator. who is not as good as the orthodox initial stage of the golden elixir. The only question is, after condensing the Kanghe Whale King golden elixir, can he condense the second golden elixir with the blue sea tide rising technique? It should be possible. Li Quanqing hesitated. He thought of the vision when he practiced the dragon whale power body before. The resonance between the physical body and the magic power is complementary to each other. He fumbled with the sea blue statue in his hand, decided to give it a try, and began to practice. Unexpectedly, the practice of the sea whale King Gong was very smooth, as if it was born to fit him. The 6 dragon whale marks roared, and the magic power surged in the meridians, opening up a new operation route. A layer of unique aura slowly bloomed, and the practice was successfully transformed. Crash. Yulangtan raised waves, and streams of crystal water gathered, as if attracted by Li Quanqing, as if he was at the mercy of his arms. Is this the sea whale King Gong? Li Quanqing stretched out his fingers, and touched it lightly, and the water surged immediately, constantly turning into the shapes of spiritual beasts such as the green-horned fish dragon and the dragon flame eagle, which were lifelike. He did not perform the water control technique, but only cultivated a little fur of the sea whale king body, and it seemed as if he was naturally close to the boundless sea. It was at this moment that the sea of magic power in his danchan suddenly stirred up waves, and the speed of transforming the essence of heaven and earth increased by 50%. Streams of water converged and lifted his body, like a large water mass, soaking his whole body. Li Quanqing even felt that, if he practiced in the sea at this time, the speed would be even faster, and he could easily refine the abundant water essence in the sea. But! Exclamation mark. It was at this moment that the half mark of the water flow in the shape of the word Chuan appeared again on Li Quanqing's forehead. Even under the influence of the Kanghe Whale Emperor body, this rune was still slowly completing, and the flesh and magic power had never been so perfectly integrated. In the end, this rune was successfully completed, and it looked like 3 water wave marks forming a flowing river. What is the use of this thing? Li Quanqing gently touched the rune on his forehead, and gently touched it with magic power. Suddenly, the Chuan rune shone brightly, and an invisible wave spread throughout the Qinghai cave heaven. It seemed to be looking for something, and it seemed to be resonating with the entire Whale Emperor sect ruins. With a loud bang, a spiritual secret realm suddenly opened slowly above the entire Qinghai cave heaven, and an astonishing spiritual storm raged out, sweeping in all directions. The rune on the forehead kept flashing, as if something there was constantly attracting it. Li Quanqing felt his body lighten, and he couldn't help but fly towards this secret realm that had never appeared in the world, and got into it in the blink of an eye. The entire secret realm is vast, but it looks very dilapidated and empty, with only rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth floating, like thick white fog. The rune on Li Quanqing's forehead kept flashing, and he could still feel the attraction, and kept flying towards the deepest part. Finally, in the center of the secret realm, a deep pool appeared in front of him. The water in the pool was as smooth as a mirror, and it was actually condensed by the purest spiritual energy. In the pool, a skeleton sat and died, wearing a blue gold robe with luxurious patterns. It was immortal for thousands of years and still flashing with spiritual light. Under the call of the rune on the forehead, there was also something in the skeleton's arms that kept resonating and emitting bursts of light. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and a token flew out, with the word Cheyenne engraved on the front. An ancient breath came to his face, and there were also Chuan runes carved between the big characters, which looked majestic. On the back of the token, there was a statue whose face could not be seen clearly, as if the Cheyenne was rolling and mighty, with boundless magic power. Several voices broke through the air behind him, and Li Quanqing's expression moved slightly. He immediately put away the Cheyenne token, and hid the rune on his forehead. Spiritual energy turns into liquid. The old patriarch took the lead, with the green tide beads on his head dripping with light, and holding a small tripod in his hand. When he saw the spiritual liquid pool, he was surprised and exclaimed, "Quanqing, are you okay?" Then, all 3 of them cast concerned eyes. Strange, how did this secret realm suddenly appear? I don't know, but I found this. Li Quanqing took out the inheritance statue of the Kanghe Whale King Gong, as if it was found on the skeleton. The inheritance of the Whale King sect. Several people exclaimed in surprise, each holding the statue in their hands to look at it. This is a golden elixir level body refining technique, enough to condense a body refining golden elixir. In this case, the identity of the skeleton should be the last leader of the Whale King sect back then. The four people lowered their eyes, and their spiritual consciousness probed out, and all the situations were immediately clear at a glance. In addition to this high-level robe, there were only a few storage bags left. Unfortunately, after opening them, they found that the elixirs contained in them had been consumed, leaving only a few jade bottles and more than 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. When this guy came here, he was already seriously injured and dying. Li Quanqing and the others checked it out, and immediately found shocking and terrifying injuries through the skeleton, and all the bones in his body were broken. The robes on his back were torn open, and his body was covered with scars, showing how fierce the fight was. So, this secret realm should be the center of the entire Qingyu cave heaven, and it is also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. They looked into the depths of the spiritual pond, and saw countless array patterns flickering and interweaving, forming a vast and majestic array center, like a whale swimming in the sea. Unfortunately, this array was previously obliterated by the Shuhua sword sect, and even this place was damaged, and the array spirit was severely damaged. At least a third level array master is needed to repair it. Kunlun, with your current cultivation, can you directly break through the foundation building great perfection by retreating here? The old patriarch suddenly spoke, with eager anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 192 Earth Spiritual Root. Perfection of Foundation Building? Li Quanqing looked at Li Kunlun, and his eyes suddenly became surprised. This cultivation speed was too fast. You know, every breakthrough in the foundation building realm often requires decades of accumulation and precipitation. Even many foundation building cultivators will be blocked by bottlenecks, and can hardly move forward. Every step forward can be said to be very difficult. But Li Kunlun's speed is really too fast, very amazing, even more amazing than him. As if sensing his doubts and gazes, Li Kunlun smiled and said, Quanqing may not know yet. In fact, I'm not a top-grade thunder spirit root. To be precise, I'm an earth spirit root. It's just that the family concealed the news for my own safety, and it didn't spread it out, and almost no one knew it. Earth spirit root. The genius of the cultivator second only to the heavenly spirit root can be completely called a golden elixir seed, and the probability of breaking through the golden elixir realm is very high. No wonder. Li Quanqing suddenly realized, thinking of Li Kunlun's previous cultivation speed, everything suddenly made sense. It's a pity. With Kunlun's talent, he could have had the opportunity to join the sect to practice, but he stayed for the family. We now have a third level spiritual vein, which is the foundation of the Gengjin family. We also have two Gengjin seeds, but we must not follow the footsteps of the Sitter family. The old patriarch talked a lot. Gengjin family, this is the expectation of everyone in the Qingyu Li family for thousands of years. Now two Gengjin seeds have appeared one after another, which is really a great joy. Everyone collected the bones of the leader of the Whale Emperor sect, and then left together, leaving Li Kunlun alone in the secret realm, practicing with the help of spiritual fluid. He meditated quietly, sitting cross-legged in the void, swallowing and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth accumulated for thousands of years. Unfortunately, the purple thunder art that Kunlun practices only has the foundation building chapter, and the first step of forming a pill will be stuck in the future. After breaking through, we have to find a third level art with thunder attributes. Li Zhangjiao sighed softly as he walked, looking around. In the future, this secret realm can be used to cultivate various spirit beasts, and provide contracts for the clan members. Although the Li family is transforming into a beast-controlling family, after all, its foundation was shallow before, and there were not many spirit beast cubs. Now that this secret realm has appeared, it can be used as a spirit beast garden. After all, it is rich in spiritual energy. Li Kunlun was in seclusion, and Li Quanqing was the only one left in the entire Yulangton. The old patriarch stayed in the 10,000 fish pond, and Li Kunlun returned to the refining hall to study the golden scale sky dragon slash, a second level top grade refining technique. Moo. Two green horned fish dragons sank and floated in the depths of the pond, and the dragons danced together, calling the wind and rain, just like the scene in the Mithri appeared. More than 10,000 green jade carps followed closely, and there were even more large black fish. chasing the dragon energy, with scales and armor in pieces. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a small spiritual energy ball. Harvest a green jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a green carp sword of the middle grade magic weapon. Li Quanqing stepped on the lotus, and shuttled through the fish pond. Influenced by the 3rd level spiritual vein, many green jade carps are entering the key refining period, with light balls on their heads and wisps of demonic energy blooming between their scales. As his sleeves fluttered, grains of fish bait fell out, emitting a slightly sour fishy smell that was very appetizing. Even the green jade carps in the jade dragon pond were attracted, opened their mouths and spit out bubbles, and looked at him eagerly through the formation. Li Quanqing was moved by what he saw, and simply fed them all. In the future, he could find some young golden patterned green jade carps from the jade dragon pond. If he fed them a few times in 2 or 3 days, he should be able to get a light ball reward. Harvest a green jade carp in the middle stage of key refining, and reward 1 drop of Shyanai spiritual liquid. Li Quanqing was surprised. He didn't expect to get this kind of reward again. Well done. He touched the golden jade carp, took out the monster meat bait and fed it, then came to the dam and sat down. He crushed the ball of light and suddenly saw a drop of azure liquid, sealed in the crystal, shining brightly. A familiar attraction came, as if it had a fatal attraction to the magic power in his dinshin. Ripples appeared on the water surface, and the longevity turtle poked its big head out of the water, with the same eager eyes, as if the wonderful fragrance emanated from the Shyanai spiritual liquid. Unconsciously, densely packed heads floated on the water surface. All the fish were attracted by the fragrance of the spiritual liquid, and even the Kanghae whale looked here. I can't give it to you. I want to refine this drop myself. Li Quanqing touched the turtle's head and casually set up a formation. The mist surged and enveloped his body, making it difficult to spy. He crushed the sealing crystal, and the attraction became stronger and stronger. The magic power in his body kept running, directly wrapping the Shyanai spiritual liquid. Crash. The moment the Shyanai spiritual liquid entered the meridians, Li Quanqing felt as if he had seen the boundless ocean and heard the sound of surging waves. This was his first time practicing on the 3rd level spiritual veins. The blue sea tide rising technique was constantly moving, and waves of extremely strong attraction came from his body. The spiritual energy was rolling, and the essence of the surroundings surged, submerging him in it, and the mist swarmed in. This spiritual energy was too rich, and the white mist was ethereal, almost giving people a sense of suffocation. The exercises were all running to the extreme. In the danshin, the azure liquid mana surged, like waves in a deep pool, and the sound of clashing. The Shyanai spiritual liquid dissolved, mixed with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and was refined by the exercises. The rich water essence was transported and washed, and finally turned into a drop of liquid mana as deep as the vast ocean. Tick. The mana traveled along the meridians, traveled all over the body, and finally dripped into the danshin, becoming a member of the mana lake, with an extremely viscous texture. The blue glow of Li Quanqing's body slowly subsided, his skin was crystal clear, and he looked like a fairy. The Chuan rune on his forehead slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes, and 2 streams of light shot out of his eyes. The powerful aura surging all over his body slowly subsided, and his fluttering robes rustled. 1 drop of spiritual liquid can be converted into about 1.2 drops of liquid mana. Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a lot of joy arose in his heart. It usually takes 5 or 6 months to refine the essence and cultivate a drop of mana after more than 200 years of foundation building. It is even possible to encounter a bottleneck and be unable to move forward. I now have 168 drops of liquid mana, and I'm about to break through. Li Quanqing looked inward at himself, watching the blue mana lake in his danshin, like a transparent blue crystal with a deep color. He realized that the limit of his mid-stage foundation building should be around 200 drops. According to normal practice, it would take a full 20 years. In addition to polishing the bottleneck and nurturing the life magic weapon, it will take a full 30 years to break through the late stage. After all, he is only a middle grade spiritual root, and his talent is not strong. Compared with Li Kunlun's earth spiritual root, it can be said that there is a world of difference. Even Li Kunli is stronger than him. So, I still have to cheat. Li Quanqing looked at the densely packed, leisurely swimming green jade carp in the fish pond, and suddenly a great sense of satisfaction emerged from the bottom of his heart. Half a year later, the weapon refining hall. It is very rare that Li Quanqing and Li Quanqing appeared in the weapon hall at the same time, followed by a group of family weapon refiners, with solemn expressions. Quanqing, are you ready? That is a second level upper grade spiritual weapon. Li Quanqing also looked serious, looking at the young man in the green Taoist robe in front of him, and a lot of emotion arose in his heart. In a blink of an eye, the fisherman and farmer boy back then has grown to the current level, even surpassing him behind. Chapter 193 Bloodheart Thunder Pill. I'm ready. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. A sky blue flame rose from his palm, and he opened his mouth and spit out a stream of original essence. Suddenly, the flames rose high, a hot breath rushed to his face, and the flames burned brightly, illuminating the faces of all the clansmen. At the beginning, the golden scale pangolin rewarded the second grade top grade weapon refining technique. Li Quanqing did not hide it, and also passed this inheritance to the family. Now he has finally gathered all the materials. It can be said that what is about to take place will be the highest level weapon refining process in the entire Li family. Even Li Quanqing can't compare with him, and he has no confidence in refining the second grade top grade spiritual weapon golden scale sky dragon slash. The spiritual fire is hot, and under the burning, the entire refining table emits bursts of red light, and a hot wind blows in the face, making people dry their mouths. Li Quanqing did not say much, but waved his hand, and immediately many weapon refiners behind him came forward, and arranged the collected spiritual materials and ores one by one. Li Quanqing also stepped forward, and took out a piece of green fish scales with golden patterns from the storage bag, and a murderous aura of a high level monster burst out. This is the spiritual master who protects the clan. When the green horned fish dragon broke through last time, the fish scales that had shed had been piled up in the warehouse. Now they finally have a place to use them. Li Quanqing also took out a jade bottle, in which there was a deep red liquid rippling and exuding a bloody smell. This is the essence and blood obtained from King's body, which contains a rich dragon essence, and is an indispensable thing for forging Xian Langzhen. When the essence and blood were extracted, King looked at him aggrievedly, and he was appeased by feeding him a lot of monster meat. Everything was ready, and Li Quanqing began to refine the weapon. He stretched out his hand and waved it, and suddenly the spiritual materials flew all over the sky, and the magic power swept all around, without having to wield the forging hammer like a mortal. The flames burned fiercely, and nearly 1,000 doors flew up, like young swallows returning to their nests, emitting a blazing molten light. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Li Quanqing had received the initiation of the weapon refining experience group earlier, so he was naturally confident. He calmed down, and performed various weapon refining techniques one by one, and a master's demeanor emerged from his body. The flames burned, and even though they were sweating profusely, all the Li family weapon refiners watched intently, as if intoxicated. Finally, a golden weapon appeared in front of them, like a knife, and like a flying sword, with tiny dragon scale patterns on the surface. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and wiped it, and suddenly a melodious and high-pitched dragon roar came from the inside of the spiritual weapon, and the patterns of the weapon emerged and shone brightly. It was like a golden scaled dragon hovering there, making bursts of buzzing sounds, and a sharp aura rushed into the sky, as if nothing could be cut, with unparalleled sharpness. Top grade spiritual weapon, golden scaled sky dragon slash. Harvest a thunder horned python in the late stage of key refining, and reward a second level ancient thunder bead of soul destroying. Harvest a late stage key refining thunder horn python, and reward a second level top grade 99 flame dragon array main formation flag. Harvest a late stage key refining thunder horn python, and reward a second level elixir bloodheart thunder life pill. Bloodheart thunder life pill, a second level healing elixir, containing a magnificent vitality, a vitality nurtured from the heavenly thunder, which can help the foundation building cultivators to recover their broken limbs. Li Quanqing looked at the lines of words in front of him, and suddenly raised his eyebrows in surprise. Broken limbs and broken lives. The preciousness of this elixir is naturally beyond doubt, and it will definitely drive a large group of foundation building cultivators crazy. You know, when the foundation building breaks through the golden elixir, it also requires a perfection of spirit, energy, and spirit. If there are limbs that are broken, the chance of breaking through is naturally pitifully small. What a treasure. Li Quanqing was overjoyed, and he crushed the light ball, and immediately saw a blood red elixir, with fine lightning patterns on the surface. Unfortunately, there is no golden elixir technique with thunder attribute. Li Quanqing touched the last thunder-horned python that broke through to the late stage, and thought of Li Kunlun's situation, and suddenly felt a little regretful. Of the 7 thunder-horned pythons, except for the ancient thunder bead of the queen, which he used up. Now, a total of 2 soul-destroying ancient thunder beads, 2 bloodheart thunder pills, and 2 flame dragon flags have been obtained. 9 flame dragon formation. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and immediately took out 3 golden red flame dragon flags. Flames lingered on them, emitting astonishingly high temperatures, and the roar of a dragon could be heard faintly. He then crushed the ball of light, and a brand new flame dragon formation flag appeared in front of him. The quality was much better than the one he refined, and the dragon pattern was lifelike. Blazing. The 5 flame dragon formation flags blocked the 4 directions, and in the burning sea of fire, a huge golden red dragon with 5 heads suddenly appeared. A fierce and evil spirit rose up, like a roaring wolf smoke. Where the array pattern covered, the breath faintly reached the threshold of the great perfection of foundation building. As long as 16 more small array flags are added, there will be no doubt that 45 flame dragons can be gathered together, and the state of great perfection of foundation building can be truly reached. So strong? Li Quanqing was slightly surprised. Although the soul-destroying ancient thunder beads are powerful, they are only used once after all. This flame dragon array can be used for long-term protection, which is very cost-effective. It seems that the 9 flame dragons are united, which can really exert the power of the 3rd level golden elixir array. It's a pity that I haven't encountered an enemy of sufficient weight to let me show it. Li Quanqing stroked the array flag, feeling quite regretful. When facing Tao and Turtle Ancestor, he actually wanted to use the red dragon puppet to activate the flame dragon array to test the strength of the Turtle Ancestor. Later, in order to avoid complications, he chose a quick battle and a quick decision, directly consuming an ancient thunder bead, once and for all. This also led to the fact that the flame dragon formation had been lying in the storage bag for so long, gathering dust silently. But the 10,000 fish mirror suddenly vibrated, and the voice of the old patriarch came out, inviting him to discuss important matters. After Li Quanqing arrived, he found that Li Kunli was also there. The two nodded silently, as if to say hello. Everyone, sit down and try the floating spring tea that I brewed. Li Zhangao took out the spiritual tea and soaked it with skillful techniques. Suddenly, a faint tea fragrance rose, making people feel as if they were in the early spring season, when all things revived. Li Quanqing silently picked up a cup. Although he didn't drink tea much, he could also taste the rare tea flavor. After everyone drank most of the cup, the old patriarch finally told them the purpose of his visit. After more than half a year of recuperation, the family has completely established a foothold in the Purple Blood Sea. What remains to be done is to absorb more small families who want to join us, so that we can collect spiritual stone taxes. But the problem is that the Purple Blood Sea is a place where monsters run rampant. Those islands with abundant spiritual energy are all occupied by monsters. Ordinary key refining families are simply unable to occupy them. What the clan leader means is to eliminate the monsters. Li Kunli asked. I have no objection. It is indeed necessary to conduct a major cleanup of the entire Purple Blood Sea. Li Quanqing felt the same way. This is the territory of their Li family. How can they tolerate monsters wreaking havoc? Li Zhangao was not surprised to see this. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and suddenly the waves surged and turned into a picture of the sea. Now that Kunlun is in retreat, you two will lead the clan to eliminate the monsters. It can also be regarded as an experience for those young people. In order to avoid accidents, Quanqing, even a foundation building spirit beast to suppress Kunli. Li Quanqing was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. These are all small matters, which can give Aoking and the other three some fighting experience. After returning to the fish pond, Li Quanqing thought about it and finally decided to lend the green-horned fish dragon to Li Quanqing temporarily. The dragon flame eagle has a proud and hot temper, and the Kanghe whale has just broken through and is not very strong in combat. After thinking about it, only Aoking has a good character and is a strong dragon, so he is the most suitable beast. This time, going out to hunt monsters is not very dangerous, so you are not allowed to play around, understand? Li Quanqing took out the golden scale sky dragon slash and gave it to the green horned fish dragon for self-defense. After all, it used its own dragon essence blood when refining the weapon, so it was easy to refine it. Hearing that he could go out to play alone, Aoking's eyes suddenly lit up, and he cried out, saying that he would definitely be very good. Li Quanqing called the Kanghe whale again. This guy is as big as a building ship and can fly in the air. It is most suitable to use him to travel. Monsters have a strong sense of territory. If you want to find the traces of monsters in the vast ocean, you naturally need the help of spirit beasts. Long Yan Dio, you should follow too, Li Quanqing said. Although this operation was not very dangerous, he was naturally cautious. After everything was ready, he immediately sat cross-legged on the back of the Kanghe whale and flew towards the entrance of the Qingyu cave heaven. The Li family was very fast, or it could be said that they were well prepared. They had arranged the tribesmen who would hunt the monsters in advance, and they were divided into two groups. Li Quanqing looked down and immediately saw Li Quanmo and Li Quanyi standing at the front of the two groups of tribesmen. Since Li Quanqing broke through the foundation, these two people are the next foundation seeds. Every 20 years, Hanchi Xiansheng will hold a big auction to release some foundation pills. The Li family is also keeping an eye on this matter. Let's go. Follow me to the battle. Li Quanqing looked at the mouth and looked at the more than 200 tribesmen behind Li Quanmo. The number is not small. Chapter 194 Wind and Thunder Horned Python. The sea whale flapped its fins and quietly floated above his head. Its body was as huge as a mountain, casting a huge shadow under the sunlight. Li Quanqing looked down and saw that the people standing behind Li Quanmo were all young clansmen, those of the Quan generation, who were about 20 or 30 years old. There were even some clansmen of the Jin generation, who were only 18 or 19 years old, and their cultivation was at the 4th level of key refining, which was the minimum standard for hunting monsters. Let's go. He gave an order, signaling the sea whale to wave its fins and get out of the Qingyu cave. The melodious and ethereal whale cry resounded, and the sea whale jumped and got out of the cave, seeing a blue sea and blue sky, and a vast sky. Two large spirit boats were parked in the sea. It can be seen that the Li family attaches great importance to this eradication of monsters. There are still too few large spiritual boats in the family, and there is a lack of a 3rd level warship, which is the foundation of the golden elixir. Unfortunately, only the Yuanying clan can produce it. Li Quanqing watched the clan members board the building ship one after another, and thought of the 2 3rd level spiritual boats of the Sitter family. Now they have disappeared with some of the remnants of the Sitter family who escaped, and there is no trace. Woo. The large spiritual boats roared and sailed in different directions. All the Li clan members were eager to try. Li Quanmo stood at the bow, took out the sea map drawn by the family, and erected the large ship to move in a certain direction. There were many demon beast tribes marked on the map. The Kanghe whale followed slowly behind, shuttling between the clouds, looking very leisurely. With Li Quanqing's identity and strength, he was originally in charge, and he didn't need to worry about too many trivial matters. Li Quanmo had a clear goal and first selected a spiritual island that was easier to conquer. Timu Island. This is just a first-class spiritual island, where a large number of iron bone crabs and other crab monsters live. They are not very strong, and most of them are in the early stage of key refining. But there are so many of them that it is quite difficult to deal with. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged in the void, watching the tribesmen clearly divided the work and practiced various formations in advance, so he was not very panicked. People like Li Quanmo, who are in the great perfection of key refining, are already considered masters of the previous generation. They were all roaming the formation and did not take action. A group of young tribesmen at the 4th and 5th levels of key refining were full of excitement. Most of them came out for training for the first time and were all very excited. They shouted and performed battle formations, and couldn't wait to rush into the monsters, actively provoking them, and using magic weapons, to go back and forth. Combining the experience learned from books with practice one by one in the fight, it can be said that they have gained a lot. Mu the Kanghae whale chased the clouds and mist, lazily watching the battle between humans and monsters below, with a lazy temperament. In its eyes, this is no different from a fight between children. Having said that, Li Quanqing still used his spiritual sense to keep an eye on the battlefield, fearing that something unexpected would happen. After experiencing the battles on dozens of islands, the freshness of the young people soon passed, leaving only fatigue and boredom. Li Quanqing smiled slightly and decided to give the tribesmen some encouragement. He took out the Hanhei bowl and summoned the seven-headed thunder-horned python, the golden flame tiger, the cloud-stepping snow leopard, the silver-armored crab and other spirit beasts in the late stage of key refining. All the tribesmen who performed well in the process of hunting monsters can exchange for a spirit beast and fight with him. Of course, this is only temporary, just borrowed temporarily. After all, the spirit beasts stay on the island all day, eating and drinking for free, and it is not a good thing to hold back for too long. Although the Li family said that they wanted to transform into a beast-controlling family, there were not many young tribesmen who had spirit beasts in the late stage of key refining. So they all got excited and rubbed their hands, and even the family stewards were eager to try, wanting to experience the feeling of controlling spirit beasts to fight. In a blink of an eye, 2 whole months had passed, and they almost swept through 1/3 of the entire Purple Blood Sea. The sea area is 8,000 miles long, and it is not a regular circle, which shows how vast and majestic the sea area is. After this experience, everyone has a more bloody murderous aura, with sharp eyes and strong temperament. A transformation has truly been completed. Li Quanqing did not break his promise. All the spirit beasts in the late stage of key refining were exchanged, and also experienced a fight. Even the tiger cub Jinyanhu, whose originally fat and soft belly has become much smaller, has fur like fire, and can vaguely see clear muscle lines, looking very tough. Another fight, this time the monsters to be wiped out are a group of water swordfish living in the sea, with sharp fish mouths that are as hard as flying swords. Because it was an underwater battle, the young people of the Li family were suddenly a little flustered, and finally relied on the deacons to take action to strangle all the enemies. It looks like a good harvest. Li Quanqing smiled, looking at the sea dyed red by blood. The bodies of the spirit fish were moved to the ship's warehouse and sealed with ice for preservation. After killing so many monsters, the warehouse on our ship is a little insufficient. Maybe it's time to return. Li Quanmo also nodded with satisfaction, and then a little regretful. Unfortunately, the potential of the monster cubs harvested is very average, and there are no precious spirit beasts. This is normal. After all, if any monster can break through the foundation, how can we humans play? Hearing this, Li Quanmo's eyes seemed a little strange. You can raise 3 foundation building spirit beasts by yourself, and you have the nerve to say this? Quanqing, Quanmo, the tribesmen seemed to have a new discovery. At this time, Li Quanqiu came over. She was obviously over 30 years old, but she was still as bright and charming as a girl. Her eyes were flowing, and her gestures revealed the charm of a mature woman. She was wearing a water blue close-fitting lotus armor, which perfectly outlined her beautiful curves. Her spiritual roots are not very talented. Now she is only at the 8th level of key refining. Her weapon refining skills are not very high. She can barely serve as an elder with real power in the family. What did you find? Li Quanqing asked curiously. The group of thunder-horned pythons has something strange. It is suspected that they have smelled the scent of their own kind through the spread of the sea breeze. Li Quanqiu spoke in a deep voice, appearing very calm, but there was obviously a lot of joy in his eyes. The same kind? That means the rest of the thunder-horned python tribe. Li Quanqing nodded, not surprised by the joy of the tribe members. After all, the thunder-horned python is a high-level demon beast, and it lives in groups. It is most suitable to be cultivated as a spiritual beast for cultivators. Hearing this news at this time, even Li Quanmo couldn't help but feel happy, and couldn't wait to go and catch them all. If a batch of thunder-horned pythons can be harvested for the family, it will undoubtedly be a huge achievement. Unfortunately, the thunder-horned python queen raised by Li Quanqing has never shown any signs of estrus and pregnancy. Now encountering a new group of thunder-horned pythons is definitely a good thing. Lead the way, let's go take a look, Li Quanqing said, and the whole spiritual boat slowly opened up. The huge hull broke through the sea surface and sailed against the wind and waves. Hiss. Li Quanqing looked down and immediately saw that all the thunder-horned pythons raised their bodies, spit out their tongues, sensed the smell in the wind, and hissed. Even the queen of thunder-horned pythons was also in high spirits at this time, with snake scales all over her body. Her eyes were brighter than ever, and her body exuded a unique fishy smell. That look was actually a bit like in Heat. Li Quanqing saw this scene and his expression suddenly became strange. I don't know what kind of monster it is that can make the arrogant queen of the snake clan surrender. After slowly driving out for more than 70 miles, a verdant spiritual island appeared in front of us. The island was covered with ancient trees and old vines, which looked particularly wild and primitive. The whole island was covered with lush green, as if it had come to an ancient world of primitive forests, with no end in sight. Wow. The sea breeze blew past, and the leaves covering the entire island rustled. A faint white miasma rose from the mountains and forests, making it difficult to see the deepest scene. Interesting, a natural illusion array. Li Quanqing looked peculiar. After all, he was a second-level array master, and could see the doorway at a glance. The towering trees on the entire island formed a formation that had the power to confuse living beings, and even the foundation building consciousness was difficult to fully detect. This kind of place might hide a big monster. Is there really a group of thunder-horned pythons here? Li Quanmo was a little unconvinced. You know, the thunder-horned python is naturally close to the power of thunder, swallowing and spitting out lightning, and can summon thunder from heaven and earth on a stormy night before it reaches adulthood. Therefore, the place where it lives must be almost barren, and the thunder and lightning will annihilate everything and destroy life, leaving only charred stones and withered soil. The island in front of him was too peaceful and full of vitality, which really didn't match the lair of the thunder-horned python. Just try it out, and you'll know. Li Quanqing called the dragon flame eagle, and ordered it to try it out. Cry. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings, hovered at the edge of the island, and spit out a golden red flame, burning iron and shining gold. You know, this is a second-level dragon flame. Once ignited, it spreads rapidly. The endless sea of trees is burning, and black smoke billows up into the sky. There is no way these ancient trees form a natural formation, and they can only be broken by stupid methods. The sea of fire spread, the mountains and forests burned, making crackling sounds, and heat waves rolled in all directions. Such a big movement naturally alarmed the monsters living on the island, and they rushed to put out the fire and protect their homes. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows, and his spiritual sense sensed that several powerful life breaths were approaching rapidly, all of whom were in the late stage of key refining. It is indeed a group of thunder-horned pythons, but it seems a little different. The branches and leaves of the forest rustled, and several huge monsters came quickly, shuttling quickly in the ancient forest. They looked like thunder-horned pythons, with purple scales, a single horn on their heads, and a wisp of electric light all over their bodies. But on the surface of their bodies, which were as thick as a bucket, large patches of green patterns grew, like green clouds, with breezes entwined around them. The most important thing is that on both sides of the body of this thunder-horned python, there are wind wings as thin as cicada wings, as wide as sails, which can glide in the void for a short time with the help of the power of the wind. Mutated thunder-horned python. Li Quanmo's eyes lit up immediately. This kind of monster with a changed bloodline is undoubtedly more valuable to raise. To be precise, it should be called the Winged Thunder-horned python. Li Quanqing's mind moved, and the dragon flame eagle immediately made a cry, like a red sky fire cutting through the sky, grabbing at several python monsters. Hiss. At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the depths of the towering forest. Then, a powerful aura slowly revived. The strong wind turned into a howling tornado. Thunder and lightning surrounded the four directions, and the demonic aura rose into the sky like a wolf's smoke. The foundation building demon. Chapter 195 Tamed. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged in the air, looking at the foundation building monster that flew out of the ancient forest. This was also a winged thunder horned python, with purple and green colors on the surface of its scales. It was huge, nearly dozens of feet long, and was like a hill, squatting under the sky. It slowly flapped its wings behind it, and suddenly the wind and thunder energies whistled in, and the lightning flashed everywhere, turning into hurricanes that entangled it, and the demonic energy surged out. Powerful, noble, mysterious. Hiss. Below, the queen of the thunder-horned python was excited when she saw this monster, and her skin under her scales was stained with a layer of blood red, and her whole body was congested. She spit out her snake tongue, and when her scales rubbed against each other, she emitted a fishy smell like orchid and musk, which even the male thunder-horned pythons could not resist. It was extremely charming. When Li Quanqing saw this scene, he suddenly felt that he had raised his own daughter in vain, and his face was very strange. Hiss. The second level winged thunder-horned python saw the entire island burning, and immediately roared angrily, flapping its wings behind it violently. Suddenly, there was a strong wind, whistling, and a series of light blue hurricanes spread out like a tornado, visible to the naked eye. These strong winds swept through, and immediately rolled the burning trees into the sky, and the burning branches and leaves fluttered, and turned into ashes. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. The light blue hurricanes formed a circle, forming an isolation belt, and finally contained the fire, and stopped it from spreading. Hiss. Deep in the ancient forest, the sound of snakes came one after another, and dozens of winged thunder-horned pythons appeared, looking at them angrily, with demonic aura all over their bodies. Led by the Snake King, the pythons waved their wind wings, and hovered above the lush ancient forest, all in a defensive posture. Leave this foundation building beast to me, and the rest to you. Try to catch them alive. Li Quanqing spoke, slowly stood up, and flew towards the ancient island in the forest, and stuffed the thunder-horned python queen into the Hanhei bowl. Cry. The dragon flame eagle and the Kanghei whale followed closely, and the two beasts quickly approached, forming a three-way encirclement. Hiss. Several winged thunder-horned pythons in the great perfection of key refining rushed over with a hiss, trying to control the strong wind to attack, but were suppressed and thrown to the tribesmen to take away. Hiss. The winged thunder-horned python king in the initial stage of foundation building looked at them with fear, and the demonic aura on his body was like a wolf smoke, and wind and thunder lingered around his body. It hesitated for a moment, its pupils turned, and suddenly flapped its light blue wings, flying straight above its head, ready to sink into the azure sky and escape. Want to escape? Too late. Li Quanqing made a move, and his robe fluttered. The snowdust robe grew taller in the wind, and turned into a sky curtain that enveloped and suppressed him. The rich glow flashed by, and the figure of the second level Python King disappeared, and was suppressed in the secret realm. Snowdust Mountain. The wind and snow were howling, and Li Quanqing followed him into the depths of the robe, and suddenly saw the vast snow and the cold wind as sharp as a knife. The winged thunder-horned python struggled in the strong wind, and when it saw him, it flapped its winged thunder wings violently, and suddenly the strong wind wrapped in the cold blade rushed towards him, and there were also traces of lightning flashing. The dragon flame eagle cried out, took the initiative to block in front, opened its mouth and spit out a golden red flame to burn, melting the wind and snow. Go. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and waved, and immediately saw 5 large flaming dragon flags flying and circling. The array patterns intertwined, and the body of the winged thunder-horned python was sealed in it. Blazing. Flames burst out, red light bloomed, and a huge 5-headed fire dragon appeared above the snowy mountain. The scorching heat was about to melt the entire ice field into snow water. Compared with the huge body of the fire dragon formation spirit, the second level wind and thunder-horned python looked like a well-behaved cat. Roar. The 5-headed fire dragon bared its fangs and claws, making a low roar, and its scales were surrounded by red flames. It took the initiative to rush towards the big monster to suppress it. Hiss. The wind and thunder-horned python flapped its wings quickly, and suddenly the strong wind gathered, and turned into dozens of light blue crescent-shaped wind blades, cutting through the sky, and shooting towards it. Clang. The fire dragon formation spirit waved its claws. It was obviously formed by the extreme fire energy, but its body was extremely solid. It slapped the surface of the wind blade with one claw, and it immediately exploded it, turning into a chaotic wind spirit that dissipated between heaven and earth. Even though a few wind blades fell on the huge dragon body, They made a metallic sound like hammering iron. The golden red dragon scales flashed with rosy clouds, which were even harder than spiritual weapons. The winged thunder horned python did not admit defeat, and even swallowed and exhaled a large amount of demonic energy. A dazzling lightning flashed from the depths of its snake mouth, and it opened its mouth to spit out an extremely violent thunder attack. Unfortunately, this was still useless. It was difficult to hurt the five-headed flame dragon at all. The huge body was as indestructible as a mountain. After all, with the blessing of the 5 formation flags, the power of this formation spirit was infinitely close to the great perfection of foundation building. Li Quanqing didn't even need to do it himself. He only needed to gently manipulate the formation to easily suppress this foundation building monster. Hiss. The winged thunder horned python was pressed under the flame dragon formation spirit, but it still stubbornly raised its head, hissing and roaring, and its unyielding integrity was moving. Snake bones clinking. Winged thunder horned python. My python clan is not inferior to humans in this life. Even if I die here today, don't even think about making me surrender. Cultivation. Initial stage of foundation building. 37%. Li Quanqing touched the beautiful snake scales of the winged thunder horned python and had some thoughts of taming it. Wild monsters are naturally unruly and never get close to humans. There are very few examples of surrender, and they are all forcibly subdued by force. But it doesn't matter, he has already prepared and took out the queen of the thunder horned python in heat from the Hanhei bowl. The body of the queen of the thunder horned python was scalding hot, and a strange fishy fragrance like orchid and musk was emanating from her whole body. The scales opened and closed continuously, and the single horn on her head exploded with thunder. She was almost impatient, and instantly climbed onto the majestic and powerful body of the winged thunder horned python, entangled with each other, and rubbed her ears. The second level winged thunder python had never seen such a battle, and was soon fascinated, and the blood was surging all over her body. The body of the big snake demon gradually heated up, and its eyes gradually blurred. Its tongue kept swallowing and spitting, tightly entangled with the body of the thunder horn python, and thunder roared. The look of lust and soul enchanting. Anyone who saw it would think of the word really fragrant. The thunder horn python queen is worthy of being a natural queen of the snake clan. With a little trick, she immediately convinced the wind and thunder python, and made them stick together with lust for lives. Seeing this, Li Quanqing signed the slave blood contract with satisfaction, and then used the slave beast seal to completely control the true spirit of this second level big demon. Even he didn't expect that the process would be so smooth. It can only be said that the beautiful snake plan is used too well. Even a male can't control himself. The ancients are not deceiving me. The wind and thunder python planted the slave beast seal and suddenly became a little close, but still held his head high, showing a proud character. Cry. The dragon flame eagle made a dissatisfied cry, flapping its wings continuously and staring at the two loving pythons with a pair of sharp eyes. It thought that it could have an extra meal today with the meat of a second level monster beast to make snake soup. After successfully taming a second level monster, Li Quanqing was naturally in a good mood and walked out of the snowdust heavenly clothes with the wind and thunder horned python king. In the outside world, the fight between Li Quanmo and the wind and thunder python tribe continued and did not subside. Now that the snake king has surrendered, with a hissing sound, all the snake groups stopped attacking honestly. It can be seen that it is extremely powerful. All the wind and thunder pythons gathered around the snake king, still looking at Li Quanmo and the others with hostility, hissing. Fortunately, because Li Quanqing's actions were fast enough, there were no casualties on both sides, so they could live in peace. Chapter 196. Skeleton Crocodile. This group of adult wind and thunder pythons are very hostile. Let's go see if there are any cubs or snake eggs first. Li Quanqing spoke and took the initiative to lead everyone to the depths of the island. The spiritual island is lush and green, with ancient trees covering the sky everywhere. Old vines are entwined in the mountains and forests, which are even thicker than these pythons, like green dragons entrenched there. Such a vibrant island is naturally full of various wild animals, all of which live here leisurely. Unexpectedly, these beasts can live in peace with the wind and thunder horned python clan. They are not afraid, but very close. Soon, Li Quanqing knew the reason. When passing by a spiritual fruit tree full of green grapes, Several wind and thunder pythons hissed and took the initiative to pick a lot of them and offer them to their own king. The Snake King just touched the spiritual fruit lightly with his snake tongue and then handed the bunch of fruits to the Queen of Thunder-horned Pythons. Unfortunately, the group of thunder-horned pythons that Li Quanqing had been feeding with monster meat were not very interested in this vegetarian food. It's really interesting. These winged thunder-horned pythons are actually vegetarians. Li Quanmo's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately became curious. What on earth did these mutated thunder-horned pythons experience? You know, the thunder-horned python clan is notoriously violent, and what they like most is to hunt all the prey in their territory. When they arrived at the depths of the ancient island, they finally saw the specific scene. A Xiangkang appeared in front of them, and dozens of waterfalls rolled down, with water vapor gathering towards the bottom of the Xiangkang, turning into a jade-like pool of water. It seems a little unusual here. Li Quanqing walked in the air, looked up, and finally found something wrong. This Xiangkang was obviously smashed by something. Meteorite? Or a fight between monks? Hiss. Dozens of winged thunder-horned pythons stood on the edge of the cliff, spread their wings, and the light blue breeze wrapped around them, gliding towards the bottom of the Xiangkang. The queen of the thunder-horned pythons could not fly, so the Snake King carried her body and flew up, slowly landing in the distance. The elite of the Li family went out to hunt. Many of them had their own flying magic tools. They took them out in 2s and 3s, and landed on the Xiangkang. In the Xiangkang, the water was deep and the beach was rocky, and covered with huge snake nests. When they got here, they finally looked like the lair of the thunder-horned python. Many of the stones were black, obviously struck by thunder all year round, and lightning flashed in the soil from time to time. Hiss in the lair, a few young pythons occasionally poked their heads out, opened their big watery eyes, and looked at them curiously and warily. Even a few female pythons swam out of the lair and entangled the body of the Wind and Thunder Python King with an extremely ambiguous attitude. Good guy, it turns out you are also a Sea King. Li Quanqing's eyes suddenly became strange. Fortunately, the Queen of the Thunder-horned Python was not a vegetarian either. The silver thunder on her forehead exploded one after another, and she was majestic and soon confirmed her position as the queen. The Li family members began to search in the Xiangkang. Some of them tamed the young pythons, while others searched the ground veins to try to find any natural treasures. After all, this group of thunder-horned pythons would not mutate for no reason. The feng shui here is weird, and the terrain is strange. There must be a mineral vein. Li Quanqing opened his multi-treasure spiritual pupils and immediately saw that the entire Xiangkang was covered with precious light, which looked similar to the golden jade vein. However, with his current wealth, he didn't think much of this mineral vein. The place where the precious light was the most intense and dazzling was naturally the big lake. Dozens of clan members used their magic power to drill into the lake. It took more than half an hour to make a discovery. Found it. With a cry of surprise, all the Li clan members gathered and watched curiously as a skeleton was salvaged. It was unknown how long this skeleton had been in the water. It was entangled with water plants and silt, but after washing, it was still as white as jade, with a faint spiritual light. On the jade-like surface of the skeleton, there are still a series of light blue fine lines, especially in the forehead bone, and a small hurricane is wrapped around the surface of the skeleton. It's incredible. This is the remains of a Gengjin Sword. Li Quanqing exclaimed. It can be seen that the skeleton had a high level of cultivation before his death. He was born with a wind spirit root, and he was probably not a weakling among the Gengjin Sword. Unfortunately, he is already dead, and was beaten to death by another great cultivator. Everyone saw that there was a missing piece between the skeleton and the ribs, which was the position of the heart. It was transparent from front to back, and even the dantian was pierced. When did this happen? It's too cruel. Gengjin Sword will fall. Li Quanmo exclaimed. His emotions were complicated and difficult to understand. After all, he was still trapped in the natural chasm of foundation building and could not make any progress. Search the entire lake carefully, don't miss anything. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Li Quanqing gave instructions and even did it himself. His spiritual sense swept across the entire lake inch by inch, but unfortunately he still found nothing. This is quite normal. The opponent of this Gengjin Zenran in the past must have already cleaned up the battlefield and left nothing behind. What a pity. I thought I could pick up Gengjin Zenran's storage bag. Li Quanqing's face was full of regret. He took out a few wine goods from the storage bag and handed them to the tribesman who had just dived into the bottom of the deep pool to drink and dispel the cold. Hiss. The Wind and Thunder Python King also noticed the movement here. He flapped his wings and took out a few things from the largest nest and placed them in front of Li Quanqing. There were 4 light green jades, crystal clear, with chalcedony rippling inside, and the surface was outlined with golden patterns to look like a dragon, which was very incomplete. Could this be a giant and magic weapon? Li Quanqing's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he said what everyone guessed in their hearts. Li Quanqing waved his hand and immediately grabbed the jade pieces in his hand. In the end, he could barely piece together the shape of a jade ring. But! Exclamation mark. With the infusion of mana, the ancient patterns on the surface of the ring lit up slowly, emitting an extremely weak green light. Whoosh, dust flew, sand and stones splashed, and hurricanes suddenly appeared out of thin air, turning into a light green wind dragon. In the tornado, there were extremely sharp wind blades suspended, whistling. It is indeed a golden elixir magic weapon, but it has been broken long ago, and after years of sharpening, its power is less than 1/10. Li Quanqing touched the ring magic weapon and casually named it Wind Dragon Ring. He was actually very surprised in his heart. Although the power of such an ancient magic weapon was greatly reduced, it was the power of an ordinary spiritual weapon. But the ancient patterns engraved on the Wind Dragon Ring were of great reference value to the weapon refiner. The Li family members returned with a full load, carrying a boat of wind and thunder horn pythons, as well as a large amount of monster flesh and blood. These wind and thunder pythons are of great value. They can be raised in large quantities, and their combat effectiveness is still strong. After adulthood, they will advance to the late stage of key refining, and they are flying monsters. It is a very valuable spiritual beast, which is enough for the family to spend time and effort to raise, and even open up a special spiritual land in the secret realm. As for other resources on the island, such as those spiritual fruits, possible mineral veins, etc., there will naturally be more professional tribesmen to arrange and mine them. After returning to Qingyu Cave Heaven and clearing out all the harvests this time, the fleet slowly set sail again, heading further away from the Purple Blood Sea to eliminate monsters. In a blink of an eye, several months have passed, and the monster tribes entrenched in the entire sea area have almost been eliminated. Only a few scattered monsters are left, still surviving in the sea, and they are deliberately ignored. The fleet led by Li Quanqing finally arrived at the last monster territory that needs to be hunted. Whitebone Island. The location of this island is extremely remote, with a second-level spiritual vein, almost at the outermost edge of the entire Purple Blood Sea, but it is famous, or it is not an exaggeration, to say that it is notorious. In the entire Spirit Island, there lived a group of extremely vicious white-bone crocodiles. This kind of monster was brutal and bloodthirsty by nature, and liked to collect the bones of its prey as trophies. In other words, the white-bone crocodiles could be regarded as the demonic beasts among the monsters, and even other monsters hated them. And most importantly, there was a second-level big monster in this group of white-bone crocodiles, and it looked quite powerful. In the entire Purple Blood Sea territory, there were only 2 most famous foundation-building monster groups. One was the white-bone crocodiles, and the other was the 4-eyed red gull group, which was eradicated by Li Quanqing. As for the Wind Thunder Horn Python group, it could only be said to be an unexpected surprise. After all, it stayed in the depths of the ancient forest all year round. After the previous beast died, the Sitter family was busy with the black tortoise forming pills, and did not clean up the beasts in the territory, but made these monsters stronger. On this day, the Li family's large spiritual boat finally slowly arrived at the Whitebone Island. The green dragonfish flag fluttered, and a Li character was embroidered on it in a flamboyant style, which was particularly majestic. Be careful, the white-bone crocodile is not only ferocious and bloodthirsty, but this island is also full of poison barriers. Take the antidote pills in advance. All family stewards should walk on the outermost periphery, and must not go out of the range covered by the formation. Li Quanqing opened his mouth, and kept issuing orders, reminding the tribesmen of the cruelty and danger of the white-bone crocodile. Li Quanqing still stood above everyone's heads, with 3 foundation building monsters hovering beside him, giving people a full sense of security. Finally, when the formation below flashed with spiritual light, many tribesmen looked solemn and ready. He gave the order to set off. As soon as he stepped into the interior of the White-Bone Island, he felt that his vision was dark, and the dark trees were growing fiercely. A layer of dark clouds and evil spirits covered the top of his head, blocking the sunlight. Crack. As everyone moved forward, a series of noises suddenly rang out under their feet. It was the countless remains of bones buried in the soil, which was particularly creepy. This depressing atmosphere was enough to make people involuntarily feel a little uneasy, and their whole body was cold. Silently, colorful miasma spread and attacked everyone, with a strange fishy and sweet smell. Just a slight sniff would make people feel dizzy and confused. At some point, in the deepest part of the miasma, one bloodthirsty eye after another lit up, staring at this group of uninvited guests. The previous chapter described 2 pythons, which may be too anthropomorphic, so it was blocked. I'm waiting for the unblocking. I'm sorry to everyone. Kowtow in the street. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Bingyu reappears. The cold wind blew, the forest rustled, and poisonous miasma filled the air, drowning the white bones buried in the soil. All the Li clan members were tense. They knew that the enemy had definitely come, and was watching them in the dark. Cry. The dragon flame eagle stretched its neck and cried out, hating this dark environment the most. It opened its mouth and spit out a hot and bright dragon flame. The golden red sea of fire spread out, like the rising sun piercing through the darkness. The heat wave hit people's faces, and immediately refreshed people's spirits. The fierce fire burned the miasma, and immediately made the surroundings empty. Many dead trees burned fiercely, and billowing smoke rose into the sky. The wind and thunder python flapped its wings, and summoned a violent hurricane, blowing away the thick smoke and poisonous miasma, completely exposing the scene deep in the fog. Li Quanqing looked, and finally saw the specific appearance of the white-bone crocodile. As the name suggests, this vicious monster is pitch black, with red pupils, flashing with cruel and bloodthirsty light. On the surface of the crocodile monster's body, there is a layer of dark white bone armor covering the limbs and back, with ferocious barbs, and it is fierce and powerful. One after another, white bone crocodiles are entrenched in the swamp, more than 70 of them, with pupils flashing like scarlet flames. They sniff the sweet smell of flesh and blood, reveal their ferocious fangs, and wrap many tribesmen in a semicircle. There is another second-level monster. Force it out, Li Quanqing said. Facing this ordinary foundation-building monster, there is no need to do it himself. Hiss. The wind and thunder horn python king screamed. After all, it is a wild monster, full of ferocity, with demonic energy surging all over the body, sweeping across the sky, releasing its own breath without reservation. This is undoubtedly a provocation. Soon, the swamp mud splashed, and the white-bone crocodile king drilled out directly from the depths of the island. His body was agile and slender, like a demon mountain hovering in the void. Its thick long tail kept sweeping, making a violent sound of breaking through the air. Under the white bone armor, there were thick black demon scales. The crocodile king rushed out of the miasma with great momentum, roaring with his mouth open, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty look. But when he saw the several foundation building masters on the opposite side, he did not hesitate, turned around and ran, directly abandoning his own people and descendants. Capture it alive. Li Quanqing spoke, commanding the 3 foundation building monsters to besiege it. For a time, the sea of fire spread, the water swept, and the wind blades wrapped in thunder, and lightning covered the void where the crocodile king stood. The demonic energy swept, shaking the sky, and the essence of heaven and earth fell into riot, setting off waves of spiritual energy storms, with an astonishing momentum. Below, the Li clan members also took action. The spiritual light of the formation flickered, and they waved the magic tools in their hands in an orderly manner, and began to hunt. This was a military training, and it was also a one-sided hunting. After half a year of hard work, the young members of the Li family have already cooperated tacitly, relying on the power of the formation. Often, 5 or 6 members of the middle stage of key refining can easily encircle and suppress a white-bone crocodile in the late stage of key refining, and the smelly blood spurts several feet high. 3 foundation-building monsters joined forces to suppress it, and with an unwilling roar, the white-bone crocodile king was finally successfully captured. Even so, it was still very unconvinced, waving its sharp claws and teeth, and making deafening roars. Li Quanqing slowly fell down, and used various beast-controlling methods to forcefully enslave the big monster. Unfortunately, the white-bone crocodile's temperament was too violent, with blood-red pupils and crazy screams, making it difficult to communicate and tame. This is a very normal thing. Wild monsters are naturally unruly, and very few are willing to surrender to human cultivators, and would rather die than surrender. In the end, Li Quanqing chose to give it a quick death, ending the life of the white skeleton crocodile king. Cry. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings excitedly, and with a peck of its beak, it easily tore the relatively soft abdomen of the crocodile monster, and swallowed the tender and plump internal organs. Hiss. The wind and thunder horned python king looked at this rude big guy with disdain, and coiled himself into a purple-blue snake mountain, with its wind and thunder wings spread, and its posture was noble and holy. This is the contempt of vegetarians for meat eaters. The Kanghae whale screamed, and also didn't like the bloody smell. It flapped its fins, and flew into the clouds, leaving the dragon flame eagle alone to enjoy the delicacy. Li Quanqing and other spirit eagles ate a lot, and then collected the remaining monster meat to make it into precious bait. At this time, the battle between the tribesmen and the key refining white skeleton crocodile was over, leaving the corpses of monsters on the ground, and the blood was flowing, dyeing the mud in the swamp red. Only a dozen tribesmen were slightly injured, and they were fine after taking healing pills. Quanqing, what should we do with these white bone crocodile eggs? Li Quanmo came forward, holding a black egg with white bone lines on the surface. Are there no crocodile cubs? Li Quanqing asked curiously. There are more than a dozen, but they are very violent and even cannibalistic. They will attack the tribesmen when they see them. They are confused, and there is no way to tame them, he said helplessly, while holding the crocodile eggs. The white-bone crocodile is indeed a notorious monster, equivalent to the demon tribe in the monster clan, with a chaotic and bloodthirsty nature. Take it back to the family first, and wait until it hatches, and then see if we can sign a slavery blood contract when it is just born, and try to tame it. Li Quanqing spoke helplessly, and came up with a compromise. This kind of monster is in the late stage of key refining. When it grows up, and its bloodline is the same as that of the thunderhorn python, it is really a bit reluctant to give it up. Li Quanmo nodded slightly when he heard this, and this method was the only way. The Li clan members dispersed, and began to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, they went in groups of 2 or 3 to explore the Whitebone Island. With the harvest and the wind and thunder python's lair, they were all looking forward to it. Maybe they could also get extra harvest here. Unfortunately, this idea failed. The Whitebone Island was just an ordinary second-level spiritual island. Apart from the decent spiritual veins, there was nothing unusual. Li Quanqing was combing the feathers for the dragon flame eagle. Just when he was getting bored waiting, Li Quanqiu suddenly came over with a happy face. Quanqing, look what I found. She raised her palm, and suddenly a familiar ice blue feather came into view. It was covered by a thick layer of ice, crystal clear, and exuded an extremely amazing cold air. This is Ice Phoenix Feather. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows immediately. Attracted by this breath, the cold light of Ice Soul in Danshan suddenly became active. It was like a snow-white dragon hovering over the magic power, pure white, and cold enough to freeze hundreds of miles of the sea. Where did you find this feather? Li Quanqing was quite surprised. After he broke through the foundation, he also gained a lot of knowledge. He gradually figured out that this feather fell from an ice phoenix monster that failed to break through the nascent soul in the open sea. He even guessed that there might be a secret passage in the sea that leads directly to the outer sea of the monster clan. Chapter 198 Lian Golden Pill. It was found in the lair of the white bone crocodile. They even dug a cave to freeze the meat of the monsters they hunted with the cold air from this feather. Li Quanqing spoke, and anyone could see the extraordinary nature of this feather. Even with her cultivation in the late stage of key refining, she could only barely hold the ice feather and walk without being frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture by using her magic power. This is a feather that fell off a 3rd level monster. I have picked it up before. It can be used to practice Ice Soul Cold Light, Li Quanqing said, and he did not hide the origin of this feather and told it truthfully. In his heart, the important thing was not a bird feather, but curiosity about why this kind of feather appeared in the Purple Blood Sea. You know, they are a million miles away from the outer sea of the monster clan, separated by the vast human border area, and it is reasonable that they should never communicate. But the feather of a cold phoenix monster, very strangely, frequently appeared in this Purple Blood Sea. Li Quanqing touched his storage bag, where there was a map of the sea area, which he had obtained from the head of the 3 evil men of the Bei family. It recorded the origin of Bingyu. Unfortunately, none of the Shuhua sword sect could find the corresponding place on this map of the sea area. Li Quanqing stepped into the void, looked far into the distance, and looked at the sea area around the White Bone Island. It also did not match the map. He was surprised to find that this place was not far from the nest of the 3 evil men of the Bei family, which was the place where he was robbed. It was only 2 or 3,000 miles away. Maybe there is really a hidden underwater passage here, which leads directly to the territory of the demon clan. Li Quanqing exhaled a foul breath, suppressing the idea and impulse of sending his clansmen to search the sea area inch by inch in his heart. Even if it really leads directly to the open sea, what does it matter? His strength is too weak, and the Li family does not even have a golden elixir. It can only be said that it is a disaster, rather than a blessing. Even if there is a high probability that the other side of the passage is the burial place of the 3rd level ice phoenix, and perhaps there is a golden elixir opportunity, but too much time has passed. Who can predict what will happen? He has a golden finger, so he only needs to raise fish and he will have everything he needs. Why take risks? It's better to go home. As soon as the thought came out, Li Quanqing suddenly felt that the world was wide and there was a lot to be done in life. Raising fish to become an immortal, this is his way to heaven. When the White Bone Island was cleared, he ordered the hunting to end without hesitation, and the fleet headed towards the direction of the Green Jade Cave Heaven, and returned to the family. After the Li family hunted the sea monsters and cleared the islands and spiritual veins in the territory, the entire Purple Blood Sea gradually became lively. Many small key refining families and forces, seeing that the Green Jade Li family continued to grow and build foundations frequently, all followed suit and could not wait to join their ranks and work like cows and horses. For a time, this ancient and quiet sea began to glow with new vitality, gradually restoring the prosperity of the Green Jade Sea in the past, and even better. In a blink of an eye, spring went and autumn came, time passed like water, and 2 years passed quietly. Harvest a mid-stage key refining yang iron fish, and be rewarded with 5 bottles of fire essence. Harvest a mid-stage key refining yang iron fish, and be rewarded with 2 pieces of 100-year warm jade. Harvest a mid-stage key refining yang iron fish, and be rewarded with 1 Li iron golden pill. In the Hanhei bowl, Li Quanqing walked above the fire spirit pond. The magma was rolling, the heat wave was coming, and the pungent smell of sulfur penetrated into his nose. He waved his hand and the mana surged, splitting the red and hot magma, revealing the 12 yang iron fish living in it. These red jade-like spirit fish swam happily, with a ball of light on their heads. Now it was finally time to harvest. Fire essence is a relatively precious cultivation resource. It can be handed over to key refining monks with fire spirit roots to refine and improve their cultivation. The effect is similar to that of a first level top grade elixir. As the name suggests, 100-year warm jade is a kind of precious jade that automatically releases heat. It is a rare natural treasure that can be used to refine tools. Unfortunately, the 4 seasons in the Qingyu cave are like spring, so there is no need to use warm jade to keep warm. As for the last Li iron golden pill, Li Quanqing had never heard of it. He crushed the light ball, and words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Li iron golden pill, a 2nd level big pill. It is a kind of golden stone. It can only be taken by those with strong physique. It can help cultivators or monsters in the foundation building realm to break through the realm. After the light dissipated, it turned into a round, golden pill, about the size of a lychee, with flame-like patterns on the surface. An indestructible breath bloomed, as if it contained an extremely abundant fire attribute power, hidden deep in the golden pill. Yes, the dragon flame eagle has the resources to break through the middle stage of the foundation building. Li Quanqing was overjoyed and tossed the pill in his hand. Even with his physique, he felt it was very heavy. To swallow this golden pill into the stomach without rupturing the intestines, one must have a strong physique like a monster. He crushed all the light balls, and finally got a total of 40 bottles of fire essence, 600-year-old warm jades, and 1 flame-leaving golden pill. They are all very useful treasures, and these Yangian fish have not been raised in vain. Unfortunately, just like ordinary jade carp, the potential of these Yangian fish has reached the end, and it is extremely difficult to break through the late stage of key refining. Li Quanqing took out the bait to feed these red fish, occasionally mixed with a few fish and water heroin pills, and didn't know if it would work. We can call the dragon flame eagle to come and bleed it later and nourish it with the blood of the red dragon. Maybe it can make these fish have the potential for blood mutation. Li Quanqing left the fire spirit pond and walked on the brand new fish dragon island, observing the growth of the spirit beasts. The ground in the mountains and forests trembled, and the white jade holy elephant weighed out, still the same as before, opening its mouth and eating non-stop. Immaculate white jade holy elephant. Dust, dust, dust everywhere. The leaves at the top are the cleanest, fresh and delicious, making me forget about cultivation. Please wash your hands before touching me. Thank you cultivation. Key refining level 6, 82%. Li Quanqing touched the smooth and delicate skin of the holy elephant, and when he looked up, he saw the other party's disgusted eyes. The spiritual elephant cried, and its 2 big ears like cattail leaves fluttered, and it took the initiative to move away from him, continuing to pursue the most tender and juicy leaves. Li Quanqing was a little helpless. The cultivation progress of this white jade elephant was too slow, but unfortunately he could do nothing about it, and could only wait. He stepped onto the green bamboo mountain, and the green vitality was in full bloom. Neat pieces of medicinal field covered the sacred mountain, separated by stone steps, and milky white spiritual springs flowed in the ditches for irrigation. This was the result of the busy years of the rattan and wood monkeys. Starting from the middle of the mountain, there were layers of spiritual fields like stairs. Of course, the help of the jade scale beast was indispensable. It manipulated the stone spirit seal to transform the terrain, and built this huge project. At the top of the mountain, the medicinal fragrance was strong, the spiritual spring gurgled, and several huge nests were built there, covered with soft golden grass. The golden flame tiger, the cloud-stepping snow leopard, and the jade scale beast lived here. Every day, apart from practicing, they wandered around among the peaks. Of course, Li Quanqing would release them from time to time to feel the 3rd level spiritual veins in the outside world. Unfortunately, the tiger and the leopard were restricted by their bloodline and their cultivation was stagnant at the 8th level of key refining. The jade scale beast was catching a few beautiful butterflies in the spiritual field at this time, jumping around on the stone channel and roaring excitedly. After several years of development, it has grown to the size of an adult spiritual deer, with jade gold scales shining, becoming more and more majestic. When it saw Li Quanqing coming, it immediately raised its hoof affectionately, and its slender tail swayed around, rubbing against his clothes and palms. Virtue bears all things jade-green beast. I'm so tired from working every day, digging soil, building ditches, catching insects and weeding. I'm a descendant of the noble Killin. How can I be used to plow the fields? Cultivation, 5th level of key refining, 93%. Great, you haven't fallen behind in your cultivation. Keep up the good work. Li Quanqing narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, ignoring the little guy's protests, and took out a few jade stones to feed it. He came to the largest nest, and it was clearly broad daylight, but this guy was snoring like a pool of golden liquid, and his hair was as smooth as silk. Chapter 199, Thunder Escape Technique. Li Quanqing looked helpless, and stroked the furry tiger's head. A wisp of icy spirit magic power bloomed, and stretched into the tiger cub's neck coldly. Suddenly, Jinyan shivered with cold, and his forepaws shuddered, and he woke up immediately. Tiger's might, Jinyan who, it's so cold. Who is so hateful, that he teased me, while I was sleeping. I must punish him severely. Cultivation, key refining level 8, 17%. Ouch. Jinyan who sneezed several times in a row, shook off the remaining ice chips on his body, and finally dispelled the cold air, and his whole body became warm. It raised its big head sleepy eyes, and revealed a hint of clear stupidity in its expression, and its furry tail swayed back and forth. You're wasting time sleeping in the broad daylight. Don't you know that years of cultivation are precious? Look at your flashy head. When will you be able to break through to the foundation building, great demon? Facing Li Quanqing scolding, Jinyan who yawned lazily, his ears turned around, and he looked like he was throwing a tantrum. Cultivation? What the hell? I just want to sleep, ah. Li Quanqing looked at him speechlessly. This guy's temper must be hopeless. He took out a few bottles of fire essence, which was a fiery red liquid in bottles. An extremely pure and rich fire attribute aura burst out, making people dry their mouths. A woo! Exclamation mark. It's delicious. Jinyan who instantly became energetic, his eyes widened, and even his ears, that had slumped down, stood up, staring straight at the fire essence. Take it and eat it. Roll up your teeth. Li Quanqing was so disappointed that he rubbed the tiger's head, ruffling its beautiful, warm, and thick fur. Then he handed over the fire essence. In addition to this, he also left a 100-year-old warm jade, which might increase the speed of the golden flame tiger's cultivation. Li Quanqing walked down the mountain from another direction, and happened to meet the rattan and wood apes taking care of the medicinal fields. In addition to the medicinal fields, there are also large areas of green bamboo and rice, as well as dozens of peach trees with thick branches, forming a forest of shade. In the depths of the lush peach forest, several well-structured wooden houses can be vaguely seen. Among them, a few little monkeys whose fur has not yet grown are playing. Give birth to a baby? Well done. Li Quanqing touched the ape king to show his appreciation, and the group of spirit apes immediately roared in excitement. The ape king's cultivation is not slow. He is now at the 9th level of key refining. Unfortunately, it is also a long way to go before he can break through the foundation. After all, for the monsters, this is really a natural chasm that is difficult to cross. Li Quanqing went down Kizu Mountain and then came to Zaloi Peak. He saw a group of pythons entwined and circling under the thunder peach tree, hissing. Among them, the most powerful one is naturally the wind and thunder horn python king. His huge body is entwined on the silver white peach tree, swallowing the lightning to his heart's content. At the bottom of the peach tree, the thunderhorn python queen hissed and carefully stroked the 9 purple and blue snake eggs with her tail, full of vitality. After 2 years of getting along, they finally gave birth to their own offspring and passed down the powerful foundation building bloodline. In order to protect the safety of the snake eggs, the thunderhorn python queen even drove those brothers and sisters to the foot of the mountain. In addition to these, there are some wind and thunder pythons in the late stage of key refining, which are also raised by him to supplement the ecological environment on Yulang Island. These wind and thunder pythons are naturally vegetarians, but they get along well with the group of spirit apes, and can even get monkey wine to drink. Li Quanqing also checked the snake eggs, but unfortunately they are still some distance away from hatching. He walked around the purple thunder peak, but he didn't expect to find an unexpected surprise. Harvest a late stage key refining wind and thunder horned python, and reward the 2nd level middle grade spiritual technique thunder escape technique. Li Quanqing touched the wind and thunder python in front of him, which exuded the aroma of wine. Previously, it was the only spiritual python in the middle stage of key refining on the island, and it was still a teenager. When the Wind and Thunder Python clan was wiped out, he only chose this mature spiritual python, preparing to raise it to see what kind of reward it would give. The rest were contracted to the young clansman. Thunder escape technique? It's a good reward. Li Quanqing nodded after seeing it. He knew Gishu Divine Thunder, which was not bad for practicing thunder escape technique. It was a natural match. As the ball of light was crushed, a scripture of magic slowly entered his mind. Countless words and symbols were shining, explaining the power of thunder escape technique. In the Niwan Palace, the little man of the spirits sat cross-legged on the sea of consciousness, his little face solemn, and a round of blue moon behind him was hanging down, cold and extraordinary. It was easy to organize this spiritual art, and it turned into a densely packed scripture that appeared in front of him. It's quite extraordinary. Li Quanqing closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, and soon he understood the core of this middle grade spiritual art, and his body turned into lightning, spanning thousands of miles. He had learned the water escape technique before, but he rarely used it. The speed was slightly slower than the thunder escape technique, but it was better in being invisible. It was still too ostentatious to fly through the sky with lightning and thunder, and each had its own advantages and disadvantages. After checking the spiritual beasts on the island, Li Quanqing did not stay and flew out of the Hanhei bowl with the escape light. His figure quickly enlarged from the mouth of the bowl and landed steadily on the embankment on the shore of Yulangton. The water waves surged and the fish ponds formed a piece, blazing. In the cave not far away, flames shot up into the sky, turning into endless red clouds, shining on the sky, and from time to time, the high-pitched sound of birds could be heard. Seeing this, Li Quanqing smiled and walked towards it. I saw endless array patterns interweaving, blocking the void, the sea of fire burning fiercely, and turning into a three-headed flame dragon roaring. In the array, the dragon flame eagle was also there. Its feathers were as red as iron, and its eyes were as sharp as knives. It was using this array spirit in the middle stage of foundation building to sharpen itself. The dragon eagle's current cultivation has reached the peak of the early stage of foundation building, 98%, and it may break through the middle stage at any time. The red dragon blood in its body is too strong, and its character is arrogant and tenacious. It is only slightly inferior to Aoking, and its cultivation speed is very fast. Cry. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings and cried, and dragon-shaped flames lingered all over its body. Its claws like golden stone flashed with fire. It could fight the array spirit on equal terms with its flesh. It was not, until it was exhausted, and its demonic energy was weak, that the spirit stopped, manipulated the flame dragon array flag to open, and drilled out of the array, which was extremely intelligent. I'll give you something good, don't let me down. Li Quanqing showed a satisfied smile, took out the Lian golden pill, and held it in his hand, like a flawless pill, shining with immortal luster. The dragon flame eagle tilted its big head, as if it sensed the importance of the Lian golden pill, and a trace of excitement flashed in its eyes. It opened its beak, and swallowed the golden pill directly into its stomach, then flew to the Hanhei bowl on the shore, and returned to Chilong Mountain, to practice and digest it. The Hanhei bowl is placed on the embankment on the shore all year round, and all spirit beasts can enter and exit freely without any restrictions. This guy, he really can't wait. Li Quanqing had many feelings, and naturally knew why the dragon flame eagle was so eager, because the speed of its opponent's progress was really amazing. Li Quanqing stepped onto the embankment, and looked into the depths of Yulangton. He could vaguely see a green-horned fish dragon circling, with strands of water blue thunder blooming around it. Obviously, this is Aoking, who not only comprehended the Gishu divine thunder on his own, but also further awakened his bloodline, becoming more and more outstanding and unfathomable. His obsession with becoming a dragon has not disappeared. Perhaps only by reaching the legendary true dragon can he truly get what he wants. Chapter 200 Kunlun Exit. At night, the moonlight of the lunar calendar illuminates the void. The silvery white moonlight is projected from the outside world, like a veil, covering the entire green jade cave with a layer of silver frost. The water in the pond is rolling, the undercurrent is surging, and a raging wave is set off. Countless green jade carps emerge from the water in the fish pond and worship the moon as usual. Moo. Aoking roared, and his slender and agile body emerged from the bottom of the pond, as agile as a dragon, with a vast dragon power surging all over his body. It hovered over the fish pond, opened its mouth slightly, revealing its stern fangs, and slowly swallowed and exhaled the moonlight of the lunar calendar to practice. Aoking is too familiar with this process. He has never stopped, since the day he embarked on the path of practice. It has been like this every night, and it has almost become an instinct in his blood. But! Exclamation mark. The practice of the green-horned fish dragon is naturally different from the past. I saw the infinite moonlight being led in, a vast expanse of white, falling like a waterfall, holy and amazing, illuminating the entire fish pond. Countless moonlight was dancing, crystal clear, like infinite petals drifting, entwined around Aoking. making its scales green and emerald, with a kind of otherworldly aura. Aoking slowly inhaled and exhaled. The moonlight swirled, like streams of air being swallowed into the stomach, and the dawnlight burst out from the gaps between the dragon scales, which was amazing. Not only here in the fish pond, but also in the depths of Yulangton, there was also a green-horned fish dragon receiving the moonlight of the moon. The light was bright, almost illuminating the entire pond. Obviously, this was the guardian spirit beast that had been lying down, and under the influence of Aoking, it now chose to practice alone. The moon was hanging high, and the two dragons danced together. This was undoubtedly a great thing that everyone liked to see. Li Quanqing was also happy to see it. He often went to feed the guardian spirit recently. This guy was about to break through the late stage of foundation building. I don't know what rewards he will give. The moonlight shone. But after 2 or 3 hours, spiritual energy gathered, and the demonic energy surged. It was obvious that a green jade carp had broken through. Li Quanqing searched for a while, and then he found the target easily with his spiritual sense. It was a golden veined green jade carp that broke through the middle stage of key refining. Harvest a golden veined green jade carp in the middle stage of key refining, and reward 1 drop of Shyanai spiritual liquid. In the past 2 years, the 5th batch of 100 golden veined green jade carps have been gradually breaking through to the middle stage of key refining. He harvested more than a dozen drops of this Shyanai spiritual liquid, which is a very good reward, and can be used to improve his Taoism. These should be the last few golden veined alien species that broke through. Li Quanqing touched the golden veined alien species in front of him. When more than 100 of them broke through to the late stage of key refining, the 5th batch of spiritual fish would have completely completed their mission. As for the 6th batch, Li Quanqing decided to treat the entire Yulangton as his own fish pond, and no longer be fixed in a certain fish pond. The only problem is that the entire Yulangton is too big. If you want to raise spiritual fish, it will be very inconvenient to feed them, and it will waste a lot of time. Fortunately, Li Quanqing is now a great cultivator of foundation building, with a long lifespan, and he is not afraid of these consumptions. He crushed the crystal in his hand, and began to refine the Shyanai spiritual liquid to practice. The spiritual energy around him gathered, and bursts of tsunamis came from the azure liquid. Li Quanqing was already familiar with refining the spiritual liquid with his magic power. The waves were rippling, and turned into the purest water essence, and dissolved in the meridians. In this process, not only was Li Quanqing's blue sea magic power slowly increasing, but the Kanghe Whale King Gong was also running. I saw a series of water blue rays of light blooming, twisting like water waves, turning into lines, and spreading on the surface of the skin, exuding a deep breath like the vast sea. The phantom of a Kanghe Whale King condensed and circled around Li Quanqing, slowly washing his body, and becoming more and more intimate with the sea water. Just like the legendary water spirit, Li Quanqing practiced for more than 3 hours and finally completely refined this drop of spiritual liquid. The breath became a little deeper. 186 drops of liquid magic power. Li Quanqing felt it a little, and was immediately quite satisfied. When he cultivates 200 drops of spiritual liquid, he will be qualified to impact the late stage of foundation building. By then, the distance to the golden elixir will not be too far, and he can see it. Li Quanqing opened his eyes. It was late at night, which can be said to be the darkest time before dawn. The moonlight disappeared, and the fish had already sunk to the bottom of the pool and disappeared. At the bottom of the dark pool, there were wisps of white light blooming, with a soft color, which was the symbol of the light group. Another spiritual beast matured or broke through. Li Quanqing was delighted. The magic power surged at his fingertips, like a fishing line winding in the water, tying up the monster tightly, and fishing it up. Snap. What came into view was a crab the size of a water tank. The back shell was the color of brass, and the sharp crab feet were a shiny silver color. Harvest a silver claw crab in the middle stage of key refining, and reward 3 copper bean puppets. After the light ball dispersed, it turned into 3 copper beans with deep luster, engraved with ancient puppet patterns, but felt very smooth. In addition to this silver-clawed crab, there were 2 big crabs that also broke through the middle stage of key refining, all of which were awarded with copper armor puppets. Li Quanqing took out the Taoist soldier tower, and with a click, he embedded these brass beans in it. tightly fitting, and holding it in his hand was heavy. There were already 67 copper bean puppets sitting on the entire tower, and it was very close to the perfect 81. When one day, Li Quanqing will take charge of the family power, he will open this Taoist soldier tower, and the deacons and clansmen will receive the copper bean puppets of the great perfection of key refining for use. Throwing a few silver-clawed crabs back into the fish pond, Li Quanqing shook his head, and was about to go back to the cave to take a nap. With a rumble, or thunderous sound suddenly sounded above his head, and waves of spiritual energy tides bloomed, turning into substantial mist visible to the naked eye, and dissipating in all directions. The Whale King's secret realm, which had been closed for more than 2 years, finally opened again today, like a light of wisdom lighting up the entire night. A strong and vast aura slowly revived, as violent as thunder, as fierce as the sea, like a mountain pressing on the heart of a living being. This momentum is Li Quanqing. He has come out of retreat. Li Quan stood up suddenly, and his consciousness roared out from the Niwen Palace, instantly exploring the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Foundation building is perfect. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and this Idnoth spirit root cultivator of the family finally revealed his own powerful talent. It was also at this moment that the Qingyu Li family finally had the capital to impact the Gengjin family. Of course, this possibility is very difficult. Li Quanqing's coming out of retreat was not concealed. Anyway, except for a few great foundation building cultivators, other clansmen had no idea of his current realm. For this reason, the old patriarch also specially opened a meeting of elders within the family. It was not a celebration, but a real discussion of the family's next foundation building seeds, to prepare for the future. After several years of development, the Qingyu Li family has truly established itself. The Qingyu market has begun to flourish, and the Purple Blood Sea is full of families and small sects eager to rent the Spirit Island. With the help of these industries, the Li family has made a lot of money, and even has enough spiritual stones to buy a real foundation building pill. As the Supreme Elder, Li Quanqing was naturally invited to participate in this highest level meeting of the family. He sat cross-legged on the top of the hall, watching the more than 100 family elders below arguing fiercely, and finally decided on 2 candidates for foundation building. As expected, it was Li Quanmo and Li Quanyi, both of whom were at the great perfection of key refining. They were also young, only about 40 years old. As for the entire Jinzi vein, except for Li Jincheng, who had a slightly higher cultivation level, and was at the 8th level of key refining, the others had not yet grown up. After discussing the results, the old patriarch nodded gently, which was considered as approval, and the elders withdrew from the hall one after another. Has the sword sect refined another batch of foundation building pills? Li Quanqing stroked the soul-nourishing wood bracelet in his hand, feeling a little curious. No, but we can choose to go to Hanchi Immortal City. There just happened to be a big auction that is rare in decades recently, and foundation building pills will definitely appear. Hanchi Immortal City. Li Quanqing's heart moved slightly, and he looked at Li Quanqing. Foundation building pills are just a superficial appearance. Are we going to buy a golden pill technique with thunder attributes? Half right. Li Zhangao stroked his beard and smiled slightly. There are also golden pill spirit objects. If there is a chance to encounter them, we must not let them go. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.